is a fight in which all people have to uh, be present. We had a very tough night. Of course, it is a cold weather. Homeless people, of course, suffer so much. We have to assist other people. We are human beings. So that's what I'm trying to say is that human dignity is essential. Regarding the movement, I would say that it is aimed at sustainability. I believe that we should support many causes. We believe that I believe that we have to fight together. We had an earthquake in the region in Baixada Santista in Santos. We had an earthquake in Peruíbe, Mongaguá as well, that are part of the region where they live. And we also had an earthquake in Vale do Ribeira, Ribeira Valley, 4.2 in the Richter scale. I'm saying this because we should be together. We should preserve nature. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now let's talk to Hortense Bouy. She's a lawyer. Yesterday, I was studying uh, a seminar in which Hortense was, and she talked about open outdoor prison. That's a metaphor that says that we are imprisoned, and no one can be considered a refugee for his or her entire life. So now let's listen to Hortense and Bui. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, I'm sorry for my Portuguese because I'm not proficient in Portuguese, but I hope you can enjoy what I'm going to say. I've been living in Brazil for 8 years. So we are embracing a new life as refugees, as human beings, as a woman, and as an immigrant too. We have so many challenges. They're so complex, and unfortunately, we don't have so much time. But I would like to take the opportunity to say something important. The National Day of Refugees is going to be on the 20th next Tuesday. On that day, we are going to celebrate the victims of our society. People they are forced to leave their home countries. Refugees are a specific category and they are within the immigrant category. They are the ones who do need attention. I am the president of the City Council of Immigrants in Sao Paulo, second tenure, and the tenure is going to end next Tuesday. We're going to have the closing ceremony of the second tenure of the City Council of Sao Paulo. We're going to celebrate the Refugees Day on 20th. Regarding public policies, I would say that Brazil does need a specific public policy for immigrants. On top of that, we should consider refugees not only as a human rights problem, but actually, refugees go beyond human rights. Immigrants nowadays in Brazil, they they need, of course, tangible actions. They do need this help right now because they really need this help because we are talking about their lives. And of course, all lives are important. That's true. So, what I'm trying to say is that those people need to be helped. We have to make action. We have to protect those people. We have to assist them. We have to promote their needs because they want to rebuild their lives. They do need a specific coverage when it comes to security and safety. Of course, they suffer a lot. Dwellings as well are problems, especially for immigrants. You can see here in Sao Paulo, downtown, we have so many immigrants living in properties, and this is ubiquitous. We see immigrants living as homeless people. We have lots of refugees, of course, that don't have a house. This means that we don't have enough public policies. In Guarulhos, we have so many immigrants that are there. Sometimes, people are aware that there is a myth that Brazil welcomes everyone, but actually Brazil doesn't welcome everyone. It just receives those people. I've been living here for 8 years, and I'm trying to promote this welcoming environment. How we can welcome those people, not just receive them. So immigrants and refugees do not have uh, basic human rights. Basic human rights: a house, an apartment, health, employment. You see, so that's an advantage. I'm a lawyer. I've been working as a lawyer for 15 years, and on top of that, I have other kinds of functions too, but I was not able to work as a lawyer because my diploma, my certificate was not recognized, and that's a major problem. It's really impossible. On top of that, Brazil is a country that treats immigration with certain as a certain issue. There are some desirable immigrants and some undesirable immigrants. As a black African immigrant, I am not desired. There are hindrances, there are limitations, there are barriers. We don't have opportunities that are offered to us. So what can I do? Brazil doesn't welcome people. Brazil just receives those people. Brazil considers those immigrants as Brazilian people, but I have to make do. I have to do what I can. My CV is not valid. My certificates are not valid. So this is important. I created a project called Espaço Oima, and I work with food. I try to use this food, and by doing this, I convey my African culture. I noticed that in Brazil, people throw away leaves, and this is garbage. This becomes garbage. On the other hand, I can see lots of people, they are starving. You see that they need food. Lots of people want to eat healthy food. And nowadays, we know that Brazil feeds the world in a large quantity. But due to the fact that we have leaves, they are not conventional leaves, they are deemed as garbage. You see, so they are thrown away. I promote workshops in order to better use those leaves, how we can diversify dishes by using those leaves. By doing this, of course, we can generate revenue and take care of my sons, my daughters, and my family. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
A real lesson. Now let's hear Smalia Afonso. Smalia, it really draws like a lot of attention here how much like your contributions are about the structural parts and also about the Brazilian reality of race and gender. We need to talk about how the gender inequality and race inequality are intrinsically related to human development and then actually to the lack of human development. And despite being more scholarized and having higher level of education, these black women are far from the economic sectors, and the whole and the world in Brazil is suffering from not having these women in the economic sectors. Hello, yeah, I think it's back. So yeah, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for your invitation, for being here in this really cold morning here in the city of São Paulo. My name is Ismalia. I am an analyst of program for gender and race in the UNDP office in Brazil. UNDP is it's a body from the UN who targets the fight against poverty and inequality. And it's also the old body that we say that is an integrator of the SDGs. So it's a very important mainframe for our acting here in the country. And I would like to make two comments about the topics of racism and gender inequality. Because even though we do not have an SDG that's exactly talking about racism itself, but when we take a look at this global agenda, when we're talking about the countries here in Brazil and in the cities, we need to understand what are our current structures here, our inequality structures. And racism is at the basis of our social inequality, and gender inequality is at the basis of our social inequality. And we need to think from that. So UNDP is also the body that created over 30 years ago an index that looks at the development and looks beyond development, economic development, as we check it out, like the Human Development Index that we see every year. We have some increases, some decreases here in the country, but that's a number that synthesizes a great effort of analysis. And every single country develops their own analysis efforts over their own realities. But I'm gonna give you like two or three numbers regarding this challenge that we have here about racism. A few years ago, when we were comparing the data from the census in 2000 and 2010, UNDP identified that the Human Development Index that black people, were reaching in 2010 was already present in the life of white people since 2000. So we had a 10-year delay in terms of human development for the black population. That is challenging information, an important information, a sad information. It's a terrible reality. And when we're talking about HDI, we're talking about the income of the population, we're talking about longevity, how long they live, we're talking about murders, we're talking about access to education, third pillar. So it is a challenge that is now happening here in Brazil, in the states, in the cities. And I would also like to talk about like what it was like for me to live in the pandemic here, the economic crisis that ensued, which was mostly felt stronger by the black population and especially the black women. We'll be releasing a report in the next few months that when we're thinking about like the lower income population of Brazil, there's a high calculation of women, black women, who have many children. So we understand and we know that who we need to look at in a more attentive way, with more attention, with more care. The challenges are all set, and the horizon that we need to look at in order to fight against that, it's also inside the 2030 agenda. This is some data that I would like to comment about. I think this will be a great morning of debate. I would like to thank everyone for their presence here. It's a great pleasure to be here with Hortense, Deborah, and Luis. Thank you, Daniel. So in this first part now, we'll be listening to Marcelo Raidu. Marcelo, if I'm not wrong, you have a research, a study about people from Angola who are here in Brazil and as refugees. You can share that with us if you can. But if we're talking about the public duty of giving good conditions for the people who come here as refugees. Good morning, everyone. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to be here. It's a great pleasure to be here in this panel. My name is Marcelo, and I would like to bring you a little bit bring a little bit of some data about refugees that we have, and talk about the work that I've been doing with refugees and refugee requests and immigrants in the last few years. And it's very important to say that if we're talking about refugees is a forced migrant. As our tense has already mentioned here, they are fruit of persecution, of a violation of human rights, because they are in countries where you have wars and armed conflict. We're having the worst crisis of humanitarian crisis of refugees since the end of the Second World War. This information that we got here from the High Commissariat of the UN say that we have about 108 million people who are living far from their houses, and when it's a fruit of human rights violations, persecution. From this total, about 34 million people are refugees because they migrated, not because they wanted to, not because of an option, because there was a matter of survival and preservation of their lives. And this reality has impacted Brazil in a way. So we're talking about 60,000, 160,000, 65,000 refugees, and then 140,000 people who are asking for refuge here in Brazil, who have requested that with the federal police. So we are talking about people from over 70 nationalities, especially Venezuela, Syria, Democratic Republic of Congo, like Hortense here, Angola, and most recently from Afghanistan. So recently in the airport of Guarulhos, because of the higher flows of Afghan people coming here to Brazil, as Hortense has mentioned here before, and I would like to highlight that. Brazil is a country which has open doors to receive migrants. We are enabled that, we allow people to come in, but once they are in, we still lack actions which are solid enough and consistent enough in order to allow these people to be actually welcomed and to make them part of our society in a way that they can rebuild their lives. Let's imagine what it's like for you to, like you have to leave your country in, out of the blue and go to a country where you're not well seen, where you're not accepted. The problem is not being an immigrant. The problem is where you come from. I started this project and I started to study refugees in 2006 with a kind of a romantic view of the topic, because since we were talking about a humanitarian topic, we would have a mostly empathetic view towards immigrants in general. And I have never seen a situation where people are questioning the arrival of a North American person, for example, of an European here in Brazil. But if we're talking about receiving a person from Africa, regardless of their country, we're talking about receiving a person from Haiti, from receiving a person from another part of Latin America, depending on the country. So we listen to lots of issues about that. What guarantees do we have that when I hire an African person here to work in my company, I'm not hiring a drug dealer? When I'm hiring someone from the Middle East, I'm not hiring a terrorist in my company. This type of questioning do not exist when they hire a German person, a French person, a Spanish person, a North American. We associate, unfortunately, everything that we have of worse here in the world to the refugees. And this makes the life of these people so much harder right now. So they arrive in a country that has this fame of being a welcoming place, but in practice, it's not exactly like that. So in our daily lives, we see people who are extremely enabled and who have all the skills that are necessary to do these things, and we have a very stereotyped view of them. A refugee is not a state. A refugee is not an adjective, a permanent adjective. It's a condition in which you find yourself, and this can happen overnight. You can be, living your life there, and out of the blue, you have to seek refuge in another country. And Brazil has to believe that it was not the first or the second option for most of them. Once they arrive here in Brazil, they have access to health, public education. This is in the constitution for every any kind of profile of immigrants. We take care of the documentation, but after that, great part of the actions that we take towards them, it came from NGOs. The support that we have relies on NGOs or a lack of support as well. That happens here in Brazil, and international organizations, religious organizations, collective organizations that are created by the immigrants and refugees themselves. They are the basis of so that people can have the minimum level of dignity. So it's very little, very, very little. And this space is here so that we make people aware and the public power aware that these people may not only be welcomed but also properly taken care of, and that they are able to become people who have some dignity and ability to grow and rebuild their lives, and that their abilities and skills are valued and appreciated. And that's why we have the ADUS Institute, and we have, together with the migrants and the people who have requested for that, we have been working on with Portuguese classes for them, enabling them and including them in the job market here in Brazil. We have a language school with teachers who are refugees. We teach classes for English, Spanish, and French. We do a lot of plural actions with them because we believe. I'm going to be talking a little bit about prejudice and racism here. That these people have to and need to contribute so much for the growth and the development of our country in so many different aspects. Brazil is a country which is mainly based, created by immigrants. So why we do need to open our arms for some countries but not for others? So I think there's some space here for our discussion. And for now, that is it. I would like to thank you once again for the invitation.
We're going to begin our Q&A session, but before we do this, it's important to reflect upon populations. Black population, of course, migrants, immigrants that come from Africa, that even though they are, of course, very able people, very capable people, they are deemed as terrorists. And that's really sad, of course. We have to reflect upon a historical perspective. The question, of course, the first question encompasses this idea. Let's read the first question. It is addressed to Deborah and Ismalia. Let's hear the question. Institutional racism covers lots of public areas, safety, healthcare, and it's a hindrance to black population. This means that groups, of course, suffer a lot because of this inequality. What are the origins of this terrifying scenario and how we can overcome this problem? Please feel free to answer the question. I believe that we can answer this question by remembering institutional racism and how it is present on people's daily routine. When we talk about this kind of racism, we are talking about the lack of ability of public or private institutions in guaranteeing equal treatment to all people. In addition to that, they're not able to provide people, especially certain groups. Those groups are marginalized. They don't have access to a top notch service. So, by marginalized groups, I mean black population, indigenous people, of course, refugees, and of course, migrants. When we talk about migrants and refugees, we know that they are, of course, victims of racism and other kinds of oppression and prejudice. This is an expression of racism, and there is a myriad of expressions that are a hindrance to the access of rights. We talk about women that are not treated as they should, and I'm talking about, of course, hospitals, for instance. women that do not undergo enough anesthesia when they are delivering their babies, for instance. I'm talking about women that I'm talking about women that are not represented. We know that those women are vulnerable, and this is socially constructed. And this, of course, depends on many factors. Let me give an example: high blood pressure, kidney problems, cardiac issues too. Science in general and social science as well have showed that these women are vulnerable. That's why we can create better prevention policies, and unfortunately, this doesn't happen. Regarding education, we know that that's a very big challenge. Unfortunately, kids do not stay in school, and to which extent schools can be oppressive to the black population, black students, especially the young ones. For moms as well, for black moms, I would say that schools are not adequate to black women, students, or moms, for instance. So, institutional racism expresses how incompetent people are. What do I mean by that? Because people are not able to cope with inequality, and this has been happening for many, many decades. And inequality is ubiquitous. So that's why we have to develop tools to tackle this. We need laws, of course, we need programmed actions, we need, of course, people that are trained in public policies, we need workers that can, of course, work in private companies. We need to educate people by bringing new knowledge aimed at anti-racism ideas. It's possible, of course, not to be racist, and this, of course, depends on education. And we have to understand something important. Racism does not express itself as something technical. It is not only the absence of a specific prevention public policy. Actually, it's not only that, something regarding healthcare assistance. No, actually, this kind of racism expresses itself in belief systems, in ideas, prejudice. So it has an ideological component. And in order to overcome racism, we have to make power more democratic. The black population has to, of course, access power. They have to be empowered. They have to be represented in as in politics. They have to be represented in companies, public or private companies. They have to become civil servants. They have to have more participation uh, when it comes to politics. They have to be leaders too in the private sector as well. That's why we have to have policies. We have to have uh, good laws to guarantee that. The Constitution, the Brazilian Constitution, sees that that's important. So there is no doubt about the importance of this action. We have to do it, but the question is how. And of course, we have to be aware of the measures that have to be that have to be assisted, financed, in order to generate positive actions. On top of that, when we talk about making power more democratic, especially for people that are have been excluded for a long, long time from politics, we have to listen, of course, to people that are uh, far from the situation. That's why democracy is important. Hortense mentioned the council that she's part of. And it's important those councils are heard, and other tools as well have to be heard too. And my takeaway message is maybe you have heard that PNUD has released a report about prejudice against women. 9 out of 10 people in the world have at least one prejudice against women, or a belief, an idea, maybe a social idea that is harmful to women. The document also covers uh, comments on how we can overcome this issue. And one way to overcome this problem, one strategy, is political participation of women through social movements, through feminist movements, and other kinds of institutions. So, Brazil and Latin America in general is considered a region in which those movements are more mature, more robust from a political perspective. And I would like to say thank you, Deborah. I know that you are one of the leaders when it comes to uh, women in power. And now I would like to hand over the mic to you because when we talk about institutional racism and public policies, I believe that you are one of the most important leaders in Brazil regarding this topic. And I know that we can learn a lot from you. Could you please?
Thank you, dear. A welcoming Brazil. Brazil is not doing their homework. It doesn't do even its homework. If Brazil was a if Brazil were a welcoming country, I wouldn't be here. Brazil needs to understand and improve its democracy, so it's a democracy for race, gender, and class. This is the black democracy that we need in order to end racism in our country. We have a white asphalt democracy. So when we're talking about this democracy, we need to continue working in this work in order to understand what it actually means to have a democratic state. And here I make a provocation to all this audience here. If we have a democratic state, why do we have genocide policies happening right now? And I'm talking about the genocide, and I mean, genocide is the name that we give to the death of our children. When we're talking about public security here, the public security that we have right now, it's a public security for assets, not for the citizen itself. It's not an equal security that is available for everyone. This equality that we look for, it's an equality that we need to do in reparation to slavery. This is one of the pillars of democracy, of the black democracy that we're trying to get as to conduct as moms, because we have a public security that right now for us is insecurity. It's we've had in the state of São Paulo 17 years ago one of the biggest massacres of the recent history of our country. To stop this metropolis in order to kill my children and over 600 children in the space of a week. It's telling how can we say that our country is welcoming? We need to stop this death policy. And this is a death policy that is related to a racism that is not at the tip of the fingers of the one who was, pushing the trigger. Because the person who's pushing the trigger is this death policy. It's a death policy. It's perverse. And when we see that not only Brazilians are dying because of the colors of their skin and because of their class, we are also understanding something about the migrants, the people who are coming, the immigrants from Haiti, from Congo. We're talking about them. So when we're talking about this death policy, we're saying that we have to, and we need our country to do their homework. We need to say that since us as people who take care, housewives. We need to. I'm in the university now because I'm trying to understand the May massacre. Because I've joined the university, since I'm not an academic person, I'm trying to move from theory to practice because we need this practice to be the fuel that we need in order to do this slavery reparation. Because if we need to understand that inside an institution, by disobeying hierarchy is a crime, but killing my child is not. Killing children is not a crime, and we cannot accept that. Maybe we could spend the whole day, a whole week talking about that and dealing with about structural racism. But structural racism doesn't kill only our children; it kills moms as well. I mean, we have been developing ourselves. We are at the final route of showing that women who lose their children, most of them black and poor, we're talking about women who are getting sick and they are getting diseases in the reproductive organs. If people are not in the places of these mothers, because these institutions are criminalizing mothers, and society is made of these institutions. So we're talking about mothers who lose their children and lose their lives. So it is gender violence. Because the people who go out there to fight, it's actually the women who do that. And we cannot accept this kind of situation. We are a movement who has been to the streets now. We're just four women, and four women together with the institution who killed our children. But we went out to the streets because, as they say, a single bird doesn't make a flock. And then we made a flock of birds here. Since we're talking about men who were, with the military uniforms and guns, because behind each one of those men with guns, disarmed men, there is a person who controls, who tries to keep the slaves in order. So how can we say that there is no more slavery since we're being persecuted as escaped slaves? We have that system of black slave ships. We still have that here in our prison systems. We have the country with the third highest level of incarceration of the world. So we haven't had a real end of slavery here in Brazil, and we need to end that. And in order to end that here in Brazil, and in order to actually end that structural racism here in Brazil, we need to have these institutions listening to mothers. We have a project with the City Hall of São Paulo at which we develop together, where we do it together, and we understand that these professionals who deal with these women here, so that these women can remain alive. Because it's just about surviving in the end of the day. It's not remaining alive, it's surviving, because it's a slap on the face of the universities as well, because we're challenging these projects so much. And here we have like a pilot project because we do not have money, because we're poor women. We live from what's a material thing. We live in our material reality. We do not accept the fact that we are a project. We do not accept being like a parliamentary pan. Uh, we want public policies, and we need public policies to help us. And we have PLL 2999/2000 in the federal chamber, and we're asking for those reparations which are so urgent, economic, social, so that these women may eventually get psychological assistance and therapy so we can survive, because we don't want to be closing coffins from our children. We want to think about public security, so we want to, end this police people who kill us all. So talking about public security is ending the prison system. Talking about public security is investing into education, because it's the best gun that we have against this fascist, racist, and classist system of this system. Save the mothers of May. Hail the mothers of May. Here is the racism of this country. Young people, MCs, workers, impoverished workers, and even if they were not, they were just human beings. So denying these people is also renegating these people is also renegating immigrants. So we will not accept that as mothers. So talking about some of these things since I've been here in Brazil, it will make me feel really bad because I'm hugging, I'm embracing many new classes which are really new for me, which are a totally new thing for me. Because I've been listening to things like negative philosophy. It's really terrible for me to articulate and talk about racism because for me it's something that I don't know. I don't know what is racism because where I come from that doesn't exist. I'm just learning about racism since I arrived here in Brazil because I got to know that there is a discrimination because of the color of our skin. Because where I grew up, there is nothing like that. Where we were raised, we were oriented to grow up and be raised about this Ubuntu philosophy, which means that we are all together. What is mine is yours. And people need to understand first as a group and then as an individuals. And here people are first acting as individuals and then as a community. So yeah, it's individualism. Individualism screams hot, loud here, and they say that this is my right because this is mine. And I couldn't understand here that most of Brazilians here they usually say something like that: my mother, my father. And I felt pain in me when I said my mother and my father because they would say, "Why do you say your mother?" And I'm getting to this point where I'm getting to understand something here. It's a matter of culture, it's a matter of philosophy. Because where I come from, we don't say my mother, we say our mother. Because it's our mother. Even if it's not the one who gave me life, who gave me birth, it's our mother, it's our thing. And this is the difference that I see here from individualism and communitarianism. So racism is a thing that I'm still learning. Maybe I'll go through the discrimination without understanding that I'm a victim of racism. Then someone says, "Hortense, this is racism." Here in Brazil, it's a crime. It's a class. I'm still getting to learn about it. So yeah, it's painful for us because when I'm talking about institutionalized racism, what do I understand from that? I understand the continuity of like a slavery system that is hidden, a slavery system where we are defining a certain category of people, where we are putting a limit to a certain category of people there. And that has repercussions in society, in life, in the future of ours. Yes, because the features from slavery they are still here, the traits of slavery are still here. We can see the marks of slavery in us. So we understand that institutionalized racism here, which is a hidden continuity of slavery, here from in Africa we have this neo-colonialism. Since we have abolished the colonization, we still have neo-colonialism, in which the African countries still don't have any freedom. They haven't reached that level of freedom. So we're living this moment where they respect some kind of sovereignty from the African countries, but they still have an imperialist position against us. So we're talking about institutionalized racism. The first thing that comes to my mind is imperialism. And imperialism is a continuity of that system, that racist system, that is hidden in our society because everything is measured the same way, but the only thing that changes is the way and the time that these things are happening. Because in the past, you were a slave, you could only do that, you could only do a certain thing. But nowadays, we're talking about human rights, we have these things that are coming up. We still have that institutionalized racism that promotes that racism, that is still part of that racism, that is a system that is established by white people in order to retain their positions of power. And the people who suffer with that racism, what are the roots? What are the roots there? They are the black people, poor people, who are still living in that situation. So in the pyramid of the Brazilian society, down there, everyone is there. But when they're in their walk of life, they're going up, even if they study together, if they go to the same schools, if they go up in the pyramid of society, they go through like these filters. And in those filters, we start building the institutionalized systems. We go through the filters and filters and filters. And when we go to the higher point of the pyramid, who stays there? Who has gone through the filter and who was filtered to remain down below? That's what actually happens. What are the consequences of that? What are the consequences in society? Because in all domains, economic domains and everything else, we lack representation for those people. Because they will not have these open doors so they can sit on the same table where we make these decisions. They will not be able to reach the table where we create these public policies. They need to undergo these situations. They need to live a situation where someone needs to represent everybody and decides everything. And you will just be consuming what has been imposed on you and decided by someone who doesn't represent you, but you are forced to live with their decisions. And we live with that in all areas. So we can understand, for example, so if we look at the health power issue, for example, we talk a lot about the black woman health because we need to understand that the constitution of the body is different, of course. A black person is different from a white person, be it in their constitution or in the health issues. But the care must be different as well. We can't take care of a black person the way we take care of a white person. That's true. I mean, if we're not going to the health issues, we're not going to the science issues. We're talking about, say, for example, the hair of a black person can't be taken care of in the same way as a white person. So the thing about nutrition is complicated as well. So it's what I understand here in Brazil, for example. Solidarity is so racial here in Brazil that Brazilian black people have been facing serious challenge, and the black immigrants who arrive here in Brazil, they have embraced these Brazilian black people challenges, but with a different philosophy because we are ignorant about what's happening. We embrace another philosophy here, and we get in trouble with that because the society is so racial here in Brazil. And we are not able to embrace this. The black people here in Brazil are not able to embrace the black people who have arrived from immigration. This is institutionalized racism that we have here because of migrating differences here in Brazil. What is the population that needs this policy, that really demands this? Who actually needs these policies? Who is facing so many difficulties when we talk about migrant policies here in Brazil? Black immigrants. So this is institutionalized racism. When we're talking about economics, look at the discrimination that we have here, because Brazil is a country of the subcontinent. We are in the south of the continent. We are in the south here, and we don't look at the other continents here to make a south cooperation. We're looking above. We're only looking to the north. And what do we see in practice here? You go to the airport here in Guarulhos, Chinese people, Korean, and now these people are bringing here. They have bring food from their countries. They have shops here, they have stores, but we have nothing here from Africa coming here. Everything that from Africa is being, stopped in customs and they throw it away. But they bring these people here to generate culture. We are here to generate income and to have power, because the first power that we have is communication that brings visibility, and the second power is economic power. So when you are having power with like institutionalized racism, you can't move the economy. And when you can't bring your economy, you become weak here. And that's something that we have to understand here. People that deny their culture, they can't build their economy. And these are people who are, if you can't build your economy, if you don't want to build the economy, you are allowing yourself to be enslaved. So this is something that we need with public policy. We need an equality of inclusion.
So when we think about those questions, race, gender, origin, I remembered something. We have Miss Kerville, 27-year-old lady. She was on a flight in 2021, and unfortunately, she had lung edema during the flight, and she had convulsions. She was pregnant of a 7-month baby, but according to a passenger, she was mistaken as somebody carrying drugs, and she passed away, unfortunately. This is something that people do not remember, unfortunately. So that's why we should talk about those genocide episodes against the black population. And of course, we have to remember some gender issues, some issues regarding gender. Let me say something. Uh, we have Moise. In the past, she was murdered in Barra da Tijuca, a neighborhood in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro. And it was a shocking moment in Brazil. So, what are the paths that women walk on? We know that those paths are full of violence, sexual violence, psychological violence, physical violence, including sexual exploitation performed by lots of groups and from people from their community. Despite this, they do their best in order to achieve and to become better in Brazil and other places. So, in Brazil, uh, do we take into account those gender issues and racial issues? I think that that's of utmost importance. People that are watching us on YouTube and people that are watching us live, I think that we should reflect upon this. We should not forget those cases. Please feel free to talk about those episodes, please. Okay, so now let's talk about those episodes. I was listening to Deborah, and I would say that our country is not ready to tackle national questions and problems, right? Brazil is the world leader in killing LGBTQIA plus people, and we are hostile to the poor population and the black population. And this includes, of course, foreigners too. Hortensia was saying something really important, and I remembered some episodes lived by people from Angola and people from Congo. I was researching some episodes, and one question was, have you ever experienced any kind of racism or prejudice, racial prejudice? And I asked this question to people that were living here for 3, 4 months, up to from 3 to 4 months, from 3, 4 months to some years. And in my opinion, according to this research, uh, people that were here for a short time thought that Brazil was a wonderful country, and they said, no, no, of course not. Racism and prejudice is something are things that are not present in Brazil. And then I thought that those answers were quite odd, to be honest. And I realized something. The shorter you lived in Brazil, I would say that the more romanticized their perspectives were, if you compare to the real deal what we experience in Brazil. Some people said, as I've just mentioned, that racism was not present in Brazil, and I compared those answers to people that were living here for 2, 3 years, the same people, without any exception. I compared those answers because when those people arrive in Brazil, it's very common to see those people living with people from the same community. Of course, they are dealing with NGOs and they're going to be well treated, they're going to be welcomed by members of the community. Of course, we know that we have some issues when it comes to communication. There is a language barrier. They do not understand sarcasm, irony. They're not able to understand what is written on public transportation, in companies too. As time goes by, as they adapt to the environment, I would say that they are more able to understand where they are. I would say that many Africans, especially people from Congo, are really capable people. I've been working with this topic for the past 18 years, and to be honest, I don't remember exactly seeing an African uh, person, male or female, regardless of this person's skills or background knowledge. I don't remember seeing an African person being able to have uh, a good job post, a good job in a company. I don't remember, to be honest. Unfortunately, people see refugees, and I would say people see people from Haiti, African people in general. People see those people as cheap labor. Those people are selected to work in manual labor. And we have seen many examples of that. Those people are getting our jobs, Brazilian jobs. Those Africans are coming here to get our jobs. And let me tell you what we hear from companies. The search for immigrants does not happen, I would say, because of a genuine choice. You see, because of a genuine desire of welcoming those people. Unfortunately, that's not what happens. I've seen this many, many times. People say, oh, Brazilians are lazy, you see, so maybe those migrants would be willing to work. We don't have so many opportunities. Like Hortense, she's a lawyer. We all do respect. I'm not talking about lawyers or not, but we see lawyers being, for example, sales clerk or working with manual labor, working as assistants, regardless of their careers, of their background knowledge. So we do not see those people as they are for real in all his or her aspects. That's a topic that we should bear in mind because this has been happening for a long time. There are some initiatives that are still in their very beginning. In January, in the Justice Ministry, the Muse Observatory was created. If you do not know that, Muse was a man from Congo that was brutally murdered in Rio de Janeiro. And he's not the only case. And a lady from Haiti was also killed because people associate black people with people from Africa as synonyms. They are from Africa. Some people do not know that Africa is a continent. You see, people think that Africa is a huge country. We have, of course, heard many people and seen many things, murders, that were committed against African people, people from Haiti, people that were burned, people that were sexually assaulted. And in companies too, this happens. We have been dealing with these problems in companies. It's a very complex issue. We talk about inclusive policies in companies. However, it's very rare, even those companies, to find opportunities for refugees and mainly for African people and people from Haiti. And regardless of their skills, it's very tough to find opportunities for people, for those people. They have tremendous knowledge. And it's so good to have you here in the audience. We have authorities here, politicians. I believe that we should talk about that. But on top of that, I would say that I'm being honest. I'm tired. I've been working with this for the past 16, 17, 18 years. I'm privileged. Ha- uh, I'm a white male, upper class. So we see people talking about this issue, but in practical terms, not much is done. And of course, we have to bear in mind the amount of time that is necessary. I was 17 years old. I was working in the city hall. I remember a cleaning assistant, a cleaning person. He was an engineer actually. He was a male. He was from Angola. But even though he had a diploma, he was an engineer and he worked as an engineer in Angola. He was not working as such in Brazil. And I was 17. I met Deborah when I was in the Human Rights Commission, and we can see that this problem has got bigger. Murders as well, the amount of murders, those problems have been getting even worse. And we get reflexive, of course. Now we have the audience is free to ask questions. Due to time constraints, it's very tough, of course, to delve into those topics. We're running out of time, but maybe we can have two questions from the members of the audience. I think we have some people here that would like to ask questions. Maybe we can hand over the microphone so that we can hear those people's questions, please. Good morning, everyone. My friend Deborah is here. Deborah, we have been through so much. We have this lady here, Hortense, and everyone that is watching you. I would like to say something. And why have I stood up? Because I'm a teacher. And teachers have to walk and they look at their students face to face. And the students are city, of course. But Deborah, let me say something. I would like to make some comments about that. We cannot disobey hierarchy. I was here last night, and uh, we couldn't speak because you are there. People that are watching us, you know how complex issues are. When we are here to learn, of course, because we have to understand the objectives of the millennium. And I'm sorry, that's really sad not to have the mayors of the cities because we know that people live in cities. People live in cities and they die in cities. People live, die in cities, and we find refugees as part of the homeless population. We see people on sidewalks. We have uh, prostitutes being ignored, being violated by the Brazilian society. We know that our society is so welcoming, isn't it? Actually, it is not because our society is connected to a very evil past, and we know that that is connected to slavery. Brazil was the last country to abolish slavery. And I saw kids here, young people, They must be the future. I'm pretty sure that the kids that are watching us, these teenagers, are going to talk about those issues, and they're going to talk about the issues in school. They're going to talk about food that is served in school too. And sometimes we see civil servants, the ones that kill Deborah, because we are paying those people's salaries through our taxes, and they're killing our population. You see? And please look, oh, but please get those kids and bring them home. But this is what we listen. That's what we listen from these xenophobic people. Do you see? And then I know I don't have much time, but let me just say something. We create a special institution devoted to youngsters, to young criminals. It is called Fundação Casa, House Foundation in Portuguese. So let me just say something. Deborah, look, I'm sorry, I do not know your names. And Hortense, the lady here, we do not give birth to children that yell, that mistreat others. I do not want to have those kids on the streets, of course. We don't want to have those kids to become prisoners because of, I would say, because of a minor thing, minor issue. Because our prison system, and FEBEM as well, Fundação Casa, it is a class institution. So it encompasses people from 14 years old to 29 years old. And Hortense says something really important. This is systemic. So I would say that Brazil didn't have the necessary conditions to recover what was done in slave ships in the past. And this is continuous, unfortunately. We are still on the same path. I'm from Guarulhos, São Paulo. I know what you have been through. I know what that connector is. And I understood when you talked about Koreans and economic autonomy. You see, I understood what you said. And we're going to be far away. We are far away from those SDGs. We still have a long way to go when it comes to SDGs because our country does not accept what we have done. And we still do it. Whenever I go to a place and I'm going to return a dish, a plate, you know what I get? That's stupid. That's silly. You see, you're doing somebody else's job. You see, that's a very evil way of expressing yourself. It's the culture of imperialism. You see? That was a wonderful day. Unfortunately, I couldn't speak last night, but now this event made my day. Here I am because those things have to be done for us. We have to listen to SDGs, of course. We have to promote this in our city. We have to demand this from our city mayor. We have to demand this. We have to talk to the secretary. Thank you very much.
My name is Ale de Brito, and I live in the suburbs of Guarulhos. Good morning, my name is Grazi. I'm a counselor of the Cadres of Sapopemba, and it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm really happy to be here learning with you all. Inside Cadres, in addition to environment and sustainability, we also work with the issue of peace culture, which meets every speech of you all, of you people. So one of the things that we learn about is nonviolent communication, which is really, really important. And I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher for elementary school and kindergarten. And the speech from the teacher goes towards meets everyone else here. And if we don't invest in public policies in the first childhood levels about ethnic and racial questions, we will have teenagers and adults who will be problematic invading schools and killing our children. So I would like to get to know from you people, like, what are the strategies? I mean, we have all these things. Like, it's really beautiful to have it in theory here when we're talking about the gender curriculum for the city in theory. Theoretically, it's great. It's great, when we talk about what are the rules here, what are the for education. They're really beautiful when you read it. But unfortunately, when we get to issues, when we're talking about the network, the direct network, and the partner network, the teachers are not having like a continuous education and formation in order to become better, to take care of these children. They will not have like this point of view. Adapting is easy, but what about welcoming them? What about loving? Love, it's care. Yes, you're right, teacher. So the thing that I would like to know from you is understanding, how do we promote this welcoming? How do we promote this continuous education for our teachers? How do we invest in that? Why do we talk about the reform in the high school if we don't talk about the childhood education and kindergarten, elementary school and kindergarten? Even Cuba is light years ahead of our education here in Brazil. And their schools are physically in pieces. They are ruins right now, but in the rankings of education right now, Cuba is above Brazil. So I'd like to propose, I mean, not propose, but to ask suggestions. Ask you for suggestions in how we can improve this ethnical ratio issue that we have, and that in children education, elementary education, especially in kindergarten. And thank you and congratulations for your speeches. I want to be the first one to answer. I've Let me be practical here. I've little bit part about when we join education and teaching here in the culture, the history here of Africa. I believe that implementing that is the first thing that we have to do, because racism is part of a discrimination, and discrimination is born out of prejudice, and prejudice comes out of ignorance. And then people makes themselves they need to understand why they are speaking. There is a word that refugees have heard so much, like, don't judge me without knowing me. Don't judge me without getting to know me. And we need to remove Africa from their imaginations. We need to make people understanding what is the real Africa. Africa is not only misery. It's not something where people, not a place where people are always asking for help because the children are super thin and have no, people are skinny, and they are there with these walking around with lions. And when we're talking about spirituality, it's jinxing people. This is not real Africa. Africa is philosophy, is technology, science. And then people can understand that what we see there is someone who is human like me, and it has all that education. And we need to understand that they have respect, and then they will fight against discrimination, and then racism falls down to that, because they need to understand that diversity was created regardless of anyone's wills, so we could live together and work together to make a better world. I see my daughter there. She's there, and she's in the first year, and then she asked me, "Mom, we have had a class about Africa, and how was it like?" Mom, she said you're a princess, right? Yeah. But where's your history book about princesses? What? Why? What do you mean? She said, I don't know. My teacher told us. She was teaching us about Africa, and she was talking about Congo. What did she say about Congo? And then she got it from her backpack, a little doll. And she said, oh, this little doll, my teacher said that there was a history about a Bayomi. And this little doll here It was offered to the women, and this is a little doll that takes care of the children. Then I looked at her and said, "Look, tomorrow when you go back to your school, you tell your teacher that I talked to my mother and he said that everything that you taught to us is a lie." Yeah, that's it. It's a lie. So a Biomi, everyone knows about the story of a Biomi. So I'm not, condemning the teacher, but we're talking about ignorance. We need to inform people better so that we can actually transmit the right information. And this goes to the right information. So we need to privilege and make these studies and these thoughts a real thing. Because when our children are there studying about other cultures and other things, they say other things, but when they're talking about Africa, they just talk about the forest, they just talk about the bushes. So we need to really incentive these issues there. Hortense is here giving us a lesson about these things, a real class. So we have this bias here that it's not only necessary to say that it's not racist, we need to be anti racist. This is the way for all of us. And this is a proper view of mothers here. The next project that we'll have here, it's a project of public policies for to capacitate professionals. And these professions need to be created. These professionals were raised under the theory that when my grandson arrives home, for example, and they see my picture with an indigenous person, they ask, "Grandma, aren't indigenous people just made of paper? How is he there with you?" So we need to understand that this culture of peace, it can't be hidden. This culture of peace, it is a culture that when it comes up, when it happens, it will only happen when social justice is deeply rooted in our society and in the mindset of these children. Because when we see like high schoolers going out to the streets to talk about their food, they are attacked by the police, the military police that we have. They are attacked by the state. So we're talking about high schoolers, people who are really young, who just are a little bit above elementary schoolers, but they are fighting for their, having a proper education and a better education. It's not a camouflaged education, a hidden education that says that the indigenous people from Brazil are made of paper. So we need to have that point of view that educators need to go back a little bit, to leave theory and go out of their ideology and go to their practice. So we need to ask ourselves, where did we make a mistake? This is actually human growth. We can't sweep it under the rug once again. We call it the dirt. We can't sweep the dirt under the rug because we're, fooling ourselves. There is no culture of peace without social justice. This is what I told in Colombia. This white peace is the peace of the cemetery. It's the peace with the prison system that they offer us all. Black people who live in favelas and suburbs. The favelas, the slums are the solutions. That's why they are repressed. The poor suburbs are the solution. That's why we are repressed. That's why we're going through the academy. The academy. Let's do that exchange together. Let's have dialogue. Let's occupy spaces. And because when we see our people occupying spaces and we feel comfortable there, because occupying spaces is, bothering the system, becoming something that disturbs the system. Because otherwise we keep on and remain, we just maintain the oppression that we've learned, and we cannot accept that. We need to occupy and resist and disturb the system. There's no other way for us. We are here to break protocols. We are here to say this is a moment of changing against genocide, against homophobia, against every kind of oppression and discrimination in this country. And this was the door. So when I came here and accepted to discuss this, even though I do not have the academic speech, I know how to conjugate my verbs because I act in the right way to build these public policies. Because it doesn't matter if we say beautiful fallacies and I act wrong. It doesn't matter. We can't cry over spilled milk. We need to be here listening to these moms, like she herself mentioned here, that if we're teaching children lies, we'll be continuing having this country which is a farce. It is a farce of a welcoming country. It's not true. We have nothing here. So the law of slavery abolition, it was a white law. It was written by a white person and written with a pencil, so anyone can erase it. So this slave work that is analogous to other things here, things that we see in the news here, it's real. It's actually real. So the things that we can say here, is slavery actually over? If we're looking at work that is analogous to slavery, if we see black women being enslaved in the kitchens and in the houses of white people, and should say that they are part of our families, they're not part of their families. But the children do not do their work that the black woman does. So yeah, people, let's leave that hypocrisy and go to practice, because we need our country to advance. We need our country to advance more and more, because bullying inside schools is perverse, and it comes as because of professionals that we have, and we have like several uh, people denouncing that, and we need to fight for a more equal Brazil. But it goes through educators who can't say that this little doll. They say don't they I mean the mothers don't have to say that this little doll is a lie. That can't happen. We're together in this.
I think I did not know Hortense, but Deborah and I have been friends for a long time. I'm thrilled. Not only me, of course, we all enjoyed your speeches, and I was wondering about opportunities that are not that are lost because we have people that have so much knowledge. Hortense, as an example, is an example of that. She has to be included. I have a friend that is from Congo too. He was born in Paris, but and then he moved to Congo, then he moved to Brazil, and then is finishing his doctor's degree. He's coming back to his home country because unfortunately he was not able to have a good job in Brazil as a professor. That's a pity, of course. And we usually say and hear that Brazil is not productive, that workers in Brazil are not that productive, not that good. On top of that, not only are we not welcoming, but at the same time, we do waste technical skills, technical background. So we, of course, do not take into account women's skills. We know that educational rates in Brazil are really bad, especially if you compare women to men. And when we look at the labor market, we know and we see that those women are able to reach uh, uh, the C-suite level. And of course, we are losing those people that would be essential, of course, when it comes to public policies. And of course, these people would be able to come up with very good solutions for society as a whole. And not only that, we are, of course, not we're not able to use, so to speak, those migrants in a good way. They cannot, of course, exert their professions as they should. So that's a very important takeaway message. I believe that as a society, we are not taking advantage of these opportunities. We are losing money and we are unable to develop as we should. Graziella mentioned something interesting that walks hand in hand with what I've just said. We are racist because we are not able to tackle this problem since its very beginning, since childhood education, and since the early years in school. I see eye to eye with Hortense when she said that we do have to have a good education that is, of course, against racism. On top of that, we have to understand that schools are going to become an anti racism place as new black teachers are present. And of course, we have to have educational councils, and we have to have those councils with people that are aware of anti racism topics. Unfortunately, for complex issues, there is no magical solution. We all need a joint effort, the government, and of course, public institutions. We need those organizations to be sensitive to race and gender issues. Therefore, the Secretariat has been doing a tremendous job. All secretariats have been doing their best in promoting a dialogue with the health area, educational area. This is essential. By doing this, we can tackle this in all areas. We have to take into account gender issues and racial issues as a complex problem that encompasses many areas. So we have to have some policies, some educational policies that are truly anti-racism, that can promote gender equality. We do have to have this in healthcare systems too. So we don't have a paradox. And of course, this solution can be applied in many areas. A good teacher that has lots of knowledge have to be educated, have to know about gender equality and other issues. I think I see eye to eye with you for sure. The system is evil, of course, but the system has to know what can be changed in order to reach the teacher. The teachers are key elements. If we cannot reach teachers, we cannot be successful, right? Thank you very much. The idea is a mindset change. We have to aim at the future. Call Mães de Mayo to make the system collapse. We are on the right track. Everything that was said by the ladies was amazing. I would like to say something else. Of course, we have to focus on students and teachers from elementary levels too. We have been visiting public schools and private schools to focus on teachers' education and to make them more sensitive to issues. And of course, we have immigrants there too, so that we can promote a joint effort in classrooms. The thing is, refugees are important, of course. They are a key element in our society. We have been talking about this and dealing with this problem for many, many decades. And we have been having more people, especially since 2010. And we do believe in this movement. I believe that we should promote education of teachers and public servants, civil servants, but not only in schools, but in other places too. But I would say that teachers and students are essential so that we can have a more empathetic society, a more welcoming society that reflects upon migration and immigration as specific topics in a different way. Before we end our session, there was a second question, another question. What can be done in tangible ways? I would say that when we think about SDGs, we are talking about public responsibilities, and I think it's worth mentioning the role of the city of São Paulo. Marta, our secretary, is a leader. We had in 2000 the Black Awareness Day and other initiatives too. When we think about the current context, I would say that in my opinion, we have four city hall secretaries that are black. And of course, that's very important when it comes to fighting against racism. And we have to have racial quotas too. The presence of black women is important. Of course, as secretaries in many kinds of departments, justice, and other areas. So here we have, of course, some criteria in order to fulfill this need. So a specific law does not fulfill everything that we have to do. We have to, of course, have schools. We know that schools are important. We have to understand the importance of African nations in Brazil, in other places too. But I believe that in 2023, we had to sanction a specific law from 2023, and this law determines that in schools, uh, fight against racism should be promoted. So we are talking to the Education Secretariat so that we can promote this in our schools. The Human Rights Secretariat as well is focused on that. We know that racial equity is essential. We, of course, had some activities aimed at fighting against racism. We are concluding as well the cycle with healthcare system too. At the end of the month, we're going to have a new cycle focused on social assistance, and soon we're going to focus on education. I do not know if you noticed in São Paulo we have 120 buses where it's written "Racism is crime, denounce it." This is part of the public idea. São Paulo, of course, welcomes people that are victims of racial violence. It's a free service, and this is a partnership with a civil uh, society that provides psychological help to everyone, people that suffer from racism. Of course, we have to talk about a conference on black awareness. It has promoted, of course, visibility to everyone. Every month, towns talk to our city hall because they want to promote anti-racism fight in their cities too. We have a major challenge before us, but we know that São Paulo is on the right track. So now I think that we could call our International Relations Secretary, Marta Suplicy, to join us on stage in order to register this moment, please.
Just take a picture. Yeah, just feel free to do it. I would like to thank your presence for everyone here, especially our panelists here. And I believe discussions over this matter are very fundamental issues. And so that we really witness the quality of our panel here and we could go deep into the theme. We live in a country where our heritage of structural racism is really strong. And I agree with almost everything that was said here, pretty much everything that was said in everything that we heard in other speeches, that as long as we don't have like a clear conscience that Brazil is a racist country, we will not be able to work that. If we don't work that since the most earliest ages, especially in the houses and in schools, which is the ideal place for that, is where you can undo prejudices and improve postures and ideas on how people deal with things, and give the rights that are necessary for everyone else. And then we can talk about the gender and race matter in a different manner, especially when we're talking about young people here in a small circle. We can deal with those topics in a way that the people can actually, express what they actually want to know, because we didn't know that prejudice was so present and people didn't even know it that was prejudice at the time. So that is a matter for us who are Brazilians here that is fundamental, because we will not be a nation if we don't have at least half of our population in a situation of exclusion as we have right now here for the black people in Brazil. We would like to thank the presence of everyone here. So don't lose the further SDGs. Thank you for everyone here.
Muito bom, estamos de volta aqui ao estúdio da Virada ODS. Esse foi o primeiro painel apresentado aqui. Lembrando que dá tempo de você vir aqui para a Praça das Artes. O evento aconteceu ontem, o primeiro dia, vai hoje até às 18 horas. E a gente tem grandes shows no Vale do Anhangabaú. Então é muito importante você já se programar para que até às 18 horas você venha para a Praça das Artes. Aqui tem uma feira incrível rolando com vários expositores, com vários painéis acontecendo também. E mais do que isso, a gente está propondo que você participe desse movimento dos ODS. O que são os ODS? Os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Que todo mundo está falando sobre isso para a Agenda 2030. E São Paulo, com o pioneirismo que temos e principalmente com o apoio todo da Prefeitura da cidade de São Paulo, uma realização da Prefeitura junto com a Secretaria de Relações Internacionais, propondo a virada ODS. Então, para você, vou falar aqui para você direto, para você que está acompanhando a live pelas nossas redes sociais, pelo Terra também, se programe, vem aqui para a Praça das Artes ou fica acompanhando tudo aí, porque são assuntos importantíssimos que a gente gostaria de colocar isso na pauta da sua família, no seu almoço, no seu jantar, na sua escola, no seu trabalho, porque cada um de nós a gente precisa fazer parte desse movimento. São temas importantíssimos onde o mundo todo está debatendo, né? E a gente precisa que venha das autoridades, a gente precisa que venham para os estados, para as cidades, para os bairros e para dentro da sua casa. Então, amplia aí esse novo horizonte e eu tenho certeza que você vai somar muito com a Virada ODS. Hoje a gente tem shows, né? Qual que é a programação de shows? A programação, a gente começa a partir das 18 horas, tá? No Vale do Anhangabaú. Então, terminando aqui na Praça das Artes, a gente já vai para o show. A gente tem Francisco Elombre, que é um cantor incrível, que vai estar com a gente, a DJ Família Tríplice e Nação Zumbi. E aqui, a nossa queridíssima secretária Marta Suplicy, muito feliz de estar aqui. Secretária, para falar do segundo ano da Virada ODS. Que prazer, que lindo está esse ano, né?
Tá bombando.
Tá bombando. E a gente fala que nas redes também tá bombando. A galera aqui acompanhando a gente ao vivo no Nosso Terra, pelas redes sociais da Virada. E principalmente a galera entendendo o que são os ODSs, né?
Eu estou encantada com o número de pessoas. Cada palestra está gente saindo pelo
pela janela, tá todo mundo assistindo, fica pelos corredores também e todo mundo antenado, né?
Eu acho que a questão dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, se a gente traduzir no que realmente eles são, né, se traduz que se a gente fizer direitinho os objetivos, nós estamos trabalhando para salvar o planeta. Hoje é uma coisa muito introjetada, as pessoas sabem disso, elas gostam disso, elas percebem que tem que fazer alguma coisa. Então, tem um espaço aqui com tanta gente boa falando, tanta gente que você não tem oportunidade de estar lá ouvindo aquelas palavras, levanta a mão e fazer sua pergunta, tudo. Encantou. Eu esperava que tivesse muito sucesso, mas eu estou realmente assim atônita como está cheio e como todas as palestras está sobrando gente para fora e o nível das palestras é muito alto.
E a escolha do local foi certeiro, né? Junto aqui com o Vale do Anhangabaú, que ontem teve show incrível da Maria Rita, de Olodum com Planta e Raiz, com a DJ também estava...
Hoje também vai ter mais. Hoje
também tem uma programação incrível a partir das 18 horas. A gente vai ter também Nação Zumbi hoje, que a galera curte muito, mas mais do que isso, secretária, a gente sabe que a gestão do prefeito Ricardo Nunes é totalmente alinhada com a Agenda 2030, e eu quero saber se é por isso que a senhora idealizou a Virada ODS.
Sim, porque a gestão do prefeito Ricardo Nunes é uma gestão que pensa longe. E São Paulo tem que ser vanguarda. Então, tem que ter um prefeito que viabilize a cidade para as próximas décadas e que, para isso, você tem que ter planos, tem que ter estratégia, mas, principalmente, tem que ter uma população que entenda a importância do clima e a importância da economia circular, a importância de poupar água, a importância de apagar a luz, essas coisas básicas que vão fazer a vida melhorar ou não melhorar nas próximas décadas.
A gente espera que melhore muito, né? Até 2030, faltam poucos anos, mas a gente já está arregaçando as mangas, e São Paulo pioneirismo nisso, né? Pioneiro nesse pontapé. E o mais legal, secretária, é que a gente vê que todas as secretarias estão integradas,
mas
né?
isso é uma ideia do prefeito, viu? O Ricardo Nunes, ele acha, e com toda razão, não adianta uma secretaria fazer, tem que ser uma política transversal, porque, se você for ver as ODS, são 17 pontos. Todas as secretarias, elas têm que se encontrar em algum dos pontos.
E se encaixa, né? Tudo se encaixa.
Todos se encaixam, não em tudo, provavelmente, umas têm um perfil que não cabe em tudo, mas cabe em várias. E aí, a ideia também é onde elas se encaixam e depois elas apresentarem o que elas estão fazendo.
Perfeito. E aqui embaixo tem o projeto Reencontro, né, Jonathan, do módulo, né, Reencontro, que faz parte de uma das secretarias que já faz parte disso do ODS. A gente tem, cada secretaria pode colaborar e fazendo parte dessa roda, né? A gente fala dessa roda do ODS.
As secretarias não precisam ficar numa ODS, né? elas podem se conectar com várias e podem aprofundar aquelas que têm mais afinidade. Eu acho que está indo muito bem. Agora, o que eu estou gostando mais é como o povo está gostando de vir e como está participando de tudo, e como não tem palestra que sobre uma cadeira vaga. As pessoas estão gostando, e isso mostra que a população de São Paulo está antenada.
E antenado também está o relatório que foi lançado, né, o relatório voluntário local, onde são mapeados os ODS na cidade de São Paulo, e é uma das poucas cidades do mundo que tem esse mapeamento. Como que a senhora vê esses ODS sendo implementados através das ações da prefeitura?
Olha, eu acho que o relatório ele é quase uma prestação de conta, né? Porque você faz. Bom, e aí, o que está acontecendo?
Será que estão fazendo mesmo, né?
Quando você tem um relatório, você pode avaliar, pode implementar algumas áreas. É importante isso.
E tenho certeza que é mais uma bandeira que, junto com a Secretaria de Relações Internacionais, junto com toda a sua equipe, né? Assim como a gente já vai falar também, já estou empolgado, que eu quero saber sobre o farol antirracista, que é uma das suas marcas também na Secretaria. Mas, antes disso, continuando falando dos ODS, sobre a igualdade de gênero, né? A gente tem a ODS 5, que é a igualdade de gênero, e a ODS 10, que é sobre a redução de desigualdades. Ambos são fundamentais para que a gente possa avançar no processo da construção da fala na sociedade, inclusive de não deixar ninguém para trás, né? E a mensagem central da Agenda 2030 é isso. Para a senhora, gênero, raça, o território precisam caminhar juntos nesse momento?
Claro que precisam, mas no Brasil eu acho muito difícil a gente não atrelar gênero com raça, porque se você for ver todo o espectro da pobreza e da vulnerabilidade, no final da pobreza, da miséria, está a mulher e está a mulher negra. Então, nós temos um país com uma condição de um legado de racismo estrutural muito sério, e tem que ter esse olhar, e tem que ter um trabalho nessa direção.
Tenho certeza que acho que São Paulo consegue plantar essa sementinha, né? A gente está dando esse pontapé inicial aqui nesse projeto tão importante da Virada ODS, e isso com certeza vai surgir daqui também.
Você sabe que já é a maior do mundo, nós soubemos pela ONU?
O quê?
Já fomos parabenizados.
Então, por
pela
favor,
primeira.
vamos aplaudir esse momento aqui, todo mundo no estúdio, porque esse projeto agora sendo reconhecido mundialmente, e a gente sendo pioneiro mais uma vez. A gente gosta disso, né? A gente, como paulistano, gosta disso.
Vanguarda,
Gostamos muito disso. Agora, secretário, eu vi que a senhora já deu uma volta aqui na feira, né? Quando chegou. A gente tem vários expositores, e tem os expositores que eu acho que a senhora também tem propriedade de falar, que são os expositores do Polo de Ecoturismo de São Paulo, lá de Parelheiros, né? Tem vários estandes aqui. A senhora gostou de vê-los aqui?
É que Parelheiros mora no meu coração.
Estou sabendo disso, estou sabendo.
Quando eu fui prefeita há mais de 20 anos, ali foi transformado em uma área de preservação ambiental. Toda aquela região sul da cidade, que é gigantesca.
Incrível.
Três tribos indígenas, a nascente da cidade, tudo. Então, quando eu vejo que eles estão podendo ter sustentabilidade, é maravilhoso, porque a sustentabilidade o que é? Você poder morar numa área de preservação e tirar o seu sustento, não depredando nada. E isso está sendo provado, porque a região continua maravilhosa.
Eu fui lá esses dias, fui lá no Selva, fiz a tirolesa, andei de caiaque lá, gostei muito de lá. E é bom ver aquele espaço tão lindo da cidade, né, que é pouco visitado, vendo já os turistas indo para lá, vendo
isso
já
muitas
muitas pessoas já conhecendo esse espaço, que é São Paulo. São Paulo não é só a metrópole, né, de grandes prédios e tudo mais, tem a área verde que a gente precisa explorar, né?
Agora eu soube que tem até algumas pousadas boas, está com restaurante, eu não vi ainda, não visitei.
Já vão marcar de ir para lá, secretário, para passar um final de semana lá depois da feirada.
Não é uma má ideia.
Passar um final de semana diferente.
Pertinho,
Total. E uma das políticas públicas da sua gestão é o farol antirracista, né?
Sim.
A gente termina hoje a Virada ODS, mas eu quero saber, já estamos preparando esse grande evento também que acontece em novembro, que é a Expo da Consciência Negra?
Estamos, porque a gente tem que começar a fazer os convites internacionais, os convites nacionais, tem as estratégias todas, tem que ter a reserva dos espaços, porque apesar de São Paulo ter lugares lindos em profusão para fazer eventos.
Mas agora dominou, né? Tem evento toda
Tem um
hora,
evento
vai faltar lugar para fazer evento, secretária, aqui em São Paulo.
É verdade, então nós estamos ainda nessa parte. Mas eu acredito que vai ser tão exitoso quanto o outro. E olha que o outro não foi pouca coisa, foi 25 mil pessoas.
É isso, São Paulo cabe tudo, São Paulo cabe para todos, São Paulo é para todos. E mais uma vez quero agradecer essa iniciativa da secretária Marta Suplicy, junto com a Secretaria de Relações Internacionais, junto com o prefeito Ricardo Nunes, de fazer esse grande movimento dos ODS aqui na cidade de São Paulo. A gente fica muito agradecido.
O melhor de tudo é quando você tem um prefeito que acredita nas ODS, cobra e vê se todas as secretarias estão na transversalidade trabalhando nas ODS. Aí que vai funcionar.
Por isso que dá certo. Né? E com o seu
exatamente.
pontapé e com o seu dedo, onde a senhora toca, falando de céus, assim, porque é um legado que a senhora deixou para a cidade de São Paulo. E agora tenho certeza que é mais uma bandeira com sucesso de Marta Suplicy. Muito obrigado, secretária.
Eu que agradeço.
Vamos aplaudir a secretária Marta Suplicy aqui no estúdio. E é isso, gente. Lembrando que hoje a gente continua com os painéis agora na parte da tarde. A partir das 18 horas nós temos os shows. Esses shows vão acontecer lá no nosso palco principal, no Vale do Anhangabaú. E com certeza vai ser para coroar esse grande evento aqui, tá bom? A gente volta já aqui no estúdio da Virada ODS com mais convidados. volta aqui no Estúdio ODS. Ó, vocês sabem, né? A programação começou agora pela manhã, a gente teve o primeiro painel. Logo mais a gente volta com mais assuntos também. Tem os shows que vão acontecer no Vale do Anhangabaú a partir das 18 horas. E muita coisa acontecendo por aqui. Se eu fosse você, eu ficava antenado e ficava aí também acompanhando tudo que a gente está passando no Terra Nós, também nas nossas redes sociais. E compartilha aí com os amigos, compartilha com a família, porque é um tema muito importante, assim como um dos temas importantes desse primeiro painel, que eu tive o prazer de conhecer a Ismália Alonso. A Ismália, muito feliz de você estar aqui com a gente também, muito feliz de você poder compartilhar com a gente e muito feliz de saber que você chegou aqui em São Paulo e viu tudo isso da Virada ODS como uma magnitude grande, né? É importante a gente ter um evento desse para falar dos ODS, né, Ismália?
Com certeza. A vida das pessoas acontece nas cidades, né? A grande maioria das pessoas, já que a gente está num país que é extremamente urbano. Então, é importantíssimo que tanto o poder público municipal e que as pessoas também consigam entender, ao ver isso, né, ao ver o interesse da prefeitura, entender que, quando a gente está falando de desigualdade, quando a gente está falando de uma agenda global de desenvolvimento, a gente está falando sobre a vida delas. A gente está falando sobre a forma como ela pega ônibus, a forma como a chuva atinge o seu dia a dia, se ela trabalha, se ela sofre racismo, como é que o machismo organiza a vida delas, né? Então, a gente está falando sobre a vida das pessoas e a gente está falando principalmente da vida das pessoas que têm sido deixadas para trás. Então, a gente está falando de reduzir desigualdade.
E é importante a gente falar, né, com todos esses números, com todas as siglas, né? Você que é analista do Programa de Gênero e Raça da PNUD Brasil, certo? E é muito importante, assim, a gente ver que por trás de tudo isso são as pessoas. Né? Tem as pessoas que vão se beneficiar com cada ODS, pessoas que vão se transformar com cada ODS. Né? Então, você falou muito bem, e a gente costuma frisar que realmente é pela vida das pessoas, é pelo mundo, mas por cada pessoa que faz parte de cada cidade. Né?
Exatamente. E quem são essas pessoas, né? Exato. Hoje a gente veio falar sobre os temas de racismo e da xenofobia. São Paulo é uma cidade...
Mas tem pouco isso, né, Ana? Poxa.
Pois é, um
infelizmente
grande...
não é um dado, infelizmente, ainda positivo, né?
Exatamente. São Paulo é uma cidade que recebe muitos, tanto migrantes como pessoas refugiadas de outros países. Então, é preciso que a cidade, com o apoio dos governos estaduais, do governo federal, consiga inserir essa população de maneira adequada, garantindo direitos e garantindo a elas a possibilidade também de contribuir com o desenvolvimento. A gente tem refugiados, migrantes, extremamente qualificados tecnicamente. E em temas que São Paulo precisa, em temas que o Estado de São Paulo precisa, e que o Brasil precisa também. Então, é importante, essas pessoas precisam ter a possibilidade de ter uma vida plena, com trabalho, com acesso a todos os direitos, que o Brasil já garantiu pela Constituição há muito tempo. Então, é uma forma de tentar fazer um mundo melhor para todas as pessoas, um mundo justo e um mundo que haja desenvolvimento para todas as pessoas.
E a gente está vendo todo esse movimento dos ODS pelo mundo, né? A gente fala que parte dos países vão para os estados, que vem para as cidades, que vem para os bairros e tem que chegar dentro da casa da população, né? Do popular. Como você se sente participando desse movimento aqui na Virada ODS e como que as pessoas podem participar no seu dia a dia?
Bem, se essa discussão não entrar no cotidiano das pessoas, simplesmente o mundo não vai conseguir, de fato, alcançar essa agenda de desenvolvimento. Então, é importante que, onde as pessoas se organizam de maneira comunitária, nas escolas, nos seus grupos diversos, né? Seja em organizações como grupos de escoteiros, como movimentos estudantis, seja movimentos de pessoas que utilizam um certo serviço público, como saúde, nos conselhos municipais. É preciso se organizar e aproveitar isso, entender isso como uma oportunidade de direcionamento dos recursos públicos, dos esforços governamentais. Existe uma agenda, né? Existe uma série de metas a serem alcançadas, e elas foram pactuadas, e elas são muito bem reconhecidas, né? Quando a gente fala de igualdade de gênero, por exemplo, a gente está falando de as mulheres não serem vítimas de violência, de as mulheres terem acesso a crédito para implementarem seus projetos de economia. A gente está falando de acesso à educação, a gente está falando de uma saúde que seja também igualitária. Então, em que pese ser uma agenda global, ela diz muito sobre cada pessoa, como cada pessoa pode se desenvolver e ter oportunidades de fazer escolhas que são da sua própria vida, né? Então, dessa maneira, essa agenda global, ela é uma agenda que pode ser colocada em mentes e corações para ser implementada.
E isso que a gente quer, o objetivo é esse, né? Ismael Afonso, muito obrigado pela sua presença aqui, enriquecedora no debate, enriquecedora aqui no nosso estúdio, e muito obrigado, e a gente já está contando aí para a próxima virada ODS, né, de 2024, já contando com a sua presença também aqui. Muito obrigado. Viu?
Obrigada a você.
É isso, gente, é isso. Papo incrível, com pessoas incríveis aqui no nosso estúdio da Virada ODS. Deixa eu falar com você aqui, vem cá. Olha aqui. Se você aí está pensando que acabou, não acabou não. O que vai acontecer? A gente vai ter um intervalo já, a gente volta com outro painel e também a gente tem os shows que acontecem no palco principal no Vale do Anhangabaú. Então você tem que ficar ligado aqui, porque dentro da Virada ODS você faz parte. Você pode participar ativamente, vindo aqui participar, vendo as palestras, você pode participar vindo ver os shows, você pode participar compartilhando também tudo isso. O que está acontecendo? O que é isso da Virada ODS? Deixa eu compartilhar com quem eu gosto, com quem eu amo, nos amigos, no grupo da família. Compartilha tudo isso que está acontecendo aqui, estamos ao vivo, para que você consiga fazer parte também desse movimento que são os ODS. Aqui comigo agora eu estou com o Marcelo Raiud.
Raidu.
Caramba, eu pensei que eu estava falando certo. Raidu.
Todo
Marcelo,
mundo
vem cá.
confunde.
Por que
Não tem
todo
problema.
mundo confunde? De onde vem o Raidu, Raidu?
Tudo bem? Vem da Hungria.
Vem da Hungria, muito bem. E você veio especificamente de onde aqui para Virada ODS? Você é aqui de São Paulo?
Eu sou aqui de São Paulo, a gente é vizinho, eu faço parte aqui de uma... Vizinho, literalmente. Aqui do prédio ao lado.
Ah.
Eu represento uma organização não governamental chamada Instituto ADOS,
Sim.
que apoia, acolhe refugiados e solicitantes de refúgio aqui na cidade de São Paulo.
E eu fiquei sabendo que São Paulo é a maior cidade do mundo, né, que acolhe refugiados. Está certo esse dado? Por que isso? Por que São Paulo é tão acolhedor? A gente sente isso com os outros estados que vêm aqui para São Paulo e falam, gente, São Paulo é incrível. E com os refugiados também. Porque isso é uma essência de São Paulo, é o paulistano, é uma política pública que abraça isso. Por que se deve a esse título da cidade que mais abraça os refugiados?
Olha, eu não diria que é a cidade que mais abraça, é a cidade que mais recebe.
Que mais recebe,
né?
ok.
São Paulo é uma cidade cosmopolita, tem gente aqui do mundo todo, né? Em se tratando de Brasil, é a cidade onde essas pessoas tendem a ter as melhores oportunidades. O grosso das organizações não governamentais que atendem esse público no Brasil estão na cidade de São Paulo, então... Por consequência, eles tendem a virem mais para cá.
Mas podia abraçar mais, então, né? São Paulo poderia ter esse...
Não só São Paulo, o Brasil todo.
Tá.
Né? A gente é um país que recebe muitas pessoas hoje, mas que ainda falta um sentido de acolhimento mais apurado. A gente precisa ter políticas públicas que, de fato, possibilitem que essas pessoas não só cheguem, mas tenham um recomeço de vida mais digno por aqui.
Ana Marcelo, qual que é a importância de um evento desse, com a Virada ODS, para a cidade de São Paulo, né? Para atingir toda a população também, atingir as pessoas que não sabem, mas que, de repente, já fazem isso intrinsecamente e fazendo parte de todo esse pacto global. Qual que é a importância disso e o legado que fica para a cidade de São Paulo?
Não, isso é fundamental, né? A gente não pode estar na rabeira das das tendências globais, né? Em se tratando de refúgio especificamente, São Paulo é a cidade mais relevante, né, em termos de acolhimento, de recepção, diversidade, quantidade de pessoas no Brasil. Então, esse evento ser realizado em São Paulo e tratar da questão do refúgio é fundamental. A gente está num mês simbólico para o tema do refúgio também, dia 20 de junho, agora a gente comemora o Dia Mundial do Refugiado, né? Então, poder trazer esse tema para dentro desse evento é fantástico. A gente precisa não só receber pessoas, a gente falou muito sobre xenofobia e racismo, né? E eu acredito muito que a gente só consegue ir combatendo isso aos poucos com informação. Então, ter esse espaço é um passo muito importante nessa direção.
Bom, Marcelo, eu fico muito feliz de poder te conhecer, saber que você está aqui vizinho também da Praça das Artes, desse local que está sediando aqui a Virada ODS, e parabéns pelo trabalho, muito obrigado, enriquecedor sua participação no painel de manhã.
Obrigado pelo espaço, gente.
Valeu, muito obrigado. É isso, gente, a gente vai conhecendo tantos assuntos, tantas pessoas bacanas, tantas ações, né, para inspirar. A gente quer realmente, através de todos esses convidados aqui, dos projetos apresentados, é inspirar que você possa fazer também boas atitudes. Agora eu vou receber aqui uma ativista de direitos humanos, é a principal líder do movimento Mães de Maio, e ela participou também desse painel com a gente. Débora Maria da Silva, muito bem-vinda, tudo bem contigo?
Tudo
Já
bem,
quero um beijo.
obrigada.
Muito bem-vindo ao nosso estúdio aqui da Virada ODS. Como foi sua participação e falando de um tema tão importante, né, e que faz parte dos ODS?
Olha, foi uma honra receber esse convite. Esse convite para nós é um convite que custou caro, mas, ao mesmo tempo, é um convite que dá visibilidade ao que, de fato, significa uma capivara. O símbolo é muito forte, porque a gente vê um animal perseguido e morto também, e também a gente vê o título que se dá quando legitima a morte desses meninos. A gente começa a ver muita especulação no perfil, e eles denominam como capivara.
É mesmo?
Então, isso chamou a atenção e me emocionou muito quando a gente vimos o mascote, que é feminino. É uma capivara, é um nome feminino. Então, isso chamou muito a nossa atenção. Me emocionei, chorei mesmo, porque virar a chave do futuro é virar a chave para esses meninos terem o direito de viver, né? Não morrer por causa da cor da pele, e também o animal não morrer porque ele é portador do carrapato, xadrez, que é perseguido, é executado também. Então, talvez vocês não perceberam como é tão forte esse tema, a virada para o futuro, e trazer um símbolo tão potente, tão perseguido, que é a capivara para nós, mães, né? Então, você está de parabéns por fazer essa provocação à sociedade. É uma provocação à sociedade. E trazer nós para estar também trazendo essa problemática que é o extermínio da nossa juventude, e saber que precisa começar pela prefeitura. Né? A prefeitura, a gente começa pela prefeitura também em Santos. Né? Os munícipes, eles não são do Estado, eles são do município. E tratar, cuidar dos munícipes, dizer que vocês estão de parabéns com essa iniciativa.
A gente fica muito feliz. E agora, para quem não conhece, o que são as Mães de Maio? Conta para a gente um pouquinho.
O movimento Mãe de Maio, ele nasce em 2006, após o maior massacre da história contemporânea desse país, onde mataram mais de 600 meninos no estado de São Paulo, no espaço de uma semana, que completou 17 dias. Meu filho foi um desses. Meu filho era gari, nós moramos em Santos, e ele foi assassinado depois de uma jornada de trabalho de 8 horas porque não obedeceu o toque de recolher dado no estado de São Paulo. Né? Então, dia 15 de maio foi o dia que mais matou, inclusive uma grávida de 9 meses, que é o símbolo do movimento das mães. Ana Paula estava grávida de 9 meses, na véspera de fazer uma cesárea, e ela foi executada, ela e o marido, o bebê. Né? O bebê, ela tomou um tiro na barriga, e esse tiro, depois que a gente faz a pesquisa, porque nós acabamos sendo pesquisadora dos crimes dos nossos filhos, para poder não aceitar um copia e cola, mas sim ir para a base, trazer toda a verdade de uma história que não foi contada. Então, nós acabamos, a partir desse momento, nós não somos ativistas, considerados assim ativista, mas é uma missão que foi dada pelo meu filho de não deixar cair no esquecimento, porque o brasileiro ele tem tipo de uma amnésia, né? Porque vem vindo causas e mais causas mais assustadores e aqueles vai caindo no esquecimento. Mas esquecer 600 mortos no espaço de uma semana não pode. Então, o movimento nasce assim, o movimento faz legislação também, e o movimento quer, com certeza, que isso vire política pública. Precisamos fazer política pública, para além de um projeto. Né? Então, a gente luta por isso. Esse aqui é meu filho. E esse aqui é a mãe da grávida, que ela também morreu. A mãe da grávida, ela morreu faz 5 anos.
Ó, em memória a todas as vítimas de todo essa loucura que foi, né? Esse período aí, esse massacre no mês de maio. Olha.
Tem um MC da Baixada Santista que também foi executado. Né? A gente tem o MC Primo, o MC Felipe Boladão.
É isso, é a justiça, né? A gente precisa que todo mundo consiga aí fazer desses ODS algo que faça parte do nosso dia a dia, e movimentos assim como o seu e de tantas mães, né, que infelizmente perderam os filhos, mas que conseguem ajudar outras mães também a lutarem, e para que uma sociedade fique melhor também. A gente fica muito feliz de tê-la aqui no nosso painel. Muito obrigado e feliz de te conhecer, viu?
Eu que agradeço, e a gente tem que se envolver cada vez mais por uma política, né, antirracista no nosso país, para poder conseguir a igualdade, porque a gente não aceita mais que essas pessoas...
Chega, né?
Basta. Assim, entendeu? Nós precisamos de política pública, que um jovem não pode jamais, uma mãe, aceitar que ele é morto pela cor da pele.
É isso. Muito obrigado mesmo por ter vindo aqui no nosso estúdio também, e a gente se encontra por aí, com certeza. A luta continua também, né? É isso. Muito obrigado pela sua presença aqui, viu só? Cada história, cada convidado especial, cada projeto que a gente vai conhecendo aqui, a gente desde sexta-feira está acompanhando os projetos das cidades sustentáveis que foram premiados, projetos incríveis por todo o Brasil. Mais do que isso também, a gente ter cada participante de cada painel aqui trazendo a sua história e fazendo parte, né, das ODS. A gente tem aí, diretora, as 17 ODS para a gente poder frisar também, porque a gente está falando da virada ODS, mas é muito importante que a gente consiga falar de cada um deles, né? A gente tem o ODS 1, que é a erradicação da pobreza, o ODS 2, fome zero e agricultura sustentável, o ODS 3 é a saúde e bem-estar. O ODS 4, educação de qualidade. O ODS 5, igualdade de gênero. ODS 6, água potável e saneamento. ODS 7, energia limpa e acessível. ODS 8, trabalho decente e crescimento econômico. ODS 9, indústria, inovação e infraestrutura. ODS 10, redução das desigualdades. ODS 11, cidades e comunidades sustentáveis. ODS 12, consumo e produção responsáveis. ODS 13, ação contra a mudança global do clima. ODS 14, vida na água. A ODS 15, vida terrestre. A 16, paz, justiça e instituições eficazes. E ODS 17, parcerias e meios de implementação. Essas são as 17 ODS, é muito importante a gente frisar. E é legal também a gente propor um desafio para você que está assistindo. Escolha um desses ODS aí e levante a sua bandeira. Fala, pô, eu posso ajudar nisso daqui, eu posso me empenhar nisso daqui, eu posso entender sobre isso. Então, eu tenho certeza que você já vai poder fazer parte de todo esse movimento que a Virada ODS está propondo aqui para a cidade de São Paulo. Eu quero receber aqui mais uma convidada, ela é membro titular do Conselho Municipal de Imigrantes da cidade de São Paulo, que participou desse painel aqui também. Hortense, como vai? Tudo bem? Seja bem-vinda.
Obrigada, estou bem.
Fico feliz de te conhecer. Aqui eu vi que você estava lá no painel. Foi tão importante esse painel e entender contigo dessa sua participação. Como que foi você estar com a gente nesse painel falando de um tema tão importante e que você com certeza fala com propriedade?
É bom, né, estar nesse espaço, né, nessa virada ODS que cria um espaço, sabe, né, de dar oportunidade para as pessoas conseguirem articular, falar, entender sobre os desafios que abala a sociedade e que abala o mundo hoje. É bom, são boa iniciativa, né, onde coloca o povo para escutar, coloca o povo para levantar mais alto os gritos, né, do dia a dia, os gritos que a gente leva no nosso cotidiano e na nossa vida, né? Porque esses gritos são os gritos para que as pessoas precisam de solução, para que as pessoas precisam de apoio, as pessoas precisam de ajuda, e aquilo tudo terá como consequência construir um mundo com equidade, um mundo de paz, um mundo onde todo mundo vai viver com respeito e confortavelmente.
E qual a importância de falar sobre o racismo nesse contexto das ODS? Dos ODS.
Isso. A importância, primeira, como eu tinha falado lá na palestra, que eu me senti muito mal em debater, em falar sobre o racismo, porque da onde eu venho não existe. O racismo, para mim, é uma nova aula que eu estou aprendendo de fora da África. E então, eu acho que é uma questão que eu não sei lidar muito bem, mas, assim, com conhecimento, pelo que eu estou vendo nas realidades, acho muito importante falar do racismo, porque o racismo é uma das coisas que abala a sociedade brasileira. Não só a sociedade brasileira, mas a sociedade formada por pessoas de diferente tonalidade de pele, pobre, né? E esse contexto é um contexto muito lamentável, porque a pessoa humana não pode levar essa pauta, entendeu? Para a sua vida, para dentro da sua casa, na sociedade onde se vive, no trabalho onde trabalha, em qualquer lugar, porque somos todos humanos. As pessoas têm que entender que precisamos viver com a tolerância, tá bom? Aceitar a inclusão, entender que eu sou diferente de você, você é diferente de mim, mas somos todos humanos compartilhando essa terra que tem um dono que colocou cada um independentemente da sua vontade. Se for a vontade de cada um ia escolher o que quer ser. Eu quero ser assim, cabelo assim, os olhos assim, dente assim, a minha postura assim. Mas isso é independentemente de nós. Então, como é independente, nós temos que aceitar o próximo de jeito que ele é. Porque é isso que forma um mundo. Porque, assim, na África ou no Congo, tem uma dica que a gente diz: se você não quer, faça o seu mundo. Fabrica o seu mundo. Isso. Quem é capaz de fabricar o seu mundo? Onde você vai viver sem as pessoas que você odia, que você não vai querer ver. Então, aquilo não existe. Tem que entender, quando você é racista, você faz parte dos criminosos que está destruindo esse mundo. Porque você é aquele que não deixa espaço para os outros. Você é aquele que está discriminando, não quer olhar os outros, não quer entender os outros, quer colocar limitação para os outros, enquanto você não é potente, não tem esse direito também. E o mundo precisa das pessoas que constroem a paz, das pessoas que possam construir espaço para a tolerância e que a gente consegue viver essa diversidade, porque isso é efetiva, entendeu? E, na verdade, o que é de real no mundo é o coração, e o coração tem a mesma cor. Então, na verdade, existe só uma cor só, e é aquele que é do coração. Não é esse tom da pele para dizer que, por você ser de pele negra, você é uma circunstância agravante. que você está carregando tudo que é de negativo, né? Isso já é uma discriminação. Aí, nessas espaços, né, com a ODS, nessa virada, foi muito legal. Essa painel fala sobre o racismo, que é uma coisa que nós precisamos abolir. O racismo é um sistema que está construído, entendeu? Para assim continuar. Eu falo, né, que o racismo é uma continuidade do sistema de escravidão disfarçada. Então, se foi abolido a escravidão, tem que ser abolido também o racismo. E ainda no Brasil, eu me assusto quando eu ouço falar sobre o racismo institucionalizado. Eu me pergunto, quem está institucionalizando esse racismo? É uma continuidade do racismo, da escravidão? Então, precisa parar. O racismo, a escravidão foi abolido, o racismo também tem que ser abolido. Abrir espaço para todo mundo, tem que ocupar espaço. Viver mais a meritocracia do que levantar essa discriminação que não leva a nulo, que só está destruindo, quebrando o nosso mundo e nosso ambiente.
Hortência, inspiração. Muito obrigado por você ter participado com a gente aqui da Virada ODS. Fiquei muito feliz de conhecer. E tudo isso que você falou agora, eu acho que é uma lição que a gente precisa levar e já fica como um legado desse segundo dia da Virada ODS. Eu quero muito agradecer a sua presença aqui.
Eu que agradeço a oportunidade, feliz em conhecer vocês também. Sei que a gente está na luta, né, pelo tudo, meio ambiente, pessoas humanas, direitos humanos, democracia, para o bem do nosso mundo. Obrigada e agradeço a oportunidade.
Isso aí, continue aqui com a gente também, representando aí o mundo dentro da nossa Virada ODS. Hortência, muito obrigado.
Tchau,
obrigada. Que história, né? Que palavra de poder, que importância a gente poder falar sobre isso, né? Importância também, eu quero chamar ele, que foi mediador do painel, e tenho certeza que, assim como eu consegui aprender agora aqui com a Hortência, ele aprendeu muito com todas as participantes desse painel, né? Daniel Falcão, como vai? Tudo bem? Seja bem-vindo.
Olá, como vai?
Eu acabei de falar que eu acabei de aprender aqui com a Hortência e você mediando ali, eu tenho certeza que você aprendeu muito também, né? O que você leva desse segundo dia da Virada ODS aqui com a gente?
Lições, né? Faço parte da Prefeitura de São Paulo, a partir da Secretaria Municipal de Direitos Humanos e Cidadania, por meio da Coordenação de Igualdade Racial, e a gente vê que a gente está fazendo a lição de casa, né? Então, a Virada ODS proporciona mais visibilidade, mais reflexão e, principalmente, hoje nós ouvimos também a participação, nós tivemos a apresentação das pessoas negras, das mulheres negras, trazendo as pautas históricas aqui na cidade de São Paulo, e o poder público, a partir dessa escuta, ele tem o dever de implementar essas políticas públicas. Na oportunidade, a gente apresentou as políticas públicas desempenhadas pela Prefeitura de São Paulo, e principalmente aquelas da Secretaria de Relações Internacionais e da Secretaria de Direitos Humanos, que de uma maneira transversal, quando a gente fala sobre raça, gênero, origem, território, a população conheceu mais as ações públicas, mas, acima disso, teve um processo de integração e diálogo junto com essas lideranças civis também.
Daniel, agora quando a gente fala de racismo, a gente atinge uma população preta, parda, a população indígena, a população refugiada e tantas outras, né? São Paulo é uma cidade plural e diversa e compõe dos imigrantes, dos nativos. E qual a vocação de uma cidade para um pacto de igualdade racial? Como que você consegue passar isso para a gente aqui, a galera que está acompanhando a gente na live?
Perfeito. Primeiro a gente tem que olhar os dados, né? Os dados vão demonstrar que, de fato, São Paulo ela é diversificada a partir dessas migrações históricas, né? Falando durante séculos, mas que, infelizmente, quem se sujeita aos maiores índices de desemprego, às maiores dificuldades de acesso à saúde, educação, é a população negra, são os povos originários, os povos indígenas que já estavam aqui, inclusive, né? Mas que isso tudo vai exigir uma política pública específica para esses grupos. Tem potencial para representar um pacto da cultura de paz na cidade de São Paulo? Com certeza. E as políticas públicas também são a chave desse pacto, e a Virada ODS vai funcionar para reforçar essa possibilidade da mudança de realidade.
Já começamos, né, Daniel? Importa que começamos, e a gente espera aí que até a Agenda 2030 a gente consiga aí desenhar tudo. Quero muito agradecer.
Muito obrigado.
Obrigado pela presença, parabéns pelo painel, que foi incrível, viu?
Muito obrigado.
Daniel Falcão aqui, o mediador deste primeiro painel que nós tivemos aqui na Cidade das Artes. Agora, eu quero falar para você o seguinte: você já está preparado que vai ter um show hoje, a partir das 18 horas, aqui no Vale do Anhangabaú? Na verdade, um show não, são 3 shows. A partir das 18 horas, Então, quer terminar um domingão em alto astral, você pode vir aqui pro Vale do Anhangabaú. A gente tem os painéis rolando aqui na Cidade das Artes e a gente tem os shows no palco lá da Virada ODS no Vale do Anhangabaú. Agora eu quero chamar ela, que ela é head da Virada ODS e ela, posso falar? Vou falar português claro aqui, ó. Ela fala assim: faz isso aqui, faz aquilo lá, chama isso, porque tem que ter uma gestora, né? A gente tem a Marta Suplicy, que é a idealizadora da Virada ODS, né? Ela como secretária de Relações Internacionais, e a Marcela Pastorelli, que ela é a head da Virada ODS. Tudo bom, Marcela? Até que enfim veio aqui, porque ela já deu entrevista para a Globo, já deu entrevista para a Fantástico, já deu entrevista para todo lugar, só faltava passar aqui no nosso estúdio.
Cheguei.
Então, que bom que você chegou.
Obrigada.
E aí, qual
pelo
que é
convite.
Eu que agradeço. Eu quero que você já faça assim, qual que é o balanço desses 2 dias, né? A gente já está indo para a última etapa do segundo dia da virada, mas qual o balanço para a cidade de São Paulo da segunda virada ODS?
Super positivo, superou todas as nossas expectativas. O público abraçou a ideia, abraçou as palestras, a feira, os shows. Tá muito legal, tá com bem mais gente do que a gente estava esperando. Então, já quero deixar um agradecimento aqui a toda a população de São Paulo e de fora de São Paulo, que a gente recebeu delegações aqui de Santos, do Ceará. Então, agradecer aí, vocês abraçaram muito a ideia da virada e nós estamos virando a chave para o futuro.
A gente tem também os patrocinadores, né? As empresas que apoiaram também o projeto, que a gente não pode deixar de agradecer também. Mais do que isso, a equipe, né? Quantas pessoas mobilizadas e quanto tempo já fazendo a virada, planejando tudo isso, Marcela? Porque deve dar um trabalho gigantesco, né?
Quantas pessoas, eu não sei de cabeça, assim, da equipe próxima, umas 60, fora toda a estrutura de técnicos. E acabou a virada hoje, depois dos shows, a gente amanhã já está pensando na do ano que vem, porque tem que escolher lugar, escolher palestra, escolher artista para o show. Então, é um trabalho que não para. E, ao longo do ano, a gente também tem outras ações, né? No segundo semestre, a gente vai rodar nos 58 céus para fazer ações da Virada ODS. Então, assim, é o ano inteiro mesmo, 365 dias.
E esse ano, muitas novidades, né, com a Virada ODS. A gente tem o local que eu acho que foi, até comentei com a secretária, que foi certeiro, né, de fazer aqui na Praça das Artes, que é um local tão incrível aqui na cidade de São Paulo. Até eu arrisco a dizer que poucas pessoas ainda conhecem esse espaço cultural aqui, que faz parte das ODS também, né, dos ODS falar sobre arte, sobre cultura. E mais do que isso, tá aqui ao lado do novo Vale do Anhangabaú, com um palco gigante. Ontem, shows incríveis, né? Hoje também teremos shows incríveis também. Agora, uma das novidades também é a mascote Vitória, né? Como que foi isso? Por que a gente, esse ano, veio com uma capivara como mascote de um projeto tão incrível como a Virada ODS?
Bom, vou começar falando pela escolha do centro. Foi uma ideia de redemocratizar o espaço. Então, a gente quer ocupar o centro, trazer a população para perto da gente mesmo. É um lugar perto de metrô, tem ônibus, a gente consegue fazer a parte cultural aqui na Praça das Artes e a parte de shows no Vale do Anhangabaú. E, bom, a Vitória começou numa ideia de... A gente sentiu dificuldade em atingir crianças. Então, foi dessa dificuldade que a gente chegou na ideia de ter um mascote. E aí, conversas e muitos pensamentos, a gente chegou na capivara, que é um animal resiliente, aqui está em São Paulo, no Rio Pinheiros, e chegamos nesse desenho final, que foi a Vitória.
E a Vitória tem nome e sobrenome, né? Até para pegar todas as siglas da Virada ODS, né? Vitória de Virada, né? Aí tem a Vitória Oliveira da Silva.
Do Santos.
Por que eu falei Silva, gente? Do Santos. Do Santos. E aí você tem as siglas de ODS, né? E, poxa, eu arrisco a dizer que, além das crianças, cativou muitos adultos aqui. Ontem no show deu para perceber que todo mundo queria tirar foto com a Vitória, todo mundo queria estar junto com a Vitória. Também sucesso. Mais um ícone forte para a virada.
Não,
né?
A Vitória, nossa imagem, está interagindo com criança, com adulto, e está sendo uma animadora dos shows também.
Total. Ô, Marcelo, a gente tá no meio do caminho da Agenda 2030, né? Parecia tão distante. E como você acha que é possível a gente alinhar os objetivos aqui na cidade em tão pouco tempo?
Eu acho que é uma construção diária. A ideia da Virada ODS é justamente essa. É primeiro fazer as pessoas conhecerem a agenda. Então, quando se fala numa agenda global, tem-se a ideia de que é uma coisa muito difícil, inalcançável. E não é. Então, dentro dos 17 Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, nós temos 169 metas. Então, assim, dá para fazer um pouquinho de cada, as pessoas podem fazer um pouquinho de cada, e aí sim a gente chega no total. Então, é o apoio da população, do poder público e da iniciativa privada, todo mundo junto em prol de um único objetivo.
É isso que eu queria saber. Como que a população pode contribuir com isso? Cada um pode escolher, de repente, dessas metas e colocar em prática dentro da sua casa, do escritório, no seu dia a dia?
Claro, pegando assim a parte de sustentabilidade. O básico, não jogar o lixo no chão, ter uma reciclagem correta, separar lixo orgânico, pensando numa coisa mais na parte econômica, igualdade de gênero, mulheres com salários e encargos altos com o mesmo salário de homens, mulheres ocupando espaço de poder, de decisão, justiça e paz, então ter as instituições no mesmo nível, no mesmo diálogo. Então, assim, são pequenas coisas que a gente pode fazer para transformar o mundo num lugar melhor.
A gente fica feliz de ouvir tudo isso, Marcela, e principalmente ver o resultado aqui da Virada ODS. Quero parabenizar você, toda a equipe e a galera que está acompanhando a gente pelo Terra, pelas redes sociais aí também. Se tiver alguma dúvida, tiver alguma sugestão, quiser também entender mais sobre o que são os ODS, manda aqui pra gente que a gente vai fazer questão de responder. Marcela, muito obrigado.
Eu que agradeço. E vou fazer um convite aqui, gente. Hoje, Vale do Anhangabaú, a partir das 18 horas, Francisco Elombre e Nação Zumbi para encerrar essa segunda edição da Virada ODS.
Vai ser incrível, vai ser incrível. Nação Zumbi, pô,
estaremos lá.
Que escolha incrível. Ontem a Maria Rita com o Lodum, com Planta e Raiz, foi incrível. Então, ó, parabéns a todos envolvidos e a gente continua aqui, ó, esquentando no estúdio e recebendo muitas pessoas bacanas aqui. Obrigado.
Obrigada.
Ó, lembrando para você que a gente tem uma segunda parte agora dos nossos palestrantes, dos nossos painéis. E mais do que isso, a gente tem os shows, como a Marcela acabou de falar. Os shows acontecem aqui no palco da Virada ODS no Vale do Anhangabaú. E faz parte de todo esse mecanismo, né, de todos esses ODS que a gente apresenta, também a arte e a cultura. E o representante da Secretaria de Cultura aqui da cidade de São Paulo, aqui presente também. Quero receber aqui meu amigo Tiago Lobo. E aí, Tiago, como vai? Tudo bem?
Fala, Gutão. Tudo bem?
Na paz? E aí, o que você achou da segunda Virada ODS aqui no Vale do Anhangabaú, apresentando shows, apresentando vários painéis com tantas pessoas do mundo todo falando sobre esse tema tão importante que é rumo à Agenda 2030?
Espetacular. Mais um evento, segunda edição. Eu e Guto, que tivemos a oportunidade de fazer a primeira edição ano passado e aí ver o evento crescer, ganhando volume, ganhando musculatura, mais gente entendendo, sabendo sobre o desenvolvimento sustentável.
Isso que é legal, exatamente.
Eu lembro, aliás, no estúdio do ano passado, falávamos aqui como que a Virada ODS, ela mais do que um evento pontual, ela é uma virada de chave. E como a gente faria os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável entrarem no currículo escolar, como fazer as pessoas entenderem, que eu lembro o percentual de pessoas que sabem o que é ODS é muito pequeno. E aí a gente já vê uma melhora de mais gente sabendo sobre o que é isso, o currículo escolar da rede municipal de ensino, as pessoas sabendo o que são os objetivos. Então, eu acho que a gente cumpre. Eu tenho que olhar para lá, eu não sou da câmera, né? Então eu acabo passando vergonha. Aliás, eu vou chamar um cara que está aqui comigo, ó, que o ano passado estava junto, o Gabriel.
Tô sabendo.
Que é um que já sabe, olha lá, ó,
E aí, Gabi, tudo bom? Fica aqui, ó.
Esse é o Gabriel, meu filho. Ano passado, também no estúdio, a gente estava junto.
Inclusive, ele apresentou, segura a ficha e tudo. Vamos repetir essa cena. Segura
cena,
aqui,
boa.
ó. Pronto.
Fica segurando assim, ó. Você olha assim, ó, tipo, você está lendo, tipo um apresentador. Então, mas é isso, é uma geração nova que vai aprendendo sobre desenvolvimento sustentável, sobre as necessidades para fazer um futuro melhor. É para a geração dele. Na verdade, a gente fala para a geração futura, mas é a nossa geração também, né? Não adianta só plantar para eles, a gente tem que colher já o que a gente faz agora. Enfim, feliz, um novo ponto, mais oportunidade para mais gente acompanhar o que é. Tá lindo o dia. Maravilhoso também. São Pedro colaborou bastante, apesar de frio. Você sabe, Guto, até uma brincadeira que a gente fez, porque no dia que a gente lançou, estava um baita frio aqui em São Paulo. E aí, falando com a secretária Marta Suplicy, a gente dizendo que já estava fazendo efeito os objetivos, que o clima já estava diminuindo o aquecimento global de tão frio que estava. Mas, enfim, uma alegria, contente de ver um evento assim tomando força. Grandes nomes mundiais, grandes nomes da pauta, sabendo do evento. Então, estou bastante animado.
E você, Gabriel, já deu uma volta aqui, o que você curtiu aí de ver? Ali embaixo tem os expositores, aí tem os shows também, que ainda não rolaram shows, mas tem shows importantes aqui. Mas mais do que isso, você está entendendo todo esse movimento dos ODS?
Sim, sim. A gente chegou aqui, meu pai já me mostrou os 17, né? Os 17 pilares para o ODS. E eu acho que é muito importante, né? E é isso, curti o espaço, curti o palco, tá tudo muito bonito e é isso.
E dá tempo de vir ainda para cá, então corre aqui para a Praça das Artes, aqui anexo ao Vale do Anhangabaú, também tem uns shows a partir das 18 horas, mas tem um painel incrível que vai começar logo mais. Tiagão, muito obrigado pela presença. Gabriel, vamos terminar a live para mim então? Ó, você vai segurar aqui o microfone.
Calma aí, eu preciso falar.
Fala mais.
Ele mandou bem, hein, cara?
Bem
eu achei que ele ia ficar envergonhado. Você mandou bem, tá treinando fora que eu não tô sabendo.
Agora vamos ver se ele termina.
Puxou a mãe, né, que é artista, desenvolta em cima do palco, vou te falar.
E o pai que tá ali, ó, ralando para São Paulo também funcionar bastante.
Quando você falar, você tem que olhar para aquela câmera ali, ó.
Então fala assim, ó, vai fazer o seguinte, vamos ensaiar aqui, peraí. Segura aí.
A virada ODS volta já.
É isso, valeu, gente.
to present this event to you all. We are on the last day of Virada ODS SDG event here. The Virada ODS has been an event here for the SDGs, which is an yearly event conducted by the City Hall of São Paulo through the Secretariat of International Relations and SP Since 2018, the City Hall of São Paulo has adopted the objectives of the sustainable development as guidelines for its public policies for the city, using the program from Agenda 2030 and creating a city commission for sustainable development. This initiative reflects the commitment of the city to make a better thing by respecting the limits of the planet. Other than that, the UN has announced that Virada ODS is the biggest event about raising awareness for Agenda 2030 in the world. Other than that, in the website of the City Hall, we published a volunteer report, a volunteer local report, VLR, which shows places in São Paulo where we have identified actions related to the 17 SDGs of the UN. I would also like to use this opportunity to thank the participation of the City Hall in this, SP2, the Secretariat of International Relations, and the sponsorship from the partnership of the UNDP, and also the International Relationship Secretariat, by moving so many people from social and governmental and economic actors to help us in this event. The partnerships that we have with Portal Terra, Coca-Cola, Sprite, Shopping Day, Coca-Cola, Roda Rico, and Santa Rita, thank you so much. And I don't know if you have realized, but we also have a mascot. Her name is Victoria. It's our capybara. Please take pictures of Victoria and tag Virada ODS there, because she is a reminder of sustainability, a reminder of a souvenir from São Paulo, and also an affectionate souvenir that we have. I think it's very important. Thank you so much. Other than that, you can also prestige all the 40 stands, booths down there that are all made of cardboard all over Praça das Artes. These are work from people who make their part for a more sustainable world. A round of applause to them. Well, with no further ado, this team of this panel here, it's a very urgent team. It's a team of extreme importance, utmost importance. It's about the homeless population. Here we're going to have many SDGs, like SDG 10 about equality reduction of inequalities, SDG 11 about sustainable communities, and SDG 16 about peace, justice, and efficient institutions. This panel will deal with this theme in a very current way so that new perspectives are analyzed and debated here. Without further ado, I'll be calling the participants. I'll be inviting now Carlos Bezerra Jr., City Secretary of Assistance and Social Development. I'll also invite Miguel Pietro Verlatos, Mayor of Ciudad del Este. Carmen Silva, coordinator of the homeless movement on the center. And Darcy da Silva Costa, coordinator of the homeless population movement. I wish you all a great panel. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone who's here. It's really good to be part of this table here, of this panel. It's really good to be part of this event here, which has so much representativity, as we have mentioned before, representativity, diversity. It's good to be here, and I would like to make you like my special greetings to the Secretariat of International Relations in the name of the City Hall of São Paulo. And I would like to extend it to the whole team, and also the special person, like especially to Marta Suplicy, the Secretary of International Relations here, who develops her brilliant work ahead of the Secretary. And I would like to greet Miguel, Darcy, Carmen, the other members of this panel. And I would like to make just an introduction here so we can begin this panel and give the floor to all the other people who are up here with me so we can have a conversation here in this afternoon. So this panel is about a really important theme, maybe the most challenging demand of the city of São Paulo. In the city of São Paulo, in this moment, under the administration of Mayor Ricardo Nunes, has as one of its three priorities right now, one of the three priorities of this administration, dealing with the challenges that are faced by the homeless population in our city. We are living in a very distinct situation right now because we're living in the post-pandemic moment. So the pandemic that at first had like a sanitary impact, and it had impacts regarding life, it had impacts regarding the huge number of deaths, the challenges that we had by fighting against fake news, distribution, and sensibilization for the vaccine, which is so necessary. Which were maybe the first obstacle to be faced at that moment. And right now we're facing the consequences. And the consequences, which in the first moment were sanitary, we were a problem of public health, they started becoming economic problems as well. Because some issues like employment became so much more serious after that, and they led people to poverty, they led people to the end of the other end, where they have this situation where they are maybe vulnerable to being homeless. And we had a huge increase in the number of homeless people, and in this administration of São Paulo right now, we decided to deal with that in a different point of view. We've made a census about in the middle of the end of the pandemic last year. We had to anticipate it in 2 years. It would happen in the end of 2024, but just because we had a better photograph, a better picture of what was happening in the city, or what was the profile of the people who were homeless right now in São Paulo. So what did this picture show? This picture was able to show that from 2019 to 2021, there was an increase in the number of homeless people of 31%. We went from about 25,000 people to 31,000, more than 31,000 people in a homelessness situation from 2021 to 2022. And what did this census show us between all those aspects? But I could mention many other aspects of the census, many of the results that we've had, but we don't have that much time, so I want to highlight the most important points here, and maybe the other people who have been invited here, the other panelists will be able to discuss it as they want to. But the fact is that one of the aspects that really has drawn our attention, other than this increase over the years, we had such a huge number of families in a homelessness situations. We had an increase of 111% in the number of families. Yeah, because they would affirm that, I have like a family members here, be it in any kind of situation, any kind of family situation. But we went from 2,500 people to over 5,200 people in this condition in 2022. And after that, we've made like lots of aspects. We understood like lots of cuts for our survey so we could understand it better, what was happening. And this was a decision from the mayor of São Paulo
to make a program called Program Reencontro, which means re-meeting, re-encountering. And this is about understanding the homeless population, not only in the traditional way of public policies for the homeless population, which usually faces this population as a homogeneous block. And if we understand this population as a completely heterogeneous block made by women who are victims of violence, LGBTQIA plus population, a huge number of immigrants and refugees, families, a really diverse profile, a really diverse model of people who had different demands and needed different answers. And therefore the City Hall made this program, Reencontro, with some of important pillars. And the first pillar, which was the different demands there, so they would have different answers. So different demands, different answers, and therefore the traditional public policies would understand homeless populations of males, adult males who were unemployed and who had some kind of substance addiction, substance problem, abuse problem, or some kind of mental illness. And of course this is a type of profile, but I mean we would offer these hostels, these places where they could stay, the welcoming places, these institutions to help them. But for that type of population, we would transform those places, places that would have like 500, 600 people. These places were places that were dehumanized, with difficult administration and difficult to manage, not only through the administrative and bureaucratic way, but also from a human and personal point of view. These spaces started having interventions, so they wouldn't have 500, 600, 700 people anymore. And now that we have new guidelines there, that all these welcoming centers can have at most 200 people. And we are making interventions in the biggest centers so that they would understand, oh, this is what's missing. I have already mentioned something about it, sorry. Okay. So we started having a higher number of welcoming centers with a lower capacity, in order to make these spaces more humane. And we started giving different answers to different profiles of people on the street. In January 2021, we had about 1,700 positions, vacancies for these social hotels that were targeted at homeless population. And this month we have achieved a number of 4,000 social hotels for the homeless population. And in the next days we will make another editorial for another 1,000 positions, 1,000 vacancies to welcome people who are in this situation, especially the elderly, women, families, these people who are in a situation of higher vulnerability, in a very vulnerable group. And then we move to public spaces, like the Fundação Casa building that was abandoned. So we have redesigned them, renovated them, humanized them, so they were able now to be able to receive so much more people as a shelter. And we have received about 3 out of 6 buildings, and we were going to deliver 2 other buildings now in July. And up to the end of the year, we'll be able to give them another 600 vacancies for these people to be there in redesigning these old public buildings. And we have this new model for welcoming people, for sheltering people, which is the re-meeting villages. And it's inspired by Housing First, where we offer them the right to a house first, housing first, and then we can work on the other rights, like, for example, education rights, health rights, the working rights, the reorganization of the person and their family in general. And we have in this moment about 320 people in this new model. We'll be delivering 2 other villages up to the end of this month. one in Pari and another one in Santo Amaro. And the idea is that up to the end of this term, we will have up to 4,000 new vacancies for this modality. It's a house in a modular format that can hold families of up to 4 or 5 people. And there is a time where these families stay in this housing structure. It's a temporary housing of up to 12 months. This can be extended for another 12 months or maybe 24 months with one specific focus: the recovery of their autonomy. So in that time where they are inside these villages, they have these capacitation courses, they are reinserted into jobs, the children have vaccine monitoring, educational monitoring, and the family is being, in general, reinserted so that they recover their autonomy as a family, and so they can be sent to a housing solution, a definite housing solution in many different modes, including the priority social location mode. So these are the types of solutions that we have right now in São Paulo. And I have to highlight that in no other moment, at least not that I know of, during the Ricardo Nunes or any other maybe 10 years here, we've had such a wide range of solutions for sheltering and helping homeless population. And we went from 6,000 to 24,000 positions to help this homeless population here in the city. So yeah, there are advances right now, but there are these advances that have no precedents, but there are immense challenges right now, and these challenges have been faced. And how have we faced these challenges? We're looking at them right now and touching at like most important points. So for example, the reformatting and the reshaping of our approaches. So for example, we have created Program Ampara, which is a complementary program to the actions that we carry out right now. These are not competing actions. This is a pilot program where we do experimentation. But this is a program where we have specialized teams and diverse teams with professionals from the mental health area, with 20% of the people who speak more about these topics, people with a history there that have been homeless before, a 20% quota of LGBTQIA plus people, with psychologists, pedagogists. We have so many people, sociologists, social scientists. And these people have only one objective: to humanize and to improve the process of approaching these people in a homelessness situation. These results have been really promising, and over 60% of the people that we have approached have accepted our welcoming and the shelter that we offer them. And this is a really great advance, because we are now trying to improve the SEAS module by appreciating our employees here and increasing their teams, and by increasing their salaries and maybe re-evaluating how much time they spend doing their jobs. And these are our priorities for this semester. So on one side, we're dealing with welcoming these people, dealing with these people, taking care of these people. But on the other side, there's the problem of approaching them. And there's such a wide range now with many different ways to welcome these people, to take care of these people. And these are the challenges that we have nowadays in the city of São Paulo. Our biggest challenges right now are guaranteeing autonomy, humanizing our equipment, humanizing our approach, the respect to the decriminalization and the removal of labels to these people, fighting against the prejudice regarding the homeless population. And among one of our biggest challenges right now, when we're thinking about amplifying the number of positions that we have to shelter these people, we have prejudice that we fight from society itself regarding the homeless population. the prejudice of a viewpoint that's completely biased, completely prejudiced, and that is sometimes not qualified, and that really stops us from moving forward with further speed, quicker. But among so many challenges and among so many things that we have done, São Paulo has looked at, becoming and one of the cities, along many others in the world, that are facing like the same situation with a significant increase in terms of the homeless population. And it's important to tell you, our census shows us that 60% of this population, of the homeless population of São Paulo, 60% of this population is not from São Paulo itself. They're from other places. And I will give you an important number, because last year we took out like homeless people from over our 330 equipments that we have here for the homeless people. We could get about 9,000 people out of the homelessness situation. And this year we have an average for qualified exit of the homelessness population, like we're getting them a job and we're giving them a homelessness situation, about 1,172 people per month. And we're receiving every month here about 795 people coming in from other cities, from other states, and from other countries to become homeless here in São Paulo. This is a great, great challenge for us. And why am I telling you these numbers? Because São Paulo is a welcoming city. It will always be. But some people will say, oh, there's always something. Oh, someone will come with a brilliant, let's make a wall around the city, a la Trump, like Trump did. Let's make a wall around São Paulo. São Paulo will never have this policy. This is a barbarian thing. But we are facing this problem. The budget that we have here is the biggest proportional budget that we've always had, like here in the city of São Paulo. The speed of growth in the number of sheltering positions is the highest one in the city in the last 10 years. But we have a very important challenge right now, another important challenge, which is we need an authority, or maybe a council, a metropolitan council of some kind, for public policies for the homeless population. Because this is not something that must be faced only by the city of São Paulo. But just to compare it here, for example, we have Guarulhos, Osasco, São Bernardo, Santo André. Guarulhos, the second city of the state. How many programs they have for the homeless population? Not over 3. São Bernardo, Santo André, São Caetano, cities with a significant GDP. How many equipments do they have to deal with the homeless population? Very few. So we need to get together in a metropolitan system to define the ways. So I will end before my time is over here, people. But the one thing that really drew my attention is that when we compare São Paulo to other cities of the world here, and many cities, for example, who are advancing faster than us, like Helsinki, who had 25,000 people in a homeless situation, and up to 2020, and now they have 200, and up to 2027, they have the goal of bringing that number to 0. With a housing first policy, a pure housing first policy there. Helsinki, which we will sign a treaty, a cooperation treaty soon, together with ex-mayors Martin, Mayor Ricardo Nunes, and Lisbon as well. They really drew my attention in these two cities where I talked to the secretaries there. That's the final message of my speech here. These two cities, both Helsinki and Lisbon, they have a common feature among so many others. I mean, the things that they have decided for in terms of public policy is, of course, adequate to the realities of each one of their cities, because we learn with them, they learn with us. Yeah, we'll be exchanging experiences. We've been adapting these models to our local realities. But there is something common between Lisbon and Helsinki, because there was a society decision in the last decade and a half that the theme of the homeless population was not one to be ideologized or made a flag for a party and to make them like a political flag so that politicians would be elected with that. And having that democratic maturity, they were able to advance in great pacts for the city and for the country in order to by having a consensus on what is the path that we'll have to go through, be it from the right or the left or the center. Of course, the extremes are a little more complicated, but let's move towards the same way. So in the path that they have there in the city of Lisbon, I saw the team there, and the team that will have, works with the public policies there in Lisbon. I understood that they have a more left-oriented policy on a right-wing government, but they remained there. The team was there because the government understood and the movements understood that once we choose a way to deal with that, and once we have agreed with that with the census, we can't allow that to be contaminated by political parties and political flags in this movement and ideology. So we understand that this is one of our biggest challenges right now, our biggest homework right now, so that we can advance in this moment of polarization, that we can never give in to the temptation of understanding the situation of the homeless population that is so important for us all, and to reduce it to a situation so that it becomes like a trampoline for a politician, that they cause terrible problems to all these people who really need these public policies, and they need to have their rights ensured on the streets. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say here in terms of introductory terms.
I am speaking on behalf of Ricardo Nunes, our mayor, and I'm talking about policies, and I'm mediating as well. So now I'm going to wear a different hat as a mediator. So now I'm going to call Carmen Silva, the coordinator of the homeless population program here in São Paulo downtown. She's a wonderful lady with a wonderful career, and she can say a lot about our city, our state, and Brazil too. Carmen, you're most welcome. The floor is yours. And actually, Carmen has a sign, saying that we are running out of time. Yes, that's it. First things first, thank you very much for the UNDP. Thank you very much for everyone here, our mayor, our secretary, Marta Suplicy. Thank you very much. We have our fellow secretary, Darcy, and the mayor too. And good afternoon, everyone that is watching me. You are the people that are the most important ones. You're watching us. It's a Sunday afternoon, and you're watching a session. And here we can say who we are, and we can say what we represent for the city of São Paulo. And of course, we can go a bit further. We can say who we are in a different realm, regardless of flags and other purposes. We are talking about a very important topic, and we know that the homeless population is of utmost importance. How much time do I have? Plenty of time. Okay. So I would like to explain something from a timeline perspective. I am Carmen Silva. I come from Bahia. I come from the northeast of Brazil, and I came to São Paulo in the 1990s. I didn't want to die, of course. Didn't want to be murdered in the northeast. And when I arrived in São Paulo, I became a refugee. I was a refugee in my own country. Even though I am Brazilian, I would say that I suffered a cultural shock because states are different. So when I arrived here, I had a dream, of course. I had the dream of getting a job, of course. I had the dream of getting a house, so on and so forth. And of course, I had many dreams in my mind that had to do with public policies. We know that this is important, of course, not only in São Paulo, but in other places too. We have to have effective public policies. Let me tell you something else. We are able to hear people. It's very tough to hear the population. It requires lots of participation. The people have to participate, of course. I got disappointed, and then I had to live on the streets, and then I lived in a shelter, and then I knew the Moradia program. When we talk about the homeless population, we are talking about poor workers, and those workers cannot afford buying a house, of course, and they cannot afford taking part of a dwelling program, a housing program. And of course, when we talk about the homeless population, we are people that haven't lived in the streets, on the streets yet, but we are organizing ourselves in order to prevent this problem. Homeless population is they live in in risky areas, they live in violent places, they pay high rents, they spend a lot of money. They have a minimum wage of 1,300 reais, and of course you have to spend a lot of money, maybe 1,200 reais, to make ends meet, because of course we have very expensive rents in the city of São Paulo. We all know that. Back then in the 90s, we had a joint effort of the former mayor Erundina. This joint effort was on Juta Farm. It was applied to the outskirts of the south zone of São Paulo. Let me tell you what happened. It was of utmost importance for the worker to work and to live near his work, near his school or college. Of course, hospitals are needed, tools as well. So in our movement, we understand that houses are not boxes, of course. I believe that by working in a network, we can solve that problem. By doing this, we can be better off, of course. We can have a better quality of living. That's why public policies are essential. I'm thrilled to hear our lovely secretary saying that the homeless population, thanks to public policies, they are not they don't have to be chosen for political purposes. That's really important. But I would like to ask you another question. Every 4 years, I believe that we should not stop the programs that are so efficient. Of course, I'm an urbanist, urban planner, and I'm very experienced. And we occupied some idle apartments in São Paulo downtown. Nowadays, those buildings have been changed. We had more than 1,000 people living in those places. Now those people are better. And of course, we had to follow rules, and rules are necessary. Rules are necessary. Nowadays, we establish a dialogue with all three levels of government, such as the city hall within housing programs. Our institution is a real institution. You know why? Because, of course, we establish dialogues between poorer workers with housing programs that happen in consequence. We are not in favor of the property. We're not going to fight against real estate market. No, we are not going to do that. We are in favor, of course, of a housing program that is recurrent, of course, a housing program that is really essential, and we expect that the state and the city hall keep their promises. They keep to their plans. There is a bee around me. Maybe I'm too sweet. Maybe I'm too sweet. I'm from Bahia. Okay, so anyway. And let me say something else. I'm talking to lots of people here from different walks of life, and I believe that we should work together. When we talk about dwelling, this problem is connected to other sectors such as education, health, culture. And of course, we have to work together. We have to be committed. We have to seek balance between the civil society, public governments, and the private sector. That's what I believe. I'm an urban planner. I have a post-graduation in urbanism. and social urbanism. And I do believe that integration between all sectors, and we see this in many places. We have a person here from Latin America, and by doing this, we can copy Medellin's example that the housing problem was solved in 20 years, such as drug trafficking and violence. That's why we have to work together in seeking balance. And of course, we have to be safe and sound. And of course, we have to count on people because a sustainable state is the one that listens to its citizens. And that's what I believe in. Today, I'm responsible for 5 occupations in downtown São Paulo, thanks to the Cambridge Hotel. Now it is a condominium. Nowadays, we organize the 9 de Julho occupation. It became the most important cultural hub in the city of São Paulo. We have urban harvests. We have people working there with dignity. And of course, we all want to seek balance between all sectors. And I also coordinate 160 hubs in the city of São Paulo. Actually, I do not occupy anymore. I establish a direct conversation with all 3 levels of government, and you're bringing a specific proposal for public power. It is a participation is public and private in São Paulo downtown. And why have we chosen to live in downtown São Paulo? Because the city is ready, of course, and we don't want to be an element that is promoting gentrification. We don't want to, of course, contaminate solid waste, and we do not want to taint water, of course. So we're going to occupy downtown Sao Paulo, of course, but we have to do this in a very wise way. We have to do this in an ecological way. We have to do this in a planned way. You know why? Because that's the way an intelligent city works. And here I am today before you, secretaries, representing, I know that you're representing the mayor. I would love Ricardo Nunes to be here because I would like to invite him to know more about the program. Unfortunately, there are many acronyms, many institutions that say that they are important, but they are actually causing hindrances, obstacles to organizations that want to work together with the government. There is one more thing I would like to tell you. Let's decriminalize social movements. I'm a victim of the criminalization of social movements. In 2018, Newton Pies building collapsed, and I have never set foot in that place. And my family members were arrested, and I had to escape. Here I am today talking to you, saying that I am a community leader that works, of course, in favor of the society of São Paulo, of course, the lovely São Paulo that has welcomed me. And I felt welcomed when I truly needed to be part of the spatial and social and political life of the city of São Paulo. If I didn't know that, if I didn't know what São Paulo is or was, I wouldn't have felt welcomed. And welcoming, of course, means that you participate in the city's life. That's what we do, of course. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll give the floor now for the next dialogue panel here to Miguel Alejos, who is the mayor of Ciudad del Este, so he can begin his speech. Thank you very much and good afternoon. I will introduce myself. My name is Miguel Prieto. We are talking here not as a mayor but an intendant of Ciudad del Este here. As we say, it's in the border with Brazil and Argentina. We are from the triple border. I mean, you probably have heard about it. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. And I would like to thank the International Relations Secretariat for inviting us, and also give my greetings to the mayor here. I'm falling in love with the city here, so I would like to tell you I've been listening with great attention the history that Ms. Carmen was talking about here. You have my full respect here, and all my greetings as well to all the other mayors who are here in the panel with me. The thing that I really understand here is that all these dialogues are really enriching for us because you get out of your little square and you start understanding that in other cities, in other spots of the world, you have the same problems. I mean, of course, these problems may have different magnitudes, and this is a huge city with 12 million people, so it's of course, the magnitude of the problem is so much more, and the metropolitan area has so much more people. And Ciudad del Este is probably the most important city of a country that has less than 8 million people, of course. But then, of course, economically, maybe it's the most important one, but we have the capital, Asunción. But in terms of the city, like we have over about 3 million people in Ciudad del Este. In the metropolitan area, we get a number of maybe 700,000 people at most. And this is a commercial and industrial city with a lot of work, a lot of economically strong jobs and work there. But then we wonder, why do we have people who are in a homelessness situation there? Why are there so many problems in this city if it's so strong economically? This is a new thing there for us, but we have the criminalization of people who do something for the society right now, who are doing something for the next person. So if we're thinking about like that, these people are looking for selfish benefits in the end of the day behind their actions of charity. So what I see now is that the economic world, and this is something that I see there, it makes people become dehumanized. And in the city hall, for example, we have this body that is called CODEN, it's the Council of Childhood there, and we receive at least one report there. In a city of 350,000 people, we receive like some kind of childhood rights are being violated. At least one violation per day, at least one report per day. And this is a huge amount of work that we're doing there with the CODEN Council there. But we're talking about mental illness problems. We're talking about many other problems there, mostly regarding, of course, the families. And we're talking about we have to keep up with them, we have to follow them and take care of these rights and take care of these children who are living in their vulnerable situations. And we also have the Secretary for the Women there, which is there in Ciudad del Este. And what happens there in Paraguay is that we have sexism deeply enrooted in our culture, because after the 2 wars in Paraguay, the male population of Paraguay was almost exterminated in history. There was a moment in history, I don't remember that, like I didn't live through that, but my grandparents lived like a moment where we had like 10 women per man. So that was the ratio at that moment. So a man was highly valued, highly appreciated, and this generated a high level of sexism in our Paraguayan society. And we're trying to fight against it now, because I have a lot of gendered violence in our country. And we're also dealing with this economic violence that we realize there, where the fact that we have an economic dependence there, and this generates such a situation. So we're carrying out like an excellent work with the Secretary of Women, and not only an approach that we've had, but we're also been able to take many women out of these terrible situations and strengthen them. And since we have so many companies in Ciudad del Este, we've made a partnership with these companies in order to give them opportunities to start having more jobs, and maybe actually injecting into their minds the ideas that these women could find a way to be more autonomous there, and to make these women being able to work and produce their own money. And this is automatic after that happens. They become more, they understand that they can't allow people to be violent with them. And this is something that we have achieved with the City Hall. So when we strengthen women economically, they start to understand, they start to have some self-esteem, and violence is over after that. And the women are put in a head of their families. And that's what we have achieved with Secretary of Women. And we have so many more problems regarding mental illnesses and mental health in general. And I believe this is the next pandemic that we've had after the pandemic itself. I mean, in Ciudad del Este, for example, we've had other issues there because we have a debt with in terms of mental health, not only because of economic problems, but also a very complex situation that we have, and it has been like since from the federal government and also the government in Ciudad del Este. We are the only city in our country that has a secretariat for housing, and the country has a ministry for housing, but they're also working together. I mean, we have a dispute between these politicians. I come from the students' movement from Ciudad del Este. I'm not from a traditional party. We haven't received so many benefits from the central government there. So we have to find a way to do things by ourselves. We need to create the Secretariat for Housing. We saw that it happened in some other cities, so we tried to just say, like, okay, let's copy what's good from them. And there's a plastic industry in Ciudad del Este right now that actually disposed so much plastic powder when they were producing toys and other plastic things and plastic objects, plastic appliances for kitchen. And they didn't know what to do with that plastic powder that they were disposing. And there was so much that, I mean, the city hall of Ciudad del Este had so much trouble transporting that plastic powder. And nowadays we have these new machines that cement this powder that could create like with some water and red clay. We could use the land is red there, the earth is red there, the clay is red there, and we can make these bricks, these ecological bricks, to build houses at a very affordable price. Not for homeless people, because we haven't found the exact way to make these houses being free for people. It's practically impossible for us yet. But we understand that people who receive minimum wage, and it would be impossible for them to have proper housing. And this could reach maybe a max or minimum. These houses would cost 15,000 reais. So they would have people like who get maybe a minimum wage there in Paraguay. So 15,000 reais there, it's a lot for them already. But they would be able to have their own houses. They will be able to start their families, to have their own place. And we're trying to find a way of, bringing dignity to these people. So these are good results that we are achieving right now there in Ciudad del Este. And I would like to tell you a little bit of our experience there. We have a hostel for people, from homeless people there. And the biggest problem that we have there are drugs. Because we need to change the way that we are dealing with drugs there. We're fighting against drugs, and we're obviously losing that war. We have more and more people abusing so many substances there. And we have these people who are not addicted to the drugs yet, but they have fallen into that because of some issues in their lives, because they have fallen into these homelessness situations recently. And recently I took some time to go and talk to people who were homeless there, Mr. Francisco and Mr. Vitorino. And I sat down and I talked to them, and because they were there to protect themselves from the cold. And I understood that they were people who had a job. And Mr. Francisco was a painter. He traveled 200 kilometers from his city to come here and try to find better solutions for his life, better jobs. And he used to work as a painter. The company that brought him in didn't pay any social security for him. He had a traffic accident. And in that accident, Mr. Francisco, since he was on the street, he was stolen. They stole his cell phone and his documents. And so instead of being helped, he was there in the hospital with no cell phone, no document. He couldn't talk to anyone. He had debts. And in human terms, nobody tried to help this man. And he was there on the street, homeless. And they said, but how is it possible for you to be on the street if you have a job? And he said, I've been living on the street for 1 year now, picking up metal cans. And he was dirty, and people would look away from him. Nobody would approach him. Nobody approached him and gave him like 5 minutes of their time to listen to him and understand that this person if they had been listened, there would be a possibility for them to leave the situation. They have a family and daughters who are there over 200 kilometers who could help him, could welcome him at that moment. But I understand that this is a problem that we have now as a society. It's the dehumanization of people. And of course, we all have problems. Every one of us has problems. But in this daily hurry that we live in, to go to get to the end of the month with a proper salary, we are not thinking of looking to our side and understanding that there are people with problems that are much bigger than ours, and maybe offering our hand to these people, it costs us nothing, and we may actually be able to build a better society with these punctual little gestures, these punctual little human actions. We don't need to save the world all the time. If you help two or three people, that's enough, and that has a contagion effect. It contaminates other people. These good gestures will have so many things. And I mean, I understand that if we invest millions and millions in cold public policies, and of course we don't have that kind of budget there in Paraguay. So I believe that, yeah, this would solve many punctual problems. Thank you so much.
So before we end the first round, I would like to ask Darcy Costa to speak. He's the coordinator of the homeless population program. He's a former homeless person. He has a lot to contribute, and let's listen to him. I know that he's going to share lots of experience and many things that we can learn from him. Here we go. Thank you very much, Carlos Bezerra, my lovely secretary. My name is Darcy Costa. I'd like to say hello to everyone, ladies and gentlemen from the audience. And it's an honor, of course, to be here with with the lovely people here. As you can see, Carmen and Carlos Bezerra and our lovely mayor from Ciudad del Este. Let me say something. I'm a former homeless person, and I coordinate a homeless person program, and I am the director of CESART, which is a very important program. I would like to say thank you very much for the coordinator, Luciene Inácio. She's right here with us. She's watching this lovely event. It's a pleasure to have you here. It is an event of utmost importance, Virada ODS, which of course has to do with the 2030 agenda. And of course, this event invites us to be more committed, of course, to the SDGs and to the 2030 agenda as a whole. We're also part of this movement. Of course, the whole city of São Paulo is essential, and it's really important to host that event for obvious reasons. Let me tell you more about my past. I lived as a homeless person for 3 years, getting food from garbage cans. I was half man, half animal, so to speak. It's a poem from Manuel Bandeira, Brazilian poet. So by the window, he was able to see somebody trying to get food from a garbage can without examining what was there. He would swallow that food. I was addicted to crack during this period of 3 years. And I was able to overcome this bad moment in my life. And I was able to do this via a homeless person program. I was engaged in that program, of course. Thanks to that program, I was able to overcome that issue. And through arts, I was able to overcome problems too, by drawing, by building mosaics and workshops. That was very important to me. And by studying these workshops, I was not a homeless person. You see, I was not on the street. And because of that, I was not vulnerable to those negative possibilities. And of course, those negative possibilities would have hit me. So thanks to that experience, by being a homeless person, I was able to implement something really good I was able to implement something good, of course, not only for me, but for other people too. And the results were really positive. You know why? Because when we develop a project, of course, thanks to a social movement, and we know that this movement is essential. The movement amplifies people's voice, and this movement was born in 2004 because of the Praça da Sé, the Sé Square massacre. 7 people were killed while they were sleeping on the square, and of course, this created lots of commotion, not only in Brazil, in São Paulo, but also in Brazil too. So a movement was created. So the homeless population started to organize themselves thanks to the civil society. Other secretariats, of course, were essential. And Central Pop, another movement, was created in the future because back then the homeless population was really visible. It was, so to speak, second nature to see homeless people, of course, on the streets. They were like characters. They were like beggars. You see, they were deemed as beggars. They were deemed as characters. They were being punished by God, so to speak. So those stories were really demeaning, and the homeless population was considered to be unpeople, people that deserve to have their human rights respected. So due to this massacre, the homeless population became visible. So streets organized themselves, and that's why the homeless population program was created. It has been amplified, and it is ubiquitous in many places in Brazil, in more than 20 states, if I'm not mistaken. We participate in many social control councils, the Human Rights one, the Health Council, the Social Assistance Council to CNP Rua, which is another interesting program. We have been upgraded, and now we are respecting human rights even more. And nowadays we work on a specific protocol based on the housing program. We included as priorities other aspects. We were able to include homeless population through our program, from people that have no wage and people up to one wage. They just pay for the condominium. That was a specific possibility that was reached as a way to overcome that terrible situation. Some people call Poppy Rua as a street event, street movement, and that's obvious. They live on the streets. And it's pretty obvious to say that those people have the need of a house. That's obvious. They don't have houses, don't have apartments. They, of course, live on squares and streets. They live under bridges. So this is in definition of the homeless population. This definition encompasses everyone. So Bezerra, thank you very much, because when you were a congressman from São Paulo, you enacted a state law on behalf of the homeless population, and the committee for the homeless population was also created. And this committee, to be honest, lacks a specific decree so that we can build this state committee in which cities together can discuss and, of course, find a solution in order to help this population that lives on the streets and overcome this condition, of course, this situation. CISARTE began in 2016. Even though we established conversations with people, not only do we have to know what has to be done, but also we have to understand what can be done for the homeless population to overcome this situation. And this can be done through social programs. CISARTE is in São Paulo, Casa dos Amigos in Santa Catarina, e Moradia Primeiro project in Curitiba. We have another project regarding art in Minas Gerais, if I'm not mistaken, Cozinha Solidária in Rio Grande do Sul, the south of Brazil, and in São Paulo we founded Cisarte. And Cisarte, of course, wants to humanize treatment, in which the first treatment is integrating people, homeless people. After these people reach the project, this person, of course, is reintegrated, and then this person, of course, socializes with other people, with workers from the project, and I would say that most of those people are voluntary. It is a voluntary project that, of course, needs donations in order to survive. Because of this, after this socializing moment and after the integration moment, these people take part of workshops and round tables and health care projects too. And all those things are connected to the Brazilian health system. Dentists, psychologists, specific workshops connected to the kitchen. Even though these people are learning, they also learn how to deal with food, how to eat properly, you see? So by doing this, we want to make this person realize what real life is, because the homeless population, they, of course, defecate, unfortunately, and they urinate on the street. So we want to make those people recover their humanity. Those people were born in the streets, they were raised on the streets, they are getting old on the streets, and many of them are dying on the streets too. So that's why it's really important to recover those people. There is a shop as well. We call this Loja da Rua. It's like street shop in Portuguese. So all those workshops were built through our project. We do what we can, of course. We have, of course, Bolsa Familia, and of course, people use that money, you see, to buy some objects. And sometimes these people are badly treated, and that's really sad. In those shops, those people are able to try clothes, to make reservations, or so they are very low prices. But of course, by doing this, this person can recover his or her dignity. So these people, of course, realize that they can go to a shop and buy the clothes they want, and by doing this, it can be, and by doing this, they feel really happy. Just a small bag, you see. So we want to make these people recover their dignity. For example, people that would like to have jobs and they want to find a room for themselves. That's okay, perfect. We want to promote the recovery of autonomy. That's the fourth step. So after the participation begins, the autonomy process begins too. So when the person feels autonomous, this person would like to buy a snack, for example, or have some drinks in a very normal way, as a normal citizen. So when people are walking on the streets, you see when this person sees other people asking for money, that's very common, right? Just having some snacks, for example, having lunch, and we see people asking for money next to those restaurants. When you enter that shop or when you leave that restaurant, I lived that experience too, and I ask for money too. Nowadays, when I walk on the street, somebody asks me for money. So actually, I don't see myself in that. When you see a person, when I see when I see other people doing what I did in the past, and when you see people overcoming this situation, now this person can feel empathy. You see, and when I say that I was a former homeless person, the person would say, no, but that's impossible. So I say this as an example because, of course, we want to make people feel proud of themselves. We want people to feel proud as human beings, as ordinary human beings, because I believe that human beings can overcome lots of problems, lots of obstacles, and I believe that we can overcome this situation.
So just to complement our first round here, I would like to give the floor to everyone here from the audience who want to manifest themselves and to speak here. I don't know if anyone is collecting, questions from the audience, but yeah, I believe that they're up here in front. So yeah, I'll do here my first provocation here. Let me divide about, say, 2 minutes here. Then I wish you to control the time here. 2 minutes for each intervention from the invitees here regarding your team. So the first thing that I would like to provoke you about here, and first you, Carmen, Miguel, Darcy. The first question of the afternoon is, what is the great challenge of the next years for public policies that deal with people in a homelessness situation? What is the greatest challenges, or what are the greatest challenges in general? And I've mentioned some important ones here, but just to do like an exercise of futurology here. Let's look ahead. Let's look to the future of this world that is constantly changing, of the society that is so polarized, so complex, and so difficult right now. So let me start with you, Darcy. Now we inverted right now. Darcy, Miguel, and then Carmen. So 2 minutes for each intervention, just so we have a higher number of interventions. From the experience that we've been having recently, the biggest challenge for us right now is in terms of budget. It's a budgetary challenge for the homeless population. We never had like a budget for the homeless population in the cities. We have resources that are destined to, say, the Secretary of Assistance, secretariats that help the homeless population, but there's not like a specific budget for to work with the homeless population themselves. And we also have this urgency that is to approve a national policy for the homeless population. There is not a single policy right now, not even the policy that currently exists for the city of São Paulo understands that there is a budget for the homeless population to remove these people from the homeless situation there. There's not a law for that yet. So we understand now that the biggest challenge that we have right now is having this budget in order to finance, in order to fund these policies that we need to, these projects and all these initiatives that are required for the homeless population in order to properly help them. And there are many ways, many possibilities right now. There's so much talent on the street right now. These are humans, so we need to understand that we have talents there on the street as well. And one of our jobs there is actually to identify the talents on the street. And maybe low self-esteem makes a person forget their talent that they have. So we do these diagnoses, we give them these looks, this amplified point of view to them in order to identify these important talents. And I understand that for that the budget is really important for the next few years. So we could now begin in order to number these challenges that we have. I'm sure that for all of these countries we have the same problems. So we're talking about, for example, let's say health, and we have, it's not the same thing, health is not the same in the world because it's not the same type of health issues that we see with people who have a home and homeless people who can go to like these good hospitals. I mean, it's like when we're talking about education. Someone who was born in a family who has little resources, they have to row so much more against the river, against the current, and they have to do like this supernatural effort to reach the same level as a person who can pay a good school for them, someone who can have parents who can pay for a good university for them. So we're talking about all these benefits that we can receive from the state, which will arrive in an asymmetrical and disproportionate way for these people, for like people in a invisible situation here, the homeless people who live all over the world here, and especially during the pandemic. These people have, you have seen the numbers increasing so much, and especially when we're talking about this challenge, this is an economic challenge. This is a challenge of giving more help to these people. And I believe the biggest challenge right now is overcoming these divisions that we have among ourselves. And when we have this, we have a good initiative there, a noble initiative that thinks about the human being in general and allowing the human beings that who are not involved in that, but who want to move this project forward, so we can reach more people with that and reach these people and actually, affect them with this human power that we have. We have a project right now for zero hunger in the Ciudad del Este. But the person needs to receive at least food, at least nutrition. So the people who are involved with this project, they need to move forward, they can continue these projects. And the rest of society will move on with their lives, they will keep on working and surviving. But the biggest challenge then is actually being able to transmit well and moving on with our projects and make society grow in general. And people understand that these things might be better than the things that we are sharing right now in our society. So we need to understand that some people now, for example, they would have these problems in society, and society is really divided now, and we need to work together, we need to work in union and transmit more love and less hate. Thank you so much. So yeah, we see now that we are in a tune here. We are in tune here into the things that we're doing here or in any other place. We have the same anxiety. So the great challenge now are the integrated policies. So we need to understand ourselves as a network to make. I believe, of course, in micro politics and thinking in the direction of macro politics, and we need to think about regulation. The regulatory agencies, they need to make like regulations that are actually achievable and attainable by everyone. And this is a great challenge that we have. I believe we have people here asking questions, right? Okay, yeah, we do. Yeah, I've been doing that now. So Pedro Manhã is here from the movement Amor a Perdizes, Love to Perdizes, the city. So we are a home or association here. We want to work with the homeless people. We want to help them. And what can we do and what kind of support can we do? I think Darcy can speak a little bit about that because of their experience. It's really interesting. And then I'll be talking a minute here about the public partnership. Yeah, do we have another one? Yeah, they're writing it right now. Yeah, okay, and Darcy will take some time to answer it here. So what could we do about it? I believe there are so many possibilities that we can use here with the homeless population. It's important to define a point here. We need to define a single point. We can't do everything at once. We can't do a whole set of things at once. So we need to define a single point, a single need that we identify in those people, that the association identified from the homeless people, and try to help them to overcome that difficulty itself that you have identified. And it's really important to have one focus on what we're going to do about that. So we see many organizations here who offer food at night to the people who are in a homeless situation. But the way that we understand, how can we donate food to a person? Especially in the month of August because of the cold. And of course, this is just one example, people. I'm not telling you to do that. But for example, when we're talking about transportation and food, here food needs to be well transported. and the place where we're gonna donate that food. We can't donate it in any manner, in any way, because the food can be spoiled during transportation, and then many people can back intoxicated and poisoned by the food. And we have seen that happening many times here in São Paulo, especially in the month of August, because people get more. Oh, we see people in the cold and they start distributing food, especially food for the homeless population during the night. People are living on the street, they are dirty, they are near all kinds of contamination, rats, cockroaches, bird poop. And so we go there and donate food to them. And in the moment where we are transporting the food, it ends up having some kind of alteration, contamination. When it gets to the homeless people, it's poisoned. So it's important to have not only like this initiative, but if we're gonna do it, you have to do it really well. Like if you're gonna do it for your own family. Because when we're gonna do a picnic, for example, when we're going to eat outside on a square, we take this care of preparing a table there, preparing like some place. We put on a tent. We talk with the city hall, and we understand what is the possibility of doing that, so we don't get any tickets because for doing that, of course. And then we complain, oh, the city hall does not allow me to donate food to the street population. So yeah, we understand like the security, the safety for them, food safety for them. So we do not have like elderly people and children getting intoxicated or poisoned, food poisoning, and then maybe dying. So we need to have like a way that we really actually helping like the homeless population there. Do you want to make any comments, Carmen? Not only in addition to these actions, which are solidarity actions and charitable actions, I talk about like something so much more wide here. I would like to ask this Association of Perdizes, I would like to congratulate you for being here, that you would create a listening group to listen to the people who are there in a homelessness situation and to ask them what are their skills, what can they do. Because here, for example, in Duque de Caxias, we unfortunately had, and he died, but a person in a homelessness situation who was the biggest gardener of a square between Avenida São João and Duque de Caxias. The square was really beautiful, flowered, and was full of plants, so we need to do this listening group. And I think it's so much more relevant that we listen to those people instead of taking these proposals that are already amplified to these populations. But also, I would ask you to make a consegui, which is like a group of that, make a way to get these people to do things there, to help people to be able to do things together with you all, be more welcoming in terms of that. Because in the neighborhood we need so many things. We have so much demands. We need to participate more and integrate people into the activities of the neighborhood. And I would really like if there is anyone from organizations like that here. That Conseg has a very wide way of doing things here, that you do not become like a gossip thing, that you become a thing that really understands your neighborhood. Let's work on our territories with more care. Just like a short comment that I would like to make here regarding what Pedro has mentioned here. And it was really well explained, not only by Darcy, but also Carmen. Then we see like a great possibility here and a great thing here for a movement like yours here from Love to Perdizes. And I believe that in my speech I have mentioned that one of the biggest difficulties and one of the biggest challenges that we have nowadays in the city of São Paulo regarding the amplification of our network here for welcoming people and in order to actually shelter these homeless population, regarding the types of sheltering and the way to approach people, one of the problems that we have is prejudice. So let me give you an example. There's a space here in the northern region. One of the equipments that we've had here, we had an intervention here to divide this equipment with 600 people, and we divided this equipment in 3 different equipments of 200 people. And we are in the middle of the process right now. And one thing that, because we can't get a building to do the dismembering, because every time we get one of these buildings, people are mobilized in associations to go against the owner of this building. The owner that sometimes rents this building for the population, he's threatened. He's threatened by many people because of prejudice and criminalization of homeless population. Just so you have an idea, people, in this place, the place that we wanted to get the first building that is working there. Now I'm going to be telling you a little bit about the story here in 1 minute. But in order to get this building that is currently working, we had to had 83 visits. So let me tell you, people, 83 visits in order to get one single building to be rented so that we would have the space for homeless population. And when we were able to get it, many of the business owners there around it, they stopped it there. They were against this. They called television stations to be against it. And we were firm in it because we knew that we were on the right way. And we were firm in it, and we respected that population, and we have continuous conversations with them, and we asked them for alternatives. The only alternative that they put is, no, we don't want that thing here. We don't want that building here. No, but we need that equipment here. We have homeless people. There's not anything like, oh, we can't have these people living anywhere. We have to put these people here. So after 4 months, after a huge fight of at least 3 months to actually implement the system there, after these 4 months, some of the people who used to be against it are now volunteers who work inside this building there. So you see, one of the great challenges that we had there at the moment, one of the great challenges with these homeowners associations is to change cultures, to change a vision that they have. And I don't know if you have heard about the glass view. What is this glass point of view? And I talk a lot about that with them. What is a glass point of view? What is that? I'm a doctor. Originally, my degree is in medicine, but I believe this is one of the worst diseases that can happen to a human, which is one of the issues that we have is when we are dealing with the problems of homelessness population. For example, because we become we are not sensitive to it anymore. Because we see so many tragedies, we see so much inequality, we see so much misery, we see so much illness, that up to a certain point it becomes natural to us. And then your eye is not able to see it anymore. This is one part of it. And the other part is from society itself. Because this has been happening to society recently. And one of the things that I mostly see here, Bezerra, when we have these panels with these people, when we discuss debates with these people and homeowners associations, we do that. Oh, but there were no other places to put them. Why do you have to bring these people here? When I tell them, well, look, why do you have to bring them here? And it's not bring them here. We are them. We are the same people. We live in the same city. We're not bringing anyone. They are already here. And we're just giving them the possibility to have a roof, to have a ceiling above them. So their eye is though there's so much glass in front of their eyes right now that they are not able to look at other people as one of them. So the greatest challenge that we have right now is to fight as an association, to fight as a social movement, as the public power, as activists, as citizens, to fight permanently against this disease called the glass point of view, which is a mortal disease for the homeless population of our city. And I believe this is a good start for us to have here in order to have these expectations to have some changes in a short amount of time. And I knew there were so many more things that I would like to talk about, so many more interventions that I would like to say, but I've been informed that our time we are over time now. We're over time for 3 minutes, and that the next panel will start right now. So I would like here to, in the name of the City Hall of São Paulo, I would like to give special thanks here to Miguel, to Darcy, and to Carmen, and also to the Secretariat of International Relations for their beautiful work here. and for each one of you who have participated here in this afternoon of such a challenging debate. I hope God helps us all and that we may never fall into the temptation of having a glass point of view, and that we may also we continue resisting and rebelling against this logic of a society who is always trying to impose this point of view that it is the antithesis of the human point of view, and that we become more and more human every day, because this is the greatest challenge for all of us since the first day that we are born. So yeah, that I give you all a hug and thank you for that.
Virada ODS está bombando aqui na Praça das Artes, aqui no centro de São Paulo. Lembrando também que, além da programação aqui na Praça das Artes, com esses painéis que a gente vem apresentando, né? Inclusive esse painel que passou agora, é incrível. Os participantes desse painel virão aqui para o estúdio do nosso estúdio da Virada ODS, mas depois daqui nós teremos o quê? Shows. A gente quer festar esse momento de Virada ODS aqui em São Paulo. Então, a partir das 18 horas, a gente tem a programação no palco principal, lá no Vale do Anhangabaú, quer dizer, lá não, né? Aqui, logo aqui atrás. A gente tem um palco, uma estrutura incrível. Ontem a gente teve um show muito bacana de Olodum com Planta e Raiz, tivemos Maria Rita, e hoje é a vez de Francisco Elombra, também da família Tríplice, DJ, e Nação Zumbi, um show histórico para coroar esse segundo dia de Virada ODS aqui em São Paulo. Para você que está aí conhecendo um pouco mais de tudo isso que a gente vem apresentando, dos 17 ODS que serão apresentados, da Agenda 2030, de todos esses assuntos que a gente vem abordando aqui, se você tiver alguma sugestão, se você tiver alguma dúvida, tiver também alguma opinião, manda nas nossas redes sociais. A gente tem o nosso Instagram, que é Virada ODS, e todas as informações de todos os compilados também que a gente apresentar aqui, você vai poder acompanhar nas redes sociais, no nosso Instagram, também no nosso YouTube. Ó, a gente também tem o próximo painel às 16 horas, né? Logo mais, vai começar sobre governança ambiental, social e corporativa, e ODS também. Então, mais um assunto muito importante que vai ser debatido aqui com os nossos convidados. A gente tem, ó, só para você ter uma ideia, quem vai vir aqui, a Gabriela Priori, ela é influenciadora digital, comentarista política, apresentadora de TV. Todo mundo conhece a Gabi aí, principalmente na internet. E a Prioli vem aqui na Virada ODS também para fazer uma participação. Nós temos também o Renan Morgado, que é gerente de programas da Transparência Internacional, e a Cris Monteiro também. Junto com esse painel, a gente vai apresentar vários outros assuntos e também nós temos muitas pessoas que estão vindo aqui no estúdio para que a gente consiga bater um papo. Eu estou falando também de uma influenciadora que veio aqui convidada para Virada ODS. Eu quero saber um pouco mais do que ela está achando, de como ela viu aí os nossos expositores, os nossos painéis também. Então, Marcela Rodrigues já está aqui ao meu lado. Tudo bom, Marcela? Bem-vinda. Vem aqui, por favor.
Tudo bem.
Tudo bem? Seja bem-vinda. Me conta aí o que você achou até agora do que você conseguiu ver da Virada ODS.
Agradecida pelo convite. É a segunda vez que eu venho na Virada ODS. Ano passado.
Já veio ano passado, então.
Ano passado eu fiquei mais ativamente participando, né? E agora eu tô com um bebezinho, então eu vim dar uma olhada rápida, participar. Mas é muito legal ver que tem pessoas fazendo diferente, né? Criando soluções, alternativas, para que a gente tenha essas possibilidades para ter um estilo de vida, um consumo mais consciente.
Agora me conta uma coisa. O que você consegue tirar de proveito? Você falou que está com um bebezinho, né? E a gente aí, quantos anos ele vai ter com ele ou ela?
Ele.
Da Agenda 2030, ele vai estar quantos anos? Já faz as contas aí.
Ele está com 9 meses.
Tá com 9 meses. Imagina, vai tá aí com poucos anos indo para a escola já, mas essa agenda, né? A Agenda 2030 vai ser muito falada e a gente está construindo isso para todas as gerações, né? É para as gerações que passaram, para a nossa geração, para a geração do seu filho. E qual é a importância de um evento desse para a cidade de São Paulo e até para a sociedade?
Eu acho que são eventos que funcionam como se fossem lembretes para aquilo que todos nós já sabemos da urgência, né, no nosso dia a dia, mas acaba, acho que, trazendo um pouco esse senso de pertencimento. Todo mundo, na sua individualidade, sabe dessa importância de criar soluções para uma vida mais sustentável, que é importante mudar a forma de empreender, a forma de se relacionar com a cidade, com o consumo, com o bem-estar, enfim, todas as áreas, né, da nossa vida. Então, esses eventos nos fazem lembrar que dá para criar uma comunidade, que tem pessoas fazendo. Então, esse senso de pertencimento acho que é muito importante para dar uma motivada no momento que existe tanto essa questão de eco-ansiedade. Então, mostrar que dá, sim, para fazer pequenas atitudes e ir em direção a essa sustentabilidade e regeneração.
Marcelo, e agora falando de um ambiente que você faz parte, né, que é o ambiente do digital, né, das redes sociais. Aliás, qual que é o seu arroba, o seu projeto? Conta pra gente.
O meu projeto é o A Naturalíssima, que começou como um blog lá em 2014 e hoje é uma multiplataforma que eu digo que é de comunicação e educação de impacto positivo. Então, eu sou jornalista, né, vim de revistas, de jornais, e anos atrás, quando eu estava fazendo a minha própria transição, tentando ser uma consumidora mais consciente, repensando as minhas formas de viver de uma forma mais consciente, eu quis compartilhar com as pessoas essas descobertas até então de um mundo mais natural e eu não encontrava espaço, né? Se falava muito pouco. Então, eu criei a Naturalíssima, é uma página no Instagram e hoje eu trabalho comunicando essas formas de viver de forma mais consciente. Tenho também uma bandeira bem forte, que é do bem-estar e da beleza sustentável.
Que faz parte dos ODS, né?
Sim, né? Que é de saúde e bem-estar e é a minha linha de pesquisa dentro da sustentabilidade e regeneração, porque além de jornalista, eu também sou designer em sustentabilidade.
Mas me fala, o que é ser uma designer de sustentabilidade? Fala alguma coisa que você que está incorporado na sua profissão e que você está disseminando aí através das redes.
Como jornalista, nós somos muito generalistas, né? E agora, como influenciadora e criadora de conteúdo, que é um termo que eu prefiro, eu tentei nichar nisso. Então, eu estava ali descobrindo várias coisas ao mesmo tempo e eu queria encontrar uma forma mais holística e sistêmica de pensar a sustentabilidade. Aí eu encontrei uma formação de uma instituição chamada Gaia Education e lá eu tive contato com vários alicerces e perspectivas desse mundo da sustentabilidade e regeneração, desde novas economias, salutogênese, bem-estar, agrofloresta, ecologia profunda. E isso me deu esse olhar mais amplo para poder compartilhar desde a parte de consumo até a questão da beleza limpa, que eu falo tanto.
Beleza limpa, tá vendo? É muito legal que você vai aprendendo muitas coisas aqui também e se inspirando. A ideia principal aqui dos convidados de virem aqui para o estúdio e a gente acompanhar todos os painéis é a gente ter como inspiração, né? Agora, inspiração essa que você vai ter muito aqui nos próximos painéis que a gente vai apresentar também, também. Quero muito agradecer a sua presença. Já falou que foi a segunda vez que você vem na virada.
Sim.
Já estamos sabendo que o ano que vem terá a virada ODS também. Então, a gente se encontrou ano que vem, Marcela. Obrigado, viu?
Obrigada, aproveitem.
Valeu.
Tchau,
Ó,
tchau.
tá vendo só? Então, ó, siga a Marcela também. Mas mais do que isso, você pode vir aqui acompanhar ao vivo na Praça das Artes tudo que está acontecendo, tudo que a gente está apresentando aqui na Virada ODS. Lembrando que a partir das 18 horas a gente tem os shows. Esse show vai começar tendo grandes atrações, né? E vai terminar com Nação Zumbi. Tem noção? A partir das 18 horas no palco principal no Vale do Anhangabaú. A gente acabou de acompanhar aí o painel que a gente conseguiu aprender muito também, né? E eu estou aqui com o secretário Carlos Bezerra Júnior. Carlos, muito prazer
Tudo bem?
em conhecer pessoalmente.
Prazer é meu.
Admiro muito o seu trabalho.
Obrigado.
E mais do que isso, a gente fica feliz de você fazer parte dessa cadeia, né, de todas as secretarias também que estão aqui dentro da Virada ODS. Seja muito bem-vindo.
Obrigado pelo carinho. Aliás, o evento está incrível. Diversidade, representatividade, enfim, um leque, um mosaico de temas sendo aqui debatidos, alto nível, enfim, saio daqui extremamente desafiado, aliás, mais desafiado por aquilo que eu tenho visto, ouvido, enfim, sem dúvida nenhuma, uma iniciativa daquelas que enche a gente que faz parte dessa gestão de orgulho.
Ó, e falando em fazer parte dessa gestão, a gente pode acompanhar quando chega aqui na Virada ODS o módulo do reencontro, né? Que eu fiquei impressionado. Eu entrei lá, a gente começou a live de hoje mostrando o módulo, mostrando como que essa entrega para as famílias. Ontem, por acaso, eu acabei passando aqui no Vale do Anhangabaú, ali, como que é, na ladeira?
Na Ladeira da Memória.
Na Ladeira da Memória tem lá vários módulos do projeto
Nossa
Reencontro.
vila.
Então, muito feliz por ver esse resultado da cidade de São Paulo, ter esse projeto da cidade e que faz parte desse processo todo e dos ODS também, né? Que também é ter o bem-estar das pessoas, né? Como que é fazer parte disso realmente?
Não, é extremamente desafiador. O prefeito Ricardo Nunes escolheu a temática da população em situação de rua como uma das três principais prioridades na cidade de São Paulo. E ao escolher o tema como prioridade, uma das coisas que ele tem nos pedido é inovação. Inovação, ineditismo. Além de ser o tema prioritário, nós precisamos de novos formatos, de novas respostas para velhos problemas que vêm se tendo ainda maior complexidade. Nós tivemos um aumento significativo da população em situação de rua no período pós-pandemia. A gente cresceu 31%. Em 2 anos, de 2019 agora para 2022, a gente cresceu 31%. A cidade tem agora 31.884 pessoas em situação de rua, o que significa, por exemplo, é quase um município dentro de São Paulo. Só para você ter uma ideia do que é isso, esse contingente de pessoas, 70% dos municípios do estado de São Paulo tem uma população igual ou menor do que essa. Ou seja, a gente tem uma cidade dentro da cidade de São Paulo só com pessoas em situação de rua. E aí o desafio veio, que era o que a gente estava debatendo agora. Como é que a gente pode abordar de uma forma distinta, como é que a gente pode trazer novas soluções. E por assim dizer, nesse pacote de novas soluções, veio então a proposta da Vila Reencontro, que é uma vila formada por casas como essa que você viu aqui, um material sustentável, um material que não pega fogo, um material que tem uma durabilidade de mais de 2 décadas.
Montada, né? Como toda a estrutura.
Ela é toda montada, 18 metros quadrados, acomoda uma família de até 4 pessoas e as vilas são voltadas prioritariamente para famílias com crianças que estão em situação de rua. Com qual propósito? Nosso objetivo é que essas famílias recuperem sua autonomia. Capacitação para o trabalho, o acompanhamento das crianças na escola, acompanhamento educacional, acompanhamento vacinal, acompanhamento em saúde, enfim. E a gente tem uma expectativa que num período, que é o período pré-determinado, de 12 a 24 meses, essa família se reorganize na vila, se reorganizando, ela possa recuperar a sua
aluguel
autonomia
social,
e
já
sair
pode ir
da
pra
situação de
outras-
rua,
Aham.
sair da situação de rua e aí ir para outras soluções de habitação.
E é o projeto de São Paulo, a gente fica muito feliz. Carlos, quero muito agradecer a sua presença mais uma vez aqui na Virada ODS.
Obrigado.
E bom saber que a gente tem você como apoiador também desse
Obrigado.
projeto tão incrível aqui, que a Prefeitura de São Paulo está sendo pioneiro novamente e nessa segunda edição. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado. Um abraço para todo mundo.
Valeu, é isso mesmo. Então, ó, Virada ODS continua aqui na Praça das Artes. E você tem programação agora para o final da tarde? Vem aqui para o Vale do Anhangabaú. Tem shows a partir das 18 horas que vão acontecer ao vivo, então você não pode ficar de fora. Vem para cá, termina o seu domingão aqui com a gente. Virada ODS, virando a chave para o futuro.
Cite the categories and you can vote on those categories. You can of course check the deadlines and the phases of this award. So the very first day is today, Sunday. You can access the QR code at the end of the video. And by doing this, you can retrieve information about the project. If you don't have any initiative but you're aware of such, please share this QR code. It is like the Oscar Awards for good, for well-being, because of course it is something that can raise awareness of the importance of the impact, of the positive impact. And the last day is October 17th. People are going to be awarded on October 17th. So your initiative is going to be divulged through videos and other means of communication. It's a very interesting project, and Gisele Abraão, the person that created this platform, she wanted to promote positive impact, of course. That's why we are here. That's our intent. Let me just ask somebody here from the audience. Do you have people here that do you work in companies that generate positive impact? Or do you have companies that generate positive impact? Wow, so many people. So you are invited. You can be, of course, invited to the platform. You can subscribe to it. Here we have our sponsors on the screen. And of course, you are invited to take part of this award by reading the QR code. When we talk about ecosystems, this has to do with talking about it. We have to create a positive impact on people. So if we don't run a business, or if we don't have a company, or if we do not generate a positive impact, you can divulge the initiative. Let's try to make this knowledge present in many places. The importance of this award, because every time we talk, we get happier because we get more sponsors. Let me just share something. The winners in all categories, if we add all those numbers up, the total award is going to generate 300,000 reais for businesses. We are talking about mentorships, courses as well. And these courses are important. Those are the latest figures, and of course, our project can generate positive impact. That's it. And let me just say one more thing. The event is going to finish on October 17th. The awards are going to be granted on October 17th. Okay, so please go there. You can be there in person, and you're going to be granted that award. There are many phases involved, and we are going to, of course, record lots of podcast interviews, not only with our sponsors, but also with leaders, people. We have seen so many people here, right? So it's a way to promote knowledge so that everyone can give more value to his or her own business. So when we talk about conscious business, we are talking about sustainable finances. And of course, Alexandre knows everything about innovations. Yeah, that's true. You know, Sandra, when we talk about innovation, I mean, many companies say that innovation is easy, but actually, let me tell you something. What is innovation? Well, of course, innovation requires a purpose, and companies do have to generate profit. But of course, we have to generate positive impact. We cannot have innovation without the generation of positive impact. And what do I mean by that? We have to look at the environment, we have to look at people, and we do have to generate positive impact. And we are living a specific moment. We are talking about the innovation of people and not necessarily tech innovation. Of course, we love technology. We breathe technology. I know that you guys have mobile phones in your pockets, right? But we have to understand people's behavior. And innovation, of course, stands from people to create impact on people. So when we talk about positive impact, we are talking about innovation because we want to generate positive impact. Yeah, that's true. And of course, we have to base this impact on SDGs. If you know this, you can, of course, have angel investors and you can have better banking taxes. So there are lots of benefits that can arise from your initiative. On top of that, I would like to say thank you very much. Thank you for all the Virada ODS team. And thank you very much for the possibility of being here announcing the very beginning of this award ceremony. It is gratifying. Yeah, let me just say something before we go. Last month, I spent 2 months in Asia. I was overseas, and it's amazing to see so many cities analyzing SDGs. And when we talk about SDGs, we have to make information reach people. So this innovation, this project and this event is of utmost importance. We have to spread knowledge, and of course, we have to raise awareness of those objectives in people's lives. And let me just share something I believe. If we follow at least one of those 17 SDGs, and if we aim at those at least one of those SDGs, we can, of course, reach our destination. So please spread this QR code. It is something that has to be done on purpose. It's our intention. And of course, we have to take into account diversity. We as counselors, we have a specific board that aims at diversity, at promoting diversity. That's why it's important to spread their knowledge. And of course, we want to cause a positive impact. And we, of course, can be mentors to the winners, not only about SDGs, but also financial aspects with Coutinho and Luis Gustavo Rosa. And before we go, I know that we are running out of time. Let me just make something clear. All the assessment process within the award ceremony, so you can, of course, subscribe to that program in 2 months. So within that assessment period, we talk about positive impact, of course, and transparency is necessary, is essential. So you can follow the process online. Thank you very much, everyone. That's it. I believe that we can watch the video now.
Essa troca de experiências, de expertises, de saberes entre pessoas e organizações que buscam todo dia a evolução da nossa sociedade.
Acredito que um prêmio como esse, Gisele, pode inspirar uma nova geração de empreendedores focado em obter não além do lucro, que é, claro, importante, mas também ter um modelo de negócio que seja minimamente responsável e que cause impacto no nosso mundo.
Não é propósito ou lucro, é propósito com lucro e é lucro com propósito. São empresas que faturam, que pagam impostos, que empregam pessoas, que geram lucro, mas normalmente esse lucro é reinvestido para maximizar o impacto. Os negócios de impacto eles têm as soluções para as empresas fortalecerem a estratégia de ESG.
mais do que obrigação de uma empresa, é o caminho, né, de fato que a gente tem a seguir daqui para frente.
O que a empresa, dentro da sua própria atividade, tem como oportunidade de agregar em termos sociais, ambientais e de governança? Porque o mínimo a lei já exige e ela não está dispensada de fazer isso.
Que nós podemos ser o primeiro país de grandes emissões, a atender os objetivos do Acordo de Paris. Vamos reduzir nossas emissões em 50% com base até 2030, zerando o desmatamento na Amazônia, praticando uma agricultura regenerativa, acelerando a transição para energias renováveis. O grande problema é como nós, enquanto cidadãos, mudaremos nosso hábito de consumo e como as empresas mudarão seus métodos produtivos.
O mapa de empresas do Ministério da Economia diz que existem 19 milhões de empresas ativas no Brasil. Então, nós temos uma grande oportunidade de inspirar essas empresas a atuarem com propósito, responsabilidade e transparência.
Estamos de volta aqui no estúdio da Virada ODS. Enquanto o próximo painel não começa, ou inclusive o tema é sobre as ODS e ESG, a gente está recebendo aqui no nosso estúdio alguns convidados que participaram do painel anterior. E eu estou aqui com o coordenador do Movimento Nacional da População de Rua, Darcy Costa. Darcy, seja bem-vindo, tudo bom? Muito obrigado por ter participado desse painel com a gente. E o que você... A gente aprende muito, né, ouvindo, participando desses painéis. O que você vai carregar para si de tudo isso que a gente apresentou agora nesse último painel?
Muito mais otimista com a Agenda 2030, da erradicação da pobreza, resgatando a dignidade humana, né, e reconhecendo o direito à vida, à dignidade, ao trabalho, à moradia, né, dessa população que hoje habita, né, as ruas, não só da cidade de São Paulo, mas em outros países também. A gente sabe que há muitas pessoas ainda que usam as calçadas, as marquises, debaixo dos viadutos, né, como moradia provisória, até mesmo permanente. Então, o nosso compromisso realmente é com a dignidade humana, com o valor humano, trazendo essa superação de rua. Então, a gente se sentiu bastante otimista, com renovados nossos compromissos, né, com a agenda ODS.
E é lamentável a gente saber que mais de 30%, teve um aumento de mais de 30% da população na rua, né? Durante o período pandêmico. E a gente vê tantos projetos e tantas iniciativas assim também importantes para isso, né? Ao seu ver, e qual que é a importância de um evento desse para a cidade de São Paulo, já vindo para esse viés assim do combate à pobreza, né, e erradicação da pobreza aqui, principalmente na cidade. A gente está falando do mundo, né, mas vamos falar aqui da nossa cidade.
Porque tem um comprometimento da cidade. É importante que a cidade de São Paulo hoje, a maior cidade do nosso país, do Brasil, né, é importante que realmente que haja esse compromisso não só da sociedade civil, das organizações da sociedade civil, mas também da gestão do governo, né? Eu acho que só é possível a gente superar as desigualdades, a fome, a miséria, quando todos nós estivermos realmente comprometidos com essa agenda.
Legal. Darcy, eu quero muito agradecer sua presença aqui.
Obrigado.
A gente tem mais um painel incrível que vai acontecer. Tem uns shows também no Vale do Anhangabaú aqui. Já seja convidado, já estica aqui com a gente também. Muito obrigado pela sua colaboração com a gente, viu?
Tá bom, uma boa tarde.
Valeu. É isso, gente. Estamos aqui, então, no estúdio da Virada ODS. Lembrando que, a partir das 18 horas, no Vale do Anhangabaú, nós temos mais shows também para fechar e coroar com chave de ouro a nossa Virada ODS. Temos mais convidados? Já vamos direto para... Já vai começar? Então, vamos direto lá para o nosso auditório, que tem mais assunto e mais Virada ODS acontecendo.
Terra, Coca-Cola, Cristal, Shopping Day, Roda Rico, and Santa Rita. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Let me just say one more thing. We have Marta Suplicy, our secretary, is in the audience. A round of applause, please. She deserves it. Our lovely secretary. And it's important to remember that we have our mascot, Victoria. She is a capybara. And of course, she symbolizes friendship, and it is a symbol of our city, São Paulo. And please, you can add the hashtag Virada ODS on social media. On top of that, you can visit 40 stands that are made of cardboard. They are on Praça das Artes, Art Square. We have amazing people doing their best, searching, of course, for a more sustainable reality. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. And now, without further ado, we're going to talk about governance for sustainability. So this panel, of course, talks about what the City Hall did in 2018. And SDGs were, of course, understood as main elements of public policies. And not only that, the 2030 agenda was applied, because sustainable development is essential. Lots of things, right? But I think it was clear enough. Now let's call some people to the stage. The mediator, Daniel Falcão, and the Controller General of the municipality.
Cris Monteiro, Councilwoman of the City of São Paulo. Cristiano Prado, leader of the Unit for Socio-Economic and Inclusive Development at the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. Renato Morgado, Program Manager at Transparency International. Rodrigo Oliveira, Circular Economy Specialist and representative of the Green Mining Organization. And Gabriela Prioli, Digital Influencer, Political Commentator, and TV Presenter. Everyone, I wish you a good panel. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here as a moderator for this incredible panel for the governance and targeting sustainability. And we're talking about ESGs and SDGs. Before we begin, I would like to thank every one of you here for being here present and dedicating your time to discuss such a relevant theme. We live in a time of rapid transformation, and it's something that it's not up to discussion that sustainability is not an optional anymore, because it's fundamental at this point. And here we are reunited to look at how we can have good governance actions in order to generate more sustainable actions. So the world is facing urgent challenges with climate change, social inequality, and a lack of resources. In order to face these complex issues, we need to adopt a very holistic idea in order to involve all the sectors of society: government, companies, businesses, non-governmental organizations, and community itself. Governance, be it in the government, in the supermarket, or in the network, it's talking about all the ways of administrating something and lots of concepts about it. It encompasses processes and situations regarding transparency and efficiency when we are talking about dealing with resources. So it's about real understanding and making things well done. Efficient governance looks to balance the interests from different actors and to guarantee the conformity according to the laws and regulations that are applicable, and having ethical practices and responsible ethical practices. It doesn't matter if we're talking about private companies or governmental organizations. The objective is always just one: creating a solid, reliable way to understand things. And corporate governance has been discussed recently, especially as investment groups have been here and growing anymore, and as a way to combat corruption. In this fight against corruption, we're trying to have an entrepreneurial environment that's more fair. And efficient governance can work against the development of SDGs. It incentives the adoption of socially responsible and environmental practices, ESGs, so that these organizations are compromised and committed with this sustainability in general in its operations and activities. So here today we are to discuss how governance and good practices can boost these great transformations in our businesses, and how we can align that with the ESG and SDG practices. I hope this panel is inspiring to all of you, and that we may get out of here with really valuable insights. I would like to use this opportunity to learn more and to collaborate towards a more sustainable future. Now I'm going to introduce our panelists. Cristiano Prado, leader of the Unit for Socio-Economic Inclusive Development at UNDP. Renato Morgado, Program Manager Transparency International. Rodrigo Oliveira, Circular Economy Specialist. Chris Monteiro, our Councilwoman. And Gabriela Prioli, Digital Influencer, Political Commentator, and TV Presenter. So I hope everyone is welcome here. And some space for each one of you so you can make a quick introduction about what kind of work you make. Cristiano, you can begin. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say good afternoon to my panelist fellows here. And it's a pleasure to be here talking to you in this end of this afternoon here, of a Sunday afternoon. It's very good to see the interest of everyone here to this topic. The UNDP is the program for the United Nations Development Program. And it's one of the agencies that works to reduce poverty and inequality all over the world. It's also known as the agency that articulates the SDGs because it has a very amplified objective of reducing poverty. UNDP is present in over 170 countries, and it has ambitious goals to wake up the world in terms of this 2030 agenda. About 100 million people, we need to get 100 million people out of poverty up to 2030 with the UNDP, and about 500 million people who have access to clean energy in other countries. Yeah, here in Brazil that's not so important because it's still important, but we have reached that already. Our matrix is really clean, but that's not the reality in many other countries. So about 800 million people will be voting for the first time up to 2030 because of with the help of UNDP. And we're trying to raise up to $1 trillion up to 2030 with the private and public sectors and SDGs. This is the challenge that we have when we look to the future right now in the world, and it's a challenge that we have here in Brazil. Poverty is an issue here in Brazil. Hunger is a reality here in Brazil. Inequality is a reality in Brazil. And the challenges that we have in sustainability are also a reality in our country. So a UNDP in Brazil is acting together with the public sector and the private sector in order to make investments and finance programs and to policies and methods and regulation that can enhance our capacities in order to do a proper social transformation. Inside the UNDP, we have some areas that are divided, and we have like this large name that you said, socio-economic development. These are our social and economic projects that we have here in Brazil. So just to have an idea of things that the UNDP does, and I can talk about my area. During the pandemic and right after that, we hired about 50 civil society organizations to work together with the vulnerable population and do over 200 tests here in communities. So we could do like HIV tests with all these vulnerable populations in Brazil. And we are working with the space agency in Brazil here to incentive girls from public schools in order to be interested by science, to teach them, for example, how to launch a rocket. And we are working with the first childhood element right now. So we have like the fourth event of the first childhood stage, where we get the states together to discuss the importance of that for development. And we also work with the ministries related to the economic area in order to... Yeah, and UNDP has developed like many things here for the state of Mato Grosso do Sul, to bring sanitation to 1.7 million people. This looks like a lot, but it's not a lot. It's just a little due to comparing to the challenges that we have right now in the world. Just public investment will not be enough. We need the private sector. And the great question is, how do I engage the private sector? How do I talk in the language of the private sector? How do I bring the private sector to the game? How do I make the private sector earn money? Because, of course, this is the nature of the private sector. We cannot change that. But we also need to be interested in changing our reality with that. And the gateways are the ESGs. So we will be talking about ESGs, but this is something that looks inwards. I love the translation, like the Portuguese from Portugal. It's called governance to risks, like environmental, corporative, and social. They say it's a governance of risks and not... So they change like how the companies deal with the risks inside their own business and how it affects their own economic value. So then we have to discuss like how we generate impacts for society. And what mechanisms do we have in the private sector, in the financial sector, in order to incentive that, be it with financing lines, investments, businesses that will open new opportunities soon, and that we will be able to have voices who will defend this cause, be it, say, in politics, like we have the councilwoman here, or be it in digital influence here with Gabriela. So I believe it's really important to have this engagement here. It's really important to be there with the private sector. And we have about 7.4 millions in trillion in the private sector. And without the private sector, we cannot reach that. And this is my first speech here. I thank you for the first moment.
Renato, the floor is yours, please. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Transparency International, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much, all members of the round table, our lovely secretary, Marta Suplicy. It's a pleasure to see you here. And it's so good to have so many people talking about a very important topic. And kudos, of course, for the City Hall for the Virada ODS event. And it's good to have such an event in São Paulo downtown. We had a major event in Ibirapuera, but now it's good to have a different place, in this case, downtown São Paulo. So Transparency International is an organization that is present in more than 100 countries. We were able to come back to Brazil in 2016. It is an organization dedicated to promoting transparency, integrity, and of course the combat against corruption. It's very important to discuss SDGs based on this perspective of integrity and combat of corruption because people think that those topics are not related, but actually I would say that it is the center of how governance should be made. We have to make sure that the public interest overlaps the private interest. And, and sometimes this sense is lost. Of course, the private interest is important, of course. It is part of the debate and should be connected to public interest too. I'm not saying that. However, in our understanding, we understand corruption as, of course, using power for private gain. So when we have private or public sectors, when individuals do this, when they commit the crime of corruption, they of course want to benefit themselves from individual perspective. It's much worse than just doing something for power's sake. SDGs, of course, provide a new horizon because, of course, we have to be aware of public interests, gender equality, and, of course, promoting education and public safety to everyone, good houses and apartments, preservation of nature. So SDGs are, in a nutshell, a great pact of we as a society want to build and of course want to stand as a public interest. In this perspective, we want to make sure that we have integrity in the implementation of the SDGs. Integrity in implementation of ESGs is essential because if we are not able to do this, if we're not able to make those policies be integrated in a transparent way, we are going to have deviations. There are deviations where environmental policies are disturbed for immediate actions. There are diversions where urban plans are deviated for other excuses in a short-term perspective. So I would like to emphasize something important. How integrity practices against corruption, they are not only a goal, and of course they are SDGs, but also they are a means to an end. They are, of course, of utmost importance so that the public interest is implemented and, of course, they are aligned with SDGs and ESG practices in the private sector. Let's have a wonderful debate. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much, Renato. Rodrigo, please, the floor is yours. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. We have a wonderful round table. Lots of knowledge is being spread. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. I'm going to talk about a high-impact startup. My name is Rodrigo Oliveira. I'm a co-founder of Green Mining. Green Mining was born 5 years ago. And why? Because we wanted to help the private sector to execute ESG. I'm going to talk about my expertise, circular economy and reverse logistics. So we're talking about, of course, using plastics and wraps and how they can go back to the productive chain. And how can we do this? We want to use technology in an efficient way and we want to promote governance. We want to make all aspects happen because governance is fundamental, of course, so that the other elements are working. That's obvious. And let me tell you something. We want to promote recycling with dignity. Let me share something that I believe. I've been visiting landfills, and we see waste pickers, kids as well, the elderly. They're just getting raw material and selling the material and not getting profit. That's a major problem. And when we understand this from industrial perspective, this material is going to follow a gigantic chain until the plant is reached, until we have the whole package. So how do industries feel that those residues were collected by kids? You see, kids that whose rights were not respected. That's why in the past we had a partnership with the city hall. We wanted to hire waste speakers. We wanted to make them professionals. We wanted to provide them with technology so that we can make industries even more efficient. With efficiency, we can engage industries, of course, because industries, of course, are profit oriented, and this has to continue. We are not just allocating resources. We are aware that technology can be efficient in doing this. By using blockchain technology, we can do this, and we can guarantee, we can keep track of what's happening. We know that each day the waste speakers, those speakers' rights were respected. They had wages and they had equipment. They were entitled to have vacations and other rights. We wanted to hire those waste speakers, you see? So that's why green mining was born. We wanted to help big industries to of course, respect the laws. And this, of course, happened in 2010 and promote dignity to people in the process. And as a startup, we start hacking our own system, cracking our own system. We were able to achieve to bring lots of news. I'm going to tell this in a second. And now we are approaching and reaching more people. That's the beginning of the green mining startup.
Thank you, Chris. So now it's good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here sharing this panel with all of you. And I'm here representing a political part. And I was thinking when I was, thinking to myself, talking to myself, and studying about the topic. And one of the things that I thought about referring here is the role of the politician when we're talking about this SDG, especially when we're talking about the Sustainable Development Goal. So when we're thinking about what is a politician good for, what should the politician be doing? Should be creating policies that make people's lives better. And I was starting to think about my own term, and telling you that in my term here, I've been making like policies based on evidences, and we have seen like these policies that we make because someone thinks about something. And I've been doing a great effort to look for data and evidence to, create my public policies. The first public policy that I created that became a law was against school avoidment. And during my time there, I was looking at, I had an I studied from Innsbruck, showing that the school evasion costs millions and millions of dollars per year for the country. And truancy brings children to moments of, not getting involved with drugs, and this costs a lot for the country. And based on this study, dropping out of school, and we're against dropping out of school and truancy, what is the relation with this, with the ESGs? And it's related to education, which is one of the things. By preventing people from dropping out of school and truancy, we want these people to be we want to we can tell to the generation here now, like, we can't be telling media right now about this generation. It's the no generation, no study, no work, and this is really a compromise in the future of our country. And we will not be reaching that if we reach that, and if we don't look at education. Another pillar of my term is gender equality. And we have this a law project here, Selo Amiga da Mulher, the CEO, Friend of the Woman, which helps women to get businesses that helps women will get a seal for that. So I thought a lot about myself. I'm vegetarian, so when I'm thinking to buy my products, I try to look like the Vegetarian Association CEO of Brazil or the organic one. So as a woman, so if I'm consuming, like I'm buying a product that says, oh, it's
a company that's friendly with women, I will be more attracted to buy these products. So yeah, another one that reaches these sustainable development objectives. So we'll be talking about so many of these things, but I just wanted to give like 2 examples here from my term. But yeah, let's continue the discussion. Thank you so much. Just to finish this introduction here, Gabriela. Yeah, I stole a microphone here. Yeah, I have it here. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here with all of you. I was really happy with the invitation. I would like to thank Secretary Marta Suplicy. I was talking to her here before sitting in this panel. And since Cristiano mentioned here, as he said about digital influence here, I see myself in a position that's very special to me, which is a place of communication. When we're talking about the sustainable development goals, where we're talking about the application of governance to avoid environmental and social risk, when we're talking about initiatives from the public power or the private power and the awareness of civil society, we're talking about communication and about a conversation that will have to be dealt in different ways to reach different ears. Because, as Cristiano has mentioned in his speech, we need to understand how the private sector works. So we speak the language of the private sector. All the people who came before me, Chris, Renato, Rodrigo, they said, oh, it's so wonderful that we've had like this full audience here, and everyone is interested in that. It's wonderful, but we need to understand that this is an echo chamber. And that if we want to evolve, we need to give large steps and ambitious steps as we all want to. We need to convince people who are maybe not so prone to be in this audience here with us. And to convince these people, we need to develop some kind of speech that actually reaches their ears. So, as I said, like Rodrigo said, like my startup started thinking about ways to facilitate circular economy for the companies and businesses. So that's what we're talking about, facilitating things. So I'm thinking about the term, Chris' term here, we're talking about gender equity and having seals for the programs and identify the products with seals. We are lowering barriers so that the consumer can have access to information that is relevant to how that product was produced. So we're talking about the final responsibility of the final consumer, and we're going to talk a little bit about that further. I'm not going to be too long here. So we're putting that in the weakest part of this process, and I understand the ones that will be suffering in the most sensitive way, the climate change or non-sustainable development understood in general, which is the consumer. We put over them a huge responsibility. So where do I have to go in order to understand if a company is actually having sustainable production? So when I see a seal there, I can have a quick conclusion about that, and I can look at sustainability in B3. I can look at sustainability in the stock market. I need to understand that seals exists, and then I can go after that information in the stock market website. But yeah, even if we understand those tools, nobody understands. I mean, we can't accept that everyone understands that. So we need to start spreading that information because everyone is part of the game, or else we won't advance. And just to end this is my final comprehension of this thing. I believe Chris is part of my book club. We're reading Bauman, Liquid Modernity, because it hasn't been read too much. He's constantly quoted, but not read. Because it's a difficult reading, because we're moving from a solid society, which is the idea of we have factories, huge factories, frontiers, to a light capitalism. It's a fluid capitalism, and the things don't last. Things are not stable there. What have we heard here if it's not like a long-term calculations, long-term rationales? Let's look at how long-term calculations contradict the spirit of our time, which is immediatism. So how can we instrumentalize immediatism, in my case, like social media and communication, in order to convince people about long-term objectives? So these are the things that I see as challenges here in my role here as a communicator, and I hope I can address the speeches of my colleagues here, to which I thank so much the opportunity for being able to debate with you. Thank you so much.
Before we answer the questions, let me just highlight two elements. We have such a lovely round table. We have a digital influencer, a city councilor, NGOs, startup owners. And let me just highlight our job. Well, our work actually. We are a state institution. We were created 10 years ago. And when I was elected 2.5 years ago, that institution was a bit reluctant, actually. And of course, we are focused on the environmental aspect. And let me tell you something. Let me tell you the evidence. When I arrived here, people did not want to welcome me. Oh my God, maybe he's going to do something bad to us. But actually, the institution is moderating an ESG table, showing that our institution, of course, can be a partner. It has to punish, of course, sometimes, but it has to help too. And of course, we're here to promote. We want to help the City Hall, and thank you very much, the International Relations Secretariat, through Marta Suplicy, our lovely secretary. Thank you very much for trusting us, especially in this event, the Virada ODS. Let's answer the questions. The first question is, so ESGs are related to practices for companies, of course, but the 2030 agenda is a world commitment for their sustainable development. However, both are connected because they want to have, of course, a collective understanding and well-being. What is the importance of the engagement of the private sector in reaching the 2030 agenda in order to get a better and healthier planet? Are those commitments being fulfilled? Cristiano, please. Thank you. Let me just say something. Without the partnership of the private sector, we cannot move forward. We cannot make progress. Even if the government invested, oh, it's money. I mean, this is not. We don't have countries in the world that can do this kind of work by themselves. We need the civil society, we need the academia, and we need the private sector. Without the private sector, we cannot do it. The first step, I would say, is the private sector reflecting upon this idea. How can the private sector mitigate the negative impacts that it brings, of course? And this happens naturally. How it can mitigate the bad impacts. So, of course, our startup owner here promotes services using reverse logistics. Many companies, of course, have problems in their packages, and they should be held responsible for that. And, of course, they should find ways to minimize the risk, the potential risk, of course. This could be harmful to society as a whole. So the ESG practice has to do with what I've just said. You have to mitigate your own impact on society. And by doing this, you can move forward. You can understand how our business generates impact in society as a whole. How do I get money, of course, and how can I do something good? You see, not only am I mitigating the bad impact, but of course I'm doing something good. And for example, of course, we can tackle gender issues, we can tackle the question of having decent jobs, sustainability. That's the idea. And this, of course, has to do with an impact management. And of course, this has to do with companies such as the one that Eduardo has. So without the private sector, we cannot move forward because the gap is huge. We have 17 SDGs that want to capture this dimension, but we do have to have the private sector because it is ubiquitous. It permeates all categories. Without those resources, without a mutual understanding, we cannot move forward. Okay, thank you very much, Cristiano. Renato, please. I see eye to eye with Cristiano. In order to implement SDGs, the private sector, of course, has to be discussed. The private sector is a consumer, of course, a big consumer. So policies and practices that companies apply in their supply chain do influence everything. The private sector produces, transports. We are talking about business, agriculture, of course, food companies, apps as well, civil society, all economic sectors in society have a role, and without those sectors, we cannot move towards SDGs. So it's good to see practices that are being implemented. So when we talk about diversity in businesses, it's quite recent, isn't it? Of course, we are talking about a public problem that has to be solved, of course, through policies and laws and debates, of course, in the parliament, in the Congress. But of course, businesses are places of socialization. Inequality is present, of course, there. So companies are responsible for facing inequalities that are reproduced in the private area. So the public sector is essential. That's why it should be engaged in SDGs. I would say that the debate on ESG is a translation of SDGs to the private area. Of course, SDGs are wide or big because we're talking about all areas, public areas. When we have, of course, the private sector, some topics are not that relevant. But let me just make one little comment. So, what are the necessary conditions so that the private sector can be more engaged in an honest and effective way in the ESG agenda? Many companies are engaged, of course, but we cannot dilute the debate just saying that we are talking about it. I mean, I'm not saying that all sectors are engaged in sustainability. That's not true. We are debating ESG as a wave, of course, as a trend. But you see, we have 10,000 square kilometers in Amazon being deforested. So what about the agricultural businesses? They post news about that, and we see agribusiness talking about that. And they externalize ESG practices, but of course they are in favor of toxic substances applied to harvests. So in the long run, everyone wins, of course, but in the short run, some people lose. In the short run, the ones who lose, of course, are going to exert pressure on changes that should not be performed because in the limit, SDG and ESG are connected to understanding, reorienting all the forces that constitute Brazil's history. Brazil is based on slavery, of course, on the degradation of the environment, of bodies and work, of course, in an aggressive way. So we have to reorient Brazil's history. That's not simple for obvious reasons. Of course, we cannot do this via acronyms. Of course, we have to take into account the balance of power. That's why this debate has to tackle the responsibility dimension. When we announce ESGs, all companies have to be held responsible. They have to show us what they do with transparency, with metrics, with, of course, indices. They should be held responsible. They have to be transparent with their connections, with their relations with the public sector. So it's no use announcing ESG when we have a pressure of deconstruct public policies towards sustainability. So that's a very important point that I would like to mention. And of course, we have a debate here, but I have to say that we don't have a consensus regarding ESG and SDG. Some SDGs talk about gender equality, but is everyone willing to move forward towards gender equality? I'm not sure. So of course, we are talking about a fight for power, and we have to bear this dimension in mind. We have to know all political movements that are happening. And of course, the private sector has to do its role. Many companies have been doing a tremendous job, but we have to reflect upon companies that are not doing that, but they say they do.
Before we move on to the floor to Rodrigo, I remember that when I was reading Folha de São Paulo this morning, and Cândido Brachas, I believe, said that when will the agribusiness part wake up to this matter, that soon they will not be able to sell anything outside of Brazil if they don't start showing like a real care about this ESG things. So yeah, Rodrigo, the floor is yours. Certainly, there's not a single answer, Renato, to this question of yours, but
I believe one of the ways that we think about that is the last SDG, the last one, the one about partnerships. That we can bring like the public interest, the private interest, the communication, the interests of the community, and try to find a solution that makes sense for everyone. And I believe this is a very important principle that and I would like to make that tangible for everyone here. And we'd like to understand that tomorrow, thanks to our secretary, Marta Suplicy, along with Carlos Fernandes, we will be inaugurating a new project together with the Boticário Group, a private initiative that is investing in reverse logistics here with Dignity in the market of Pinheiros here. We'll be there tomorrow afternoon to be inaugurating the 5th station to deal with waste pickers, and we can generate this income that's 4 to 6 times bigger than we have nowadays with the guarantees from private investments. And we are signers of the Global Pact, and we were able to present that solution in the beginning of the year from the World Economic Forum. This is one of the best innovation startups that we have, and we were able to show exactly how we can have like integrated solutions between partnerships, public-private partnerships, and they need to be communicated because people need to understand about these solutions, and like we knew so many startups with cool solutions for that to solve these gaps in society that we currently have. Really cool. Partnerships are really important for us to think about because there are things that the public power must lead and some things that they need private power must think about, and they must be together with the public power, and private initiatives must be together in order to start these initiatives. I also have some data here that might be, I like data. Let me tell you, I like data because Apple's market value is about 73 trillion reais. This is bigger than the GDP of our country, of Brazil. So just so you have an idea, and I'm talking about Apple. If we go to Amazon, to Facebook, to other companies, YouTube, Elon Musk, I mean, we cannot downplay the importance of private initiatives. It's bigger than most governments. It's bigger than states. So we need to get closer to these companies. And I've read a report from the United Nations from 2005 that is called "Who Cares Wins." And we need to put that into practice, and we need to put that in the heads of, the agribusiness, because what is caring? Caring is understanding what is gender equality, not polluting the environment. I, as a councilwoman, I receive a lot of things about noise from bars. I received lots of requests regarding noise from the bars, and there was a pool heater that had like this crazy noise in a certain house. And I've been thinking, like, what is a lack of social responsibility? I mean, noise is really bad for our health. And that's not restricted to only the big business and agribusiness. Let me think of myself like I am a business inside my house, the way I am socially responsible with the people who work for me. I have to understand that inside that I am just a stitch in a big blanket. So, all those stitches are important to make that huge blanket. And then we generate this noise. We think about the nightclub and how much noise it generates. And we need to think about what is the social responsibility that they have. So if we're thinking about that microcosm, those small businesses, and of course we're thinking about Amazon and Apple, look at the impact that they will have in society in terms of their social responsibility. We need to start thinking about that reflection and bringing from our little world, how can everyone here be socially responsible inside our own spaces? The owner of the bar, the owner of the laundromat. Sorry, I have 1 minute to speak, like I'll end here. Yeah, people, that's it then. I've really enjoyed Renato's speech. That was talking about the mindset behind the Brazilian companies. Not only Brazilian companies, I mean all over the world. We need to start bringing these private initiatives together with public power in order to have a better society and a better country. in the backstage we said, "Oh, put the controller there, put the controller there. The controller will be very good to control time. The controller will be good to control time. And the best timekeeper." Yeah, but some people here can raise their signs here. We have people who are really discreet here. Yeah, we have little time. I wish we could have more time. And we can always exceed time and pretend we didn't see people raising their signs. When Chris mentions the size of big companies like Apple, and I said, look, we should think about the Meta group, the Meta company. And I've been thinking about the number of users. I'm going to give you an approximated number, but the number of users for Meta group is about 6 billion people. The European community the European Union has about 500 million. So if we think about that, in my job as a communicator, we've been thinking about regulations of social media, and people have been talking a lot about that. Let's talk about the social media regulation and make a parallel of a news program. No, people, a news program is just so small. We're talking about something that's so much bigger. So Cristiano says that without the public sector, we can't do it. And we can't do it. And if we think about the evolution of the industry, we're talking about a problem that was generated by developed companies, by developed countries that started the industrialization there. So the private sector needs to participate in these things because it's fair for them to be part of it. And that's something that I said when Renato said, I really liked when Renato said that it's the same thing that I provoked people about here. Do we really have that many people who are interested in this? Or do people actually say that they are interested, but their practice goes against the speech? And when Daniel talks about the implementation of a general controllership of the city, maybe in the beginning, if people were afraid of control, why were they afraid of it? And we're talking about public management that is done regarding public interests. So why is it's so absurd here? So we should have that controllership, we have that control here as a presupposed thing. And maybe not even us as electors, as voters, do we have that idea of our power to ask things from our governors. We are structured on slavery, we are structured on the environment exploitation, we are very hierarchical. So we look at politics many ways. And we think about our politicians, they're great leaders, they're the best ones. But no, they're just, giving us some service. They're just providing a service to us. I mean, the critical sense in order to understand, to manage our information here, and to actually be able to understand our behaviors as consumers, so we can start consuming from companies which have more sustainable practices, which are better for well-being. And when I'm talking about the private sector, they talk about things like, the adoption of these practices is lucrative in the long term. But we can also start thinking about the strengthening of a Republican ethic. Because, individuals and businesses are inserted into a community, and we need to think as a community, because this is the way we have to do things. But this flexibilization of borders, and of course, it's not that the international communities are a problem. They are a solution and a need for the world in the way that the world is configured right now. But we have some national states that are losing power, and great corporations are now the biggest powers in the world, and they're developing in ways that we are not actually able to see. Who is leading that change? Who will be telling us where do we have to go? And with that huge fragilization, we are children of an individualistic ethic. And now we need to go backwards. We need to think of a community once again, because we lack community. We need community value here. And if we have to leave an ethical discussion in order to think again about some kind of speech that comes back to the private initiative discussion, it's a very interesting thing. When will agribusiness realize that this may hinder our international trade? And what is the fundamental point here? Power, remaining in power. And no one will adopt practices that are more costly, despite being more sustainable, and competing with companies who are not forced to do the same things. So as soon as power is more structured now, according to these practices that are required of them, either the compromise is the same, the commitment is the same, or nope, we're going to do that, or that is unloyal competition. this loyal competition, because I'm gonna be asking like something about Renato here, because I have a question about consumers here. Read some research from the industry here, and they said that 50% of people said that they look and they research about the good practices of the companies that they consume, and I'm intrigued by that because 50%. I think our society is in a moment of polarization, so 50% seems like a very emblematic number because our last presidential race was very, very tight. And I'm not talking about antagonic discuss, I'm talking about practices here. I'm not even talking about practices yet. It's 50% is a very interesting number for me, and I have data from a report from BTG Pactual that says that a Chinese company does a clothes retailer that doesn't have any kind of transparency regarding the employees, and they have been changing that a little bit right now. But this company from 2021 to 2022, they grew about 300% here in Brazil. So one thing that I'm a little suspicious about is that we answer the things that we actually want to answer and not what we actually do. What we think we should answer, not what we actually do. So let's see, 1 minute. I have about 10 seconds now. Sorry, people. I have 1 minute, yeah. So how fair is it to, pass that responsibility to the consumer in the end? And I will complement any other questions that people ask me because I'm not going to go over time. Yeah, that's it for now.
I think you mentioned. I think I saw something yesterday that 70% of Brazilians are concerned about global warming, and I'm really intrigued to know more about that because we do not see that for Rio. Daniel, let me just say something. I had a TV show, and we talk about sustainability. I'm not using this as a piece of research, okay? That is really good. But are you concerned about sustainability? 98% of people said yes, for sure. Do you do something about it in order to reduce your impact on the planet? 90% of people said no. Do you think that companies and organizations should act in order to make us have a more sustainable future? Sure, yes, I'm concerned. I do not do that much, but I want somebody else to solve the problem for me. And when we are exhausted, that's legit. But of course, we cannot outsource our responsibilities, can we? Yeah, of course, the other ones are enemies, not us, of course. So we have Carlos Fernandes from Secretary 2. She's a Secretary 2, and the other members that help us a lot with this MRI so that we can have a wonderful event. Wagner, Renata, Mariana, Zé Maurício, thank you very much for being here. We have been doing a tremendous work. So now let's tackle the third question. In Brazil, the connection between ESG and SDG is more evident in big companies. According to the Global Pact, among companies that are part of ESG, so the index of B3, 83% have some processes to implement SDGs. So it is a very a small amount if we take into account Brazil as a whole. What do you have to do in order to engage more people in order to better a more sustainable future? Let me just contextualize the question. 83% in the stock markets, is that big? No. But actually, small companies and medium-sized companies are actually responsible for that percentage. You can, of course, check those data on many sources. So what should we do to engage small companies and medium-sized companies for that? Cristiane, what do you think about that? Okay, so I was listening to Gabriela and Chris. They were talking about big companies, and I believe that we should promote something important. I believe that we should make people more engaged. They should do whatever they can. Micro companies and small-sized companies, I mean, they do their best. They do they do what's possible. They face lots of red tape, and of course, they are in a very hostile environment sometimes. So what should I ask? What kind of contribution I can ask for those small companies and medium-sized companies? Maybe they could reduce the deforestation in the Amazon. Maybe that would be too much for those companies, you see? So even though it's not cool, we should ask those companies to do what is basic. By doing this, this can be beneficial. So when you have a very small company, and this company builds a good bathroom, a restroom, this company is contributing to SDGs and ESGs. So for example, in small companies, if the CEO, the owner, pays a good salary to people, I mean, if they are men or women, that doesn't matter. By doing this, this owner, the CEO, is contributing to SDGs. For example, maybe a bar. I don't know. I'm sorry, there is a bug next to me. I'm sorry. A representative of the private sector. Okay. So maybe oil is discarded, kitchen oil is discarded in a wrong way in the sink. So of course we have an impact on the sea, on the water. We are contaminating water and we have an impact on the environment. So what is the path? We have to work with micro companies, middle-sized companies, and ask them to do what they can, what's possible. This contribution is not going to be, I don't know, is not going to be that huge. I mean, from the media, but it's going to be essential for people that are in that company, in those companies. A businessman or businesswoman, they are leaders, of course. They were creative, they were brave enough to move forward. So, of course, those people are responsible to talk to their employees about education and its relevance, how those parents can help their kids in trying to thrive and having a better future. By doing this, they're doing their jobs. I'm talking about simple actions that can be incentivated via communications, Gabriela mentioned. So those companies can do this, even though they are not like huge companies. They can have a big impact, such as Rodrigo's business. But those companies, of course, can be seen as part of the agenda. By doing this, they will know that they are part of a group that is changing people's lives for good, and that makes the difference. If we add all those actions up, this is going to make a difference, of course. Even though this doesn't attract the attention from the media, for instance, even though that doesn't reap lots of gains or profit, but on a person's daily routine, that's going to make a difference, and this is going to allow the companies to thrive, to grow of course, in a relevant way, in having the society as a partner. That's essential, of course, in my opinion. Renato, please. I see eye to eye with Cristiano. I always see eye to eye with him, at least at the beginning, in the beginning, because of course, if we demand the same pattern, the same standard from big companies, that's unfair, to be honest. And of course, the agenda has to begin in bigger companies because they have a better structure, they have more stakeholders, and they can, of course, tangibilize the actions. And that's fundamental, of course. Small companies and medium-sized companies are important. They have to be part of the process. And there are two ways of tackling that. Public policies. Sometimes when we discuss ESGs and SDGs, we forget that the private sector is important, of course, and they are to be held responsible. We have to influence companies as consumers, of course, but as citizens too, because of course we choose politicians, congressmen, congresswomen, city councilors. They're going to implement laws. They're going to reorient the way that things are produced and consumed in society. Let me give you an example. So when we have a law, for example, that analyzes how land should be owned, it says the Brazilian state is going to buy products and services take into account those criteria. And as the state, you're going to induce all the supply chain in the private sector to have a specific behavior. So on the one hand, the public policy is important in our ESG conversation, but big companies have a tremendous role in inducing behaviors from small companies and middle-sized companies. Petrobras has 10,000 suppliers, so the purchase criteria, such as in Petrobras' case, whether they are related to integrity or environmental issues, they do have an impact. They do have a tremendous impact on the private sector. So now let's talk about agribusiness again. And of course, I come from that source. That's something that touches me. A company that buys meat, for example, buys meat from a myriad of sources, suppliers. So of course, this company is responsible for buying that meat in order to make sure that that meat doesn't come from a deforested land, of course. But of course, this company has to be, of course, held responsible to notify its consumers and recover, of course, the forest. Some programs have been created in order to tackle this. So big companies have a major role in inducing behavior and in supporting small companies and medium companies in the supply chain. So when we talk about public policies, big companies, of course, are to be held responsible. Rodrigo, please.
The environment area is really adherent to what Renato has mentioned. So especially when we're talking about recycling and reverse logistics, the big and the small business owners need to meet the regulations and follow the regulations. So since 2010, we have been following these policies from Article 33 that talks about reverse logistics. It has goals that about 22%, we're going to goals of 34%. And Brazil is currently recycling 2 to 3%. We are accepting that. So there is an obligation from the companies like medium companies, big companies, and small companies to give reports. How are they having like 22 and are they reaching they targeting 34 and we have 2 to 3? If we have good regulations, and of course, things can get better. But since we already have these regulations and we can already show these results, how do we get results of percentages that we cannot be in the reports and the data that we have here in Brazil for all the cities and states? So we have a little bit of, we had this problem of, trying to get to understand more and giving and sending sanctions to people who are not doing these things. So we need to understand how to bring more examples right now. And we need to talk with the big businesses and we have to notify them because we have this regulation here in São Paulo that says that if you do not follow that, your industry might listen their license to operate. Yeah, that would be terrible. I mean, they would have to stop producing. And on the other side, you have operations that we say they are shortcuts. I put a seal on my package and then I have a license to pollute. I close my eyes to the seal and I can pollute as I wish to. And this has to be looked at very well by the public bodies of regulation so that we understand what is cool about this, what is not. So I come from this area of solid waste in order here to talk about like consultancy services to public bodies. And I'm talking about, a public tender. So we need to think about, like, say, a kilo is a kilo. We need to measure it 3 times. So actually have proper governance over the data and over the things that we're having. But this came from post-consumption, and this was recycled. And we had to do that with many times, the transparency that was requested. If you did 1 kilo or 10 kilos, yeah, that's it. You need to do more. You need to improve that. You need to reach those percentages. We need to reach those 22. That needs to be clear for all of us, and the efficiency and technology helps us a lot in that. You've brought this index for recycling. I believe the first time I went to Germany, and this was 22 years ago, my uncle showed me in a little village around Stuttgart. Everything was separated there, the trash, there was like... And they were separating the wine glass bottles. The wine glass bottle that was green went to a certain place, and the brown one go to another place. The transparent one goes to another. And we have a problem in my building separating organic from non-organic. So I understand that since Brazil is a complex country, and of course I'm not saying good things. It's a consequence of our poverty too, that we were able to recycle almost all the aluminum that we have. So if we have these regulations there and make people work in a minimally decent way, it would be good for us to work on that. Chris, please. Yeah, I'll just go back here to what Gabriela has mentioned. And I believe that the hell is always in the other people. Yeah, I'll just connect that to, some years ago we asked men if there was sexism in society. We asked just men, and 80% of men said that there was sexism. And are you a sexist person? And only 3% of them recognize they are sexist people. So it's always in the other. The problem is always in other people. And I mean, when we're talking about small companies have a lot of trouble dealing with that. We're talking about the bathroom, for example. And these great companies have these issues, and they can do so much about it. And we can punish those who are not following the regulations. This is a way of doing these things. And we have many laws that are not worked, and a lot of punishment that is not given. And here we have a big power of punishment, which is the power of consumption. So we're talking about responsible consumption. When we consume, when we look for products, you saw that recently here. You could see it in the news there, the wine companies and wine and grape juice companies there from the south, the vineyards, that we are drinking wine that was made by enslaved people. Have we forgotten that? Did anyone who drank wine here look out for where did the wine come from? And the responsibility for the resolution of those problems is always in the other people. It's not in us. It's not in each one of us. And it needs to be in each one of us as individuals. And if we bring that responsibility to each one of us here to solve those problems, we have no idea how strong consumption can be. And of course, punishment, of course, but also incentives. And I have a survey here. I said that I like data, right? And I have something from the Data Analytics Institute and Chroma Insight. We got like the 20 brands that are mostly remembered by Brazilians during because of their positive ideas during the pandemic, and 12 of them were signing the Global Pact from the UN, and they are being incentivized right now. And so it's very good to give incentives to. It's very interesting. I mean, it's really good to apply tickets and fees and punishment to them, but we also have to give one from that we people can get, like not consuming things, not consuming a certain wine. So we can talk about food that has lots of agrotoxics, and it's hard for the consumer to understand exactly which product is actually having that kind of problem. But this is the type of work that we have to do. This is an individual effort that we have to carry out. So whenever we're going to consume things, we need to pay attention to that, to incentivize good practices and give incentives to them, and punish them with not consuming their products when they are having bad practices. I will be moving on along with Renato by distancing myself from Chris's speech, because I believe that individual initiatives are fundamental. But as to complement what I said here, I would go back here. It's unfair that we drop in the individual's shoulder a problem that is a structural problem, and it's so much bigger than each one of us when we consider ourselves as individuals. So when we're talking about the vineyards from the south, it's a very good example. The ones who have to make control of the supply chain, it's the company itself, the big companies, the big businesses. So what we have to do to motivate the small companies, to make the big companies be compromised about their own supply chains. And after that, we'll be communicating the small companies that in order to be part of that supply chain, in order for you to grow, you need to adopt a certain degree of compromise and commitment, because you will be fiscalized. People will be looking at you. And this is talking about this partnership between public and private initiatives. But we have a continental document that is a decentralized document. But it's not so easy to do that fiscalization, because the more we have this partnership between the public and the private sector, so that this fiscalization is carried out, and we have these mechanisms of incentive, like corruption, for example, and then the insertion of compliance inside companies, is a way of sharing with the private part this expectation that you will have a management of the risks, a control of the risks, so that the public power doesn't have to do everything by themselves, because we will not be able to do it all. So I like to make a parallel with that final consumer story between the developed countries and the countries in development, because this is a very important theme for us in COP26 and COP27 as well. We're talking about funding. It's a very recent topic for us. But when we're talking about who are the people most responsible for that, the developed countries, and who are the biggest victims of this environmental disaster, the countries that are in development, the poorest countries. Is it fair
that we distribute the responsibility equally between all of them. It doesn't look like that to me. I mean, who are the biggest? Who is receiving more profit from this? Disrespect to nature, exploiting workers, big companies. So, is it fair that we put that into the consumers' shoulders? I think this parallel is very relevant and very important. We need to discuss who has the biggest responsibility, who we need to demand things from stronger, and who has the power to do such a thing. We've talked about WISI, the index from B3 talks about sustainability from companies, and I went there to check like who were the first places today. And I believe that. Do you know the index? Do you know that index and the topics, people? Do you know that these are grades given to certain categories? And I went there to check the companies who are at the top. They have some variation regarding the category in which they receive their maximum grades. But most of them receive the lowest grade in a single category, human capital. So human capital is about the employee who will be calling a consumer later, who is exhausted. This person exhausted. This person is being exploited. They have no right to sleep sometimes. And they would have no right, to go inside the website and check out who was hired to pick up the grapes from the wine that he drinks at night. And I say that with absolute certainty of the privilege that I have to go there and check the index from the stock market in Brazil. And I understand that it's not that we do not have individual responsibility, but we are here in the biggest city of the country, and we are not the reality of Brazil. And sometimes, in most of them, the worker will get home and open a drink, and they will choose the one that he can pay for. Because we're not living here in Brazil in an economy that's absolutely prosperous. We're coming out of a pandemic that has fragilized our economy, that has made like a high percentage of people here they've made people have food insecurity. They've made people have hunger. So are we really going to ask these people for engagement and the solution for this problem? It doesn't seem fair to me. And of course, I understand that from the depth of my heart, I would like to propagate that it's not that we do not have power. We have power. We need to advance towards what we want. We have power. We have agency. But it is unfair on our individual shoulders to have this weight of the responsibility for guaranteeing a more sustainable future. There are players that are so much more important and have so much more power than individuals. So yeah, okay, individuals have responsibility, but here we are not in a space that actually represents Brazil. And just as we've said, like the small business person, if they can make a bathroom, that's good enough, Imagine people who are not business people. We cannot ask from them to solve a working problem that is analogous to slavery in the south of Brazil. It's a responsibility of the company who hired a third-party company who, without controlling their supply chain. It's their responsibility.
So people that are watching us on YouTube, the audience here, they would get mad at me, but actually we are approaching the end of our session. So now I'd like to ask Marta Suplicy, our secretary, international relations secretary, to join the stage, please. Thank you very much. I'm really sad for the end of our event. I was on the first row. I could not see that we have a crowded room. And I was able to see that we had lots of people in previous sessions, people that were interested in our event. And that matters. We are in the biggest city of Brazil. And of course, we are privileged. But I'm thrilled. That's where it begins. Everyone here is going to reproduce knowledge, is going to be, of course, concerned about that. We have a wonderful round table, Gabriela, a lovely lady, and of course you were present in many round tables, in many events. And I would like to say something, that the City Hall of São Paulo is honored, of course, to have such an amazing event, focus on all those questions that are, of course, essential. We know that Sao Paulo is really important, of course, and the more Sao Paulo is focused on SDGs and on the 2030 agenda, we're going to be a better city and, of course, a more humane city for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the participation of everyone here. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching us on YouTube, for the members of the round table. And I'd like to say thank you very much. Have a wonderful weekend and week. We have learned so much. We can evolve so much thanks to the 2030 agenda, thanks to the ESGs and SDGs, so that our city, our state, and our country thrive. Let's learn together, let's grow together, and let's evolve our practices with more transparency, integrity, work. And that's it. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Can I just say one more thing before we go? A personal comment. I know that Ricardo Nunes is our current mayor, but as you can see, I'm trying to honor someone. This tie here was Bruno Covas's. Thomas gave me this tie. So when I learned that it was an event held by the City Hall of Sao Paulo, I thought that that was fair to wear such a tie.
Estúdio Virada ODS, vocês viram só que importantíssimos esses temas apresentados, que importantíssimos esses debates que a gente levanta aqui na Virada ODS. Lembrando que a Virada ODS termina hoje, mas a gente dá continuidade onde? Nas nossas redes sociais, a gente dá continuidade também no site da Virada, viradaodssp.sp.gov.br. Temos também o nosso Instagram, temos também o YouTube, que está, inclusive, a gente está retransmitido lá também. Agradecer a todos os parceiros, ao Terra, Coca-Cola, Sprite e a todos os envolvidos para que a gente conseguisse fazer esse evento nesse final de semana. A abertura aconteceu na sexta-feira, lá no MASP, onde a gente teve a presença também de vários prefeitos de várias cidades, recebendo o prêmio Cidades Sustentáveis. Ontem a gente começou aqui com diversos temas, terminou num show incrível lá no palco principal, no Vale do Anhangabaú, junto com Planta e Raiz, Olodum, a gente teve Maria Rita, e hoje, nada mais nada menos, a gente termina o evento com o show de Nação Zumbi. Então, a partir das 18 horas, nós temos o palco funcionando, né, para todo público. É de graça, vale a pena ainda. Se você quiser terminar ainda hoje o seu domingo com um super show, corra aqui para o Vale do Anhangabaú, é de graça e é um evento da Virada ODS. Mais uma vez, a gente sabe que tem toda a população precisa ficar engajada também, todas as pessoas precisam estar envolvidas em todos esses temas. Então, de todas as 17 ODS que a gente apresenta, é uma importante você escolher um dos temas, levantar uma das bandeiras, fincar uma das bandeiras para que a gente consiga cada vez mais chegar próximo dos objetivos dos desenvolvimentos sustentáveis. A Virada ODS acontece com a ligação direta da Prefeitura da cidade de São Paulo, juntamente com a Secretaria de Relações Internacionais, com a produção e realização da SP Tours, e a gente fica super feliz em poder contribuir aqui, passando todas as informações que a gente acaba captando dentro de todos esses painéis apresentados, né? Ó, já a gente vai receber aqui a Gabriela Prioli, já está vindo para cá também, ela que esteve nesse painel agora, junto com a nossa secretária Marta Suplicy, junto com tantos outros convidados, ela está vindo para cá e a gente vai bater um papo também. Mas, falando em programação da Virada ODS, tudo que vocês viram aqui, a gente vai manter lá no nosso site, lá no nosso YouTube também, para que vocês consigam ver, rever e principalmente entender o que são as 17 ODS apresentadas aqui com todos os temas. Tá? Ó, a partir das 18 horas nós temos lá no palco do Anhangabaú Francisco Elombre, um super cantor aí que vai vir também para abrir a maratona de shows de encerramento. A gente tem também DJ Família Tríplice, que também é uma apresentação que vocês vão curtir muito. E finalizando a partir das 20 horas com Nação Zumbi. Lembrando que é de graça aqui no Vale do Anhangabaú. Mais uma vez, para todos vocês, a Virada ODS termina hoje, mas ela não termina quando ela acaba. Ela continua. A gente tem o objetivo de cumprir aí até a Agenda 2030, muitos outros eventos vão acontecer durante o ano também. A Virada ODS o ano que vem volta também com uma nova programação. A gente já fica aqui na contagem regressiva para mais um evento com realização da Prefeitura da cidade de São Paulo, Relações Internacionais e SP Tours. E dentro desse projeto todo da Virada ODS, a gente fica feliz de conhecer tantos projetos incríveis, né? A gente acabamos conhecendo os premiados do Prêmio Cidade, do Prêmio das Cidades, que foi desde a sexta-feira que a gente apresentou. Projetos falando de todos os pontos de ODS e, mais do que isso, a gente conseguir, através de todos esses temas, inspirar outras instituições, inspirar outras prefeituras, inspirar outras cidades a fazer muito mais disso, né, para que a gente consiga realmente chegar nos objetivos dos desenvolvimentos sustentáveis. Já a gente recebe aqui mais convidados, mas eu quero mais uma vez agradecer também ao Portal Terra pelo esse espaço de transmissão tão importante da gente poder colocar em prática e desmistificar também o que são as ODS, o que são os ODS, né? As 17 ODS aqui que a gente fala tanto. A Sprite, a Coca-Cola, a Cristal, o Shopping D, a Roda Rico e também a Santa Rita. Ó, para você, qual que é o legado que a gente quer deixar para o futuro? Qual que é o legado que a gente precisa deixar até a Agenda 2030 acontecer, para que tudo isso a gente consiga deixar redondinho, né? A gente vê que um ODS puxa outro ODS. Então é muito importante que a gente consiga, através do diálogo, através das formas que a gente tem dentro da nossa sociedade, seja através das redes sociais, seja no nosso dia a dia, colaborar. Poxa, limpar o lixo reciclável, você pode lavar ele para que o reciclador, né, consiga vender esse material também. Você pode trabalhar com o lixo do seu dia a dia reciclando. Você pode, cara, não vai usar 10 copos descartáveis, usa um só, guarda ali para que você consiga diminuir o lixo também. E principalmente cuidar das pessoas, né? A gente fala também sobre a igualdade de gêneros, né? A gente também tem a poluição dos rios, dos mares. A gente tem que tomar conta do nosso planeta, de onde a gente vive, e cuidar das pessoas também, para que elas consigam ter bem-estar, para que elas consigam trabalhar, para que elas consigam cada vez mais ter uma qualidade de vida melhor, né? Ó, Prefeitura da cidade de São Paulo está de parabéns, é um evento pioneiro e a gente fica sabendo que é o maior evento referente ao ODS do mundo. Então, são 3 dias que a gente apresentou aqui os diversos projetos, os diversos diálogos, as pessoas envolvidas em todo esse processo até que a gente chegue com os objetivos bem traçados, né? Só relembrando para vocês, todos as 17 ODSs. Uma é erradicação da pobreza. Então, imagina se todo mundo conseguir ter uma qualidade de vida melhor, para que a gente não tenha fome, para que tenha um din-dinzinho aí para poder sobreviver, né? Tem gente que vai vivendo sem toda a estrutura. Então, a erradicação da pobreza ajuda a isso. A fome zero e a agricultura sustentável. Tenho certeza que isso daí a gente gostaria muito de não ver mais nenhum brasileiro, ninguém no mundo passando fome. A ODS de número 3, ela defende a saúde e o bem-estar. Então, todos nós temos direito à saúde, ao bem-estar, e isso é muito importante a gente frisar. Então, um vai puxando o outro. Ó. Um que puxa o 2, que puxa o 3, que puxa o 4, com a educação de qualidade. Imagina todas as crianças sabendo ler, escrever, tendo aí um direcionamento através das escolas, das instituições de ensino, com educação de qualidade. A gente tem o ODS número 5, que é a igualdade de gênero, né? Sem discriminação, a gente conseguir tratar as pessoas independente de cor, de credo, de religião e de gênero também. A ODS número 6, com água potável e saneamento, é importantíssimo, né? Se água é vida, a gente precisa manter aí as nossas águas limpas, a gente ter esse ciclo de água potável e do saneamento básico. A ODS número 7, com a energia limpa e acessível, então a gente gerando energia sem poluentes, a gente consegue viver ainda melhor em todas as cidades. A ODS número 8, trabalho decente e o crescimento econômico. Imagina todo mundo trabalhando bem e a gente tendo uma alta no crescimento econômico de todas as cidades também. A ODS número 9, indústria, inovação e infraestrutura. Aí a gente tem a ODS de número 10, reeducação das desigualdades. Já já a gente volta falando das outras ODSs. Agora vem aqui para mim, porque é o seguinte. Dentro de toda a comunicação da Virada ODS, a gente tem aqui o nosso estúdio. Eu agradecer mais uma vez a galera do Terra que está transmitindo em todas as nossas redes sociais. E aqui a gente recebe as pessoas, os convidados especiais que fizeram parte do nosso painel. E agora já está aqui do meu lado, ó, já vou chegando aqui pertinho porque já estou com Gabriela Prioli aqui. Gabriela,
Oi,
já quero um
Guto.
beijo.
Ai, ai. Gente, vocês viram esse tênis?
Você gostou? E é
queria...
sustentável.
Que número
é
você
sustentável.
calça?
É um pouquinho maior do que você, eu acho. 42, 41,
Se eu
42.
colocar 2 meias, acho que dá.
Vai rolar. A gente faz essa troca depois. Mas ó, a troca mesmo foi o que a gente teve no palco agora, com esse painel. Como que você sai ali? A gente está aprendendo muito daqui, aprendendo com cada pessoa que está lá, com cada palestrante. E acho que é esse legado que a Virada ODS quer deixar. E como que você sai abastecida desse conhecimento todo?
Guto, a palavra é essa, eu saio abastecida. Essas mesas que são diversas, que a gente tem gente que desenvolve o trabalho em diferentes frentes, é muito rica porque eu posso aprender. Então, claro, eu participo de diversos eventos, a gente está sempre debatendo muitos assuntos e eu sou uma pessoa bastante entusiasta do diálogo. Então, acho que você usou a palavra certa. Eu saio abastecida e muito feliz por poder comparecer a um evento que se desenvolve para levar a relevância da sustentabilidade, a relevância do ESG e dos objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável para mais pessoas. Então, estou muito feliz de estar aqui, muito agradecida pelo convite e saio com certeza melhor do que cheguei.
Olha, além de comunicadora, de apresentadora, você também é empresária, escritora, mentora. E como que você aplica a ESG e também nos seus negócios? Você amarra isso tudo também?
Eu amarro. Eu acho que o principal ponto dessa preocupação nos meus negócios tem a ver com a comunicação. Eu sou uma empresa muito pequena, apesar de eu atuar em diversas frentes, essencialmente centrada em mim. Então, quando eu trago esse tema para o centro do meu debate, é como se eu estivesse fazendo um evento como esse, entende? É esse trabalho de conscientização e de difusão da mensagem.
Que é a educação, né?
Exatamente.
A gente precisa começar, e a gente começou o ano passado na Virada ODS, essa segunda edição, a gente pretende até 2030 continuar com a virada também, assim como nós tivemos o Dr. Drauzio Varela o ano passado, você este ano, a gente tem tantas personalidades também que são importantes para a comunicação. A gente gente precisa que chegue, que venha dos países, que chegue nos estados, nas cidades, mas dentro das casas também, né? No dia a dia. E o que são as ODS, o que são os ODS, o que são as 17 ODS? É isso que a gente precisa, com pessoas como você, ajude a pluralizar ainda mais.
E muitas vezes a gente acha que a coisa está distante da gente, mas não. Então, eu dou um exemplo prático. Eu ser a chefe, a CEO, a líder da minha empresa, sendo uma mulher, e sabendo que mulheres ocupam de forma escassa e desigual, desequilibrada, os cargos de chefia, os cargos de poder, conversa com os objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável, porque a gente fala também de equidade de gênero.
Olha, a gente fica muito feliz de poder ter você como comunicadora, como cidadã que defende também a causa dos ODS. A gente quer muito agradecer a sua presença aqui. Muito obrigado.
Muito
viu?
obrigada, adorei estar aqui.
Valeu. Aplausos para a Gabriela Pioli aqui no estúdio. Gente, todo mundo filmando, mas vamos aplaudir. Isso mesmo. Muito obrigado. Valeu, beijo.
Beijo,
Viu?
bom
Ó, o
trabalho.
tênis, depois a gente conversa.
Tá bom.
Gabriela Pioli aqui no estúdio da Virada ODS. Gente, a gente fala com entusiasmo mesmo, e assim como a Gabriela falou, a gente fica abastecido de todo o conteúdo que a gente apresenta aqui, abastecido de todas as informações e de todas as pessoas que somam para que a gente consiga cada vez mais chegar mais próximo dos objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentáveis. Então, com missão cumprida, a gente fala com propriedade que, dentro de toda essa programação apresentada na Virada ODS, dentro de todas as pessoas, de todos os convidados, a gente encerra por aqui, deixando uma mensagem de esperança, que a gente consiga cada vez mais ter, dentro de todo esse consenso da Virada ODS, a participação de muitas pessoas, né? A gente falou aqui também da questão de participação de todas as secretarias, né? Então é muito importante. Deixa eu já aproveitar aqui. Ó, segura ali para mim, igual você segura isso. Muito bem, porque para fechar com chave de ouro, sim, a gente está falando durante todo esse processo que dentro da Prefeitura da cidade de São Paulo, que é a pioneira nessa questão da virada ODS, a gente sabe que é no mundo isso, a gente tem todas as secretarias integradas, né? Então, eu fico muito feliz da gente poder finalizar aqui o nosso estúdio com o secretário executivo de Segurança Alimentar, Nutricional e Abastecimento, Carlos Fernandes. Venha para cá, por favor. Carlos, eu fico muito feliz de tê-lo aqui junto com a gente. Já sou fã do seu trabalho, porque eu vejo sempre você junto com a gente lá no Polo de Ecoturismo de São Paulo também, fazendo trabalho, plantando lá, teve uma plantação e mais do que isso, fomentando, ajudando a fomentar a economia, que é um dos pilares dos ODS, né? Seja bem-vindo.
Sem dúvida. Prazer estar aqui com vocês e queria aqui saudar essa questão aqui da virada, né? Porque a virada é a conscientização, a gente poder divulgar e trazer para o público, para as pessoas se empoderarem do que são os temas das ODS, da Virada 2030. Né? Então, isso é importante, essa presença aqui desse evento, que as pessoas, as pessoas normais, eu digo do ponto de vista cidadão, que são as pessoas que precisam mais disso. Sim. Se tem alguém que precisa, é a população da cidade de São Paulo, então, e que ela tenha cada vez mais conhecimento sobre isso, poder se empoderar para decidir, como no debate agora há pouco a gente esteve falando, quer dizer, ela poder também se decidir que produto ela vai comprar, como ela vai comprar, qual é o compromisso dessas pessoas com o meio ambiente. Porque é assim que vai fazer a mudança. A mudança sai de baixo. Sai debaixo das pessoas, sai do mundo da sociedade, da questão das entidades, do movimento, é que faz a transformação também. É por baixo que eu acredito muito que essas ODS vão se conquistar. Tem os compromissos dos grandes, das grandes empresas, toda uma política, né, que nós temos de resíduos sólidos, essa coisa toda, mas, principalmente, as pessoas precisam ter consciência. À medida que elas têm, a gente avança muito mais.
Esse é o objetivo, né? E qual que é a sua avaliação dessa segunda virada ODS aqui na cidade de São Paulo?
Então, isso é um sucesso, né? Nós aqui conseguimos integrar aqui exatamente aqui onde é a cidade, o centro da cidade, valorizar esse espaço aqui, que é o centro da cidade.
Lindo, né? E uma escolha certeira aqui na Praça das Artes, junto com o Vale do Anhangabaú.
O show, porque a gente pode trazer as pessoas. E aqui os debates de alto nível. apresentar o que se faz pelas ODS, das entidades, dos organismos internacionais, as questões da pessoa mais simples, do pessoal do polo, lá de ecoturismo.
Estão aqui com os estandes, né, como expositores aqui, mostrando seus produtos, mostrando a economia
para
local.
te mostrar o que é aquela região, né? E isso foi sempre uma parceria muito grande que nós fizemos quando eu estive na Secretaria de Sustentabilidade com a Marta, no INRI, que a gente pôde
Já são
desenvolver.
parceiros, então, né? De longas datas.
De longa data, longa data.
Agora, secretário, deixa uma mensagem aí de desenvolvimento sustentável para quem nos assiste, para a galera toda. A gente está com uma audiência incrível também, mas essa mensagem, olhando ali para a câmera, ali, olhando para aquela pessoa que é da população, aquela pessoa que faz parte desse momento, que tem que fazer parte desse momento da gente, junto com a gente na Virada ODS ali.
Deixa eu te falar para todo mundo. Nós precisamos virar a chave para o futuro. E isso está na mão de cada um. E nós trabalhamos junto, nós vamos chegar nisso. Conscientização e mudança para virar a chave.
Já começamos, já viramos e a gente precisa acelerar agora, né, secretário? Muito obrigado, viu? Obrigado pela presença. E é isso, gente. Virada ODS é isso, é a gente aprender e a gente fazer com que a chave seja virada para o futuro mesmo e a gente agora acelere para que a gente consiga realmente cada vez mais chegar nos objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentáveis. Agora, ó, a gente vai falar com o controlador-geral do município, ele que esteve lá no nosso painel, junto com o secretário, junto com a Gabriela também, e tenho certeza que ele, como mediador, acho que aprendeu muito também, né? Então, Daniel Falcão, vem para cá, por favor, para a gente já fechar este momento aqui.
Tudo bem?
Seja bem-vindo. Eu venho falando aqui que a gente aprende muito com tudo que vai apresentando aqui, né? E você foi o mediador desse último painel, mas como que você sai de informações, de percepção, de entendimento de tudo isso que foi apresentado?
Primeiramente, olá a todos que estão aqui conosco, né? Eu saí com mais esperança, né? Porque a gente tem aprendido muita coisa, né? A virada ODS é uma coisa que já não é tão recente, mas ao mesmo tempo aqui em São Paulo tem feito essa segunda virada, e se Deus quiser nós vamos fazer todo ano novas viradas, para que todos aqui de São Paulo percebam que o mundo inteiro tem esses objetivos, né? Eles foram feitos pela ONU, o mundo inteiro tem esses objetivos e que nós precisamos aprender com eles e implementá-los, né? Então, a minha mesa foi sustentabilidade e governança, né, ESG, ou seja, é uma sigla em inglês que em português seria meio ambiente, social e governança. Nós precisamos aprender esses valores para que nós implementemos na Prefeitura de São Paulo, nós implementemos nas empresas privadas e a nossa vida possa melhorar também.
E a importância da virada ODS para a cidade de São Paulo, para a população, ao seu ver?
A importância é enorme, né? A virada ODS aqui em São Paulo mostra que São Paulo é uma cidade de vanguarda, mostra que São Paulo está na frente, liderando o Brasil nesse tipo de discussão. Então, quantas discussões bacanas nós tivemos aqui, né? Combate ao racismo, combate à corrupção, governança, igualdade de gênero, são discussões fundamentais para que todos nós possamos aprender, implementar essas discussões e, assim, possamos ter uma vida melhor para todos nós.
E hoje em dia a gente não tem como não trazer o setor privado, né, sociedade civil, o governo, para uma mesma página em que todos trabalhem pelos objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentáveis, né? Nessa perspectiva, como setor privado, como que ele está sendo avançado? Como está sendo avançado nessa missão?
A gente até discutiu na nossa mesa, né, que, por exemplo, as empresas listadas na Bolsa aqui de São Paulo, a maioria já tem essa preocupação e mostra isso num índice que a própria Bolsa tem. Mas, ao mesmo tempo, foi até perguntado por mim se a gente poderia começar a engajar pequenas empresas, médias empresas. E aí já houve uma polêmica, né? Alguns dizendo, olha, as pequenas empresas elas lutam para sobreviver no dia a dia. Então, elas podem fazer o mínimo, né? Deram até um exemplo. Uma pequena pastelaria, se ela não jogar o óleo na pia, ela já está fazendo uma prática ESG. Agora, grandes empresas, por exemplo, também foi trazido pela Gabriela Prioli, que estava na mesa, que a nota mais baixa dessas empresas, mesmo empresas com nota alta no índice final da Bolsa, no índice de sustentabilidade da Bolsa, elas não estão tão preocupadas com o capital humano, ou seja, estão fazendo nossos trabalhadores trabalharem demais e saírem esgotados do trabalho. Então, mesmo as grandes empresas bem relacionadas nesse índice, precisam melhorar. E as pequenas empresas, a gente pode conscientizar que pequenas mudanças no trabalho dela podem melhorar o meio ambiente, a nossa vida como um todo.
E um ajuda o outro, né? Um precisa do outro, e cada ODS, cada um dos ODS, eles vão se complementando, né?
Exatamente. O papel da Prefeitura de São Paulo e das outras entidades federativas é mostrar e ensinar tanto os cidadãos como empresas, que todo mundo tem a sua parte nessas ODS e nessa agenda meio ambiente, social e governança.
E vamos virar a chave para o futuro. Já viramos, né, Daniel?
Se Deus quiser.
Muito obrigado pela participação.
Um abraço. Tchau, tchau.
Obrigado mesmo por acrescentar tanto a gente nessa tarde. E é isso. Aqui na Virada ODS, muitos convidados, muitas participações especiais. E você viu tantos painéis acontecendo durante todos esses 2 dias, né? Dentro desses painéis, como eu disse, a gente vai aprendendo muito, a gente vai conseguindo ter inspirações para que a gente consiga, no nosso dia a dia, utilizar de práticas simples, que a gente consiga realizar muito mais dessas práticas e chegar aí nessa Agenda 2030 já completa aí nos nossos objetivos, né? Agora, eu vou receber aqui, já estou recebendo, já está ao meu lado, mas você não está vendo ainda, mas você vai ver já já. Ele é CEO do Green Meaning, especialista em economia circular, Rodrigo Oliveira, que estava nesse painel também. Rodrigo, seja bem-vindo, tudo bem?
Muito obrigado, eu agradeço o convite.
A gente fica feliz de ter assuntos, né, tão importantes debatidos aqui na Virada ODS. E como que você sai com isso? Porque a gente sabe que é uma soma, né, de entusiasmo, é uma soma de ideologias e também de ver que tem pessoas arregaçando as mangas e fazendo, né? Qual que é o seu balanço com isso?
Nossa, eu achei espetacular a junção de diversos setores, né? Eu até comentei na palestra como é importante o ODS 17, o ODS das parcerias.
Boa. A gente
tá trazer.
Vira e mexe, desculpa, Aldir, mas vira e mexe a gente está mostrando aqui porque todo mundo precisa entender, né? Dá para colocar na tela aqui os ODS só para a gente... então a gente está falando ali, a gente parou na 10ª agora há pouco, que é...
Fantástico, adorei esse painel.
Redução das desigualdades. Aí a 11ª é cidades de comunidades sustentáveis, 12ª, consumo e produção responsável, 13º, ação contra a mudança global, 14ª, vida na água, 15ª, vida terrestre, 16ª, paz, justiça e instituições eficazes, e a 17ª, que tem ali o nosso amigo em Libras também ao ladinho, deu um tchau pra gente ali, apresentando, 17ª, parcerias e meios de implementação, que é o que você estava falando, né?
Exatamente, você unir setor privado, setor público, áreas de comunicação, o consumidor final, né, o cidadão, e soluções práticas que implementam essa junção de todos os setores. A Green Mining, ela trabalha especificamente no ODS 12, que a gente viu ali, né, produção e consumo sustentável, mas também executando trabalho com dignidade, garantindo que a cidade seja cada vez mais sustentável, que a gente consiga combater mudanças climáticas com a redução das emissões de CO2, das extrações naturais, graças à reciclagem. Então, com certeza, cada solução consegue abarcar diversos itens, diversas unidades das ODS, e por isso é muito importante um evento como esse, que consegue promover e mostrar que é possível fazer, é possível executar, é possível unir forças para o melhor.
E a gente fala, o nosso slogan, né, vira a chave para o futuro, né? Já viramos a chave, agora acelerar e ter colaboradores como você para a gente poder deixar cada vez mais esses assuntos mais acessíveis, né? Vindo dos países, dos estados, das cidades, mas para dentro das casas das pessoas, né?
Exato, fazendo acontecer de verdade, fazendo as pessoas participarem desse processo, né? A gente fala do letramento, né, de entender, fazer entender, mas mostrar na prática. A gente tem uma estação aqui, a gente pode ter mostrando como é feito o trabalho,
Incrível.
Tanto de reciclagem, quanto a compra dos materiais que a gente faz via os nossos aplicativos. Então é muito legal participar do processo.
Muito obrigado pela participação, muito obrigado mesmo. A gente já conta contigo no ano que vem, hein? Porque esse evento continua.
Sem dúvida,
muito obrigado, Rodrigo. É isso, gente. Virada ODS, então, ela não termina quando ela acaba. A gente vai acabando por aqui. A gente finaliza aqui agradecendo mais uma vez todos os nossos colaboradores, né? Todas as pessoas que fizeram parte disso. Uma equipe gigantesca, são mais de 250 profissionais que fizeram todo esse movimento durante esses 3 dias, desde a abertura da Virada ODS até o primeiro dia, até o dia de hoje. A gente finaliza com os shows acontecendo a partir das 18 horas no palco principal aqui no Vale do Anhangabaú. A entrada é de graça. Se você está aqui por São Paulo, aqui pertinho, vem correndo para cá, porque tem muitas atrações. Querendo agradecer também a parceria, né, deste ano com o Programa das Nações Unidas para o Desenvolvimento, que é a PNUD. Parabenizar a Prefeitura da cidade de São Paulo, a SP Tours, a Secretaria de Relações Internacionais e também aos nossos parceiros, que é o Portal Terra, o Sprite, Coca-Cola, Cristal, Shopping D, Roda Rico e Santa Rita. A todos vocês que acompanharam até aqui, meu muito obrigado. Eu sou o Guto Melo. Um prazer estar pelo 2º ano aqui, junto com toda a equipe, junto com a Letícia, junto com todos os câmeras, toda a equipe aqui, levando para vocês que não puderam vir aqui, mas que conseguiram acompanhar tudo que aconteceu nesse movimento, que é um movimento histórico. A gente fala que realmente a gente está fazendo parte da história do mundo e a Agenda 2030 está aí para isso. Muito obrigado a todos vocês e a gente se vê na próxima. Valeu, tchau.